For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Siwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! NAVI taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, NAVI!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The Global Leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the Global Leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
return of the Blast Full Groups 2022 and a first day that delivered on every single level. Our debut group saw Astralis netting the crown of Group A on home soil and netting themselves also the top seed as we head into next week's Gauntlet of Games. I'm joined by Pimp and Maniac. I just want to get your thoughts on that epic day number 1 after coming into our new season.
Look, you mentioned Astralis, and it has to be the highlight of day 1. That game against Vitality on Mirage sure was a little bit messy, sure a couple of details to be ironed out, but just in terms of intensity, I really liked how both teams were looking for proof of concept of what Counter-Strike they're about to play, and we had Farling just surprising, defying the odds, leading the charge, and being the one player we have to talk about.
It was a good day of Counter-Strike, to be completely honest. We saw Spinks play well with Vitality as well. We saw Saivu return to somewhat of a great shape. We even saw, Dexter struggle a little bit with OG, which makes it interesting for the Gauntlet Stage. So yeah, I think that was a positive takeaway for pretty much all teams yesterday, and it was just great to be back, seeing some Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, of course, that is key. No eliminations coming out of yesterday, just kind of seeding, moving into our Gauntlet of Games next week. But we've also got to recap our CS Money play of the day. Maniac, who have we got coming in as player number 3?
Well, you name it, and he shall appear. We have our friend Zaiwu here doing work on Inferno with the AK-47. He truly rose to his incredible level yesterday. We saw the Zaiwu that I wanted to see for a long time, and that right there was a good example.
I want to see more of this guy. I want to see him return to his old form. Magisk with the Glock showing up on Dust 2. Had a crazy round here against G2. OG, sorry, that is. Finding a couple of kills right here, finding a third one as well, going for a fourth in just a couple of seconds, shutting down OG completely, and of course Magic's with a nice 4K with the Glock.
You wish it'd been an ace, but the winner is going to be Zip. Not exactly a name we're used to see in these highlights provided by CS Money, but his defense on Mirage on a couple of occasions has been stellar. Right there, it's another multi-kill with the silencer, good positioning, good understanding, could have almost gone for the ace.
He's back, he's back.
He said he was putting
He's back.
Yeah, he put a smile on your face, the first smile that I've seen throughout 2022.
He's never smiled, actually, in 2 years. I've never seen him smile.
Let's get a Pimp smile count going on. But you will be smiling today because we have Group B on the cards with a hell of a lot of roster changes coming into this one. This is exactly what we have got on the cards today. NAVI obviously coming in with STY sort of semi-permanently in here, at least until after the Rio Major. Of course, Simple, he will be returning for next week. I do have confirmation from the guys in production.
Okay.
So
that's a Freya statement
spicy
right
one. Yeah, no, I've been
there
told by production guys that is confirmed to be happening. But for the meantime, Headtrick is going to be standing in for him.
Yeah, and he's a good player. He's a young prospect, I'd say, for NAVI. He was playing in the NAVI Junior lineup that's playing in the We Play Academy League, and he was one of the stars of that league. So, yeah, of course, we're going to miss Simple. He's the greatest player to ever touch Counter-Strike, no doubt about it. We can't really, I guess, neglect the fact that he's not going to be with NAVI, but the guy to replace him, Headtrick, is a solid player. So I think people out there can still expect NAVI to be very, very competitive, even in a rough group.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see NAVI without Simple.
Yeah.
It's such a unique occurrence. It's not something that's going to happen anymore in the future. Just witness and observe these players without their superstar for a second.
Yeah, and of course, moving on to the second team on that list, it is Complexity. Kind of been a sea of red for them just in terms of the results looking back in 2022. But they have had some more luck coming into the RMR qualifier, and they do have Halzak on the cards for them now.
Yeah, listen, will Halzak be enough to reignite the fire in the hearts of the fans of Complexity? I'm not exactly sure. You were mentioning it, the roster before with Junior had massive troubles just finding W's, finding confidence, finding any kind of momentum, really. They struggled from start to finish. Now, I'm excited to see Halzak play again. I thought his time with Dignitas didn't exactly, I guess, make good promise on his future, but I think he has more to give. I think he's got more to offer, and now he's got an opportunity.
I thought he was a player that could have joined NIP and made them better potentially, so the fact that he ended up in Complexity was a bit of a surprise to me, but I agree. My expectations for Complexity are absolutely at a raw bottom right here. I have zero expectations whatsoever, so if they can impress me, win a map or two here, that to me would be a win in itself.
I think the spiciest team coming into Group B has to be that G2. I am so darn excited to see both Hooksy and JKS taken to the stage for the first time for G2 today.
Yeah, and it is so complicated for us to kind of draw the future and make predictions about G2. We have no idea. We have no idea about JKS's level right now. We have no idea about the Counter-Strike Hooksy wants to play. What's his identity? What's his signature? Are we going to see CPH Flames kind of textbook coming into G2? Is he going to try to adapt with the players he's got? So many questions, very little answers.
But there's a few known quantities. Nico, he's a known quantity. Hunter, he's a known quantity. Monacy is starting to become a known quantity. I agree, we don't really know where to put JKS and Hooksy yet. We'll talk more about it, but there is a couple of known quantities within G2. They have star material, and they are good players regardless.
Well, Matthew, you said you had some queries, some questions. So, Hooksy, let's get some answers, courtesy of Banks.
I got Hooksy joining me here now, and fresh G2 shirt, looking good, mate. And I want to say, right, you're the 27-year-old in-game leader. You're now taking over G2. When this offer came around, did you just see this as like the biggest opportunity for your career so far?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think it speaks for itself to play for G2 all of a sudden. I came from starting with Flames a year ago, having absolutely no expectations, to playing for G2 with, I don't know. I've never had such a welcoming day as when we announced the video and people were just sending messages for 48 hours straight, I feel like. So, yeah, for sure, it's a bigger thing than I've ever tried before.
It's the start of a wild ride, and part of that wild ride, though, obviously, when you're on the Flames, constantly communicating in Danish, now we move over to English. I've done interviews with you before, I know you can speak it, but are you noticing some slight differences, some difficulties at all?
Yeah, for sure, it is a challenge because my brain still operates in Danish. So, I have time to think about my answer and then translate it, and then it comes out to you. That's fine. But when we play, it has to be in a split second, And sometimes it maybe takes a bit too long to get it out or find the right word. Also, there's a lot of new spot names for me, and so it's a challenge for sure. But I think that's just natural for everybody when they switch to English. So, yeah.
Oh yes. Time will tell, right? You get used to it, you give it a little bit more practice, game time going down. But when it comes to that practice, you and JKS obviously joining into this. How much practice did you get? I know you guys boot camped over in Andorra, so how did that go? Give me some updates on what we're looking at here.
Well, we didn't practice for too long. I would say roughly about a week. It's not bad. It's not perfect either, I would say. I don't expect us to play perfect CS. I expect us to go out and kind of have a brawl, and I think we'll come out of top. So I'm pretty confident.
I absolutely love the honesty coming out of Huxi there. First of all, absolutely amazing personality. I'm really excited to see more of him in those interviews as well. But just speaking about some of the difficulties, as we were kind of alluding to yesterday, Jacob, this is going to be his first time actually leading a top-tier team in the English language.
And that's tough. I know it from my own experience, right? It's tough to think in a different language. It's tough to speak in a different language, especially when you're the in-game leader and when you're forced to take split-second decisions, right? You got to be very clear in your communication. You got to be able to make sure that everyone around you understands exactly what's going on and exactly what your vision for X, Y, and Z round is. So it's a massive, massive task for Huxi. I'm confident he can do it though, but it takes a bit of time before you can adjust to it. So I wouldn't expect him to play perfect Counter-Strike, as he also alluded to right here.
It's a huge challenge for him. There's no way around it. If you make a comparison, you look at SDY coming in NAVI, a new player, new rookie, then they just kind of ease him into the roles and everything around him is set and the structure is there and he just has to aim. For Huxi, it's night and day. He cannot just aim. He's the IGL. He's got a lot to do already from the start.
Well, let's get some thoughts from one of the pre-existing members of that G2 squad. It's Nico on the two new additions.
So Nico, some more changes have come through for G2, and hopefully this is going to be what you guys want. But I want to just touch on JKS, Huxi. What do you make of them so far? Obviously, you've seen what JKS can do, you've seen what Huxi can do, but how is it playing with them?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think we have seen them both, what they can do, especially Justin, obviously. He's been, I think, amazing player, like, ever since he joined Renegades and in 100 Thieves times as well. So I always kind of saw him as a very good and very stable player, like a super good anchor, and obviously he has proven himself in FaZe as well for this one event. Yeah. And I think it's kind of the player that we really need in the team. I find him kind of as a pillar of the team, like a very strong anchor that we can always rely on him, that we can just leave him by himself and he will get the job done. And for Rasmus, he kind of reminds me a lot of Kerrigan, of the way like how he's calling and how he wants his player to play and help him. So I like that a lot. And obviously when we watched CPH and the way they played, it also kind of looked that way as well. Yeah. They look like they have a lot of freedom. They look like they know when to change the pace, and it looks like that their players like get to decide what they want to do, you know, what's the best to win the round for the team. So I like that a lot, and obviously I was very impressed and surprised by how much work he puts into the game as well, and not just how much work, but how much like efficiency of that work it is. So I'm positively surprised by both of them. I know it's just the start, maybe so maybe they're overdoing it a little bit, but so far I'm very impressed by both of them, and I'm really looking forward to play the first tournament with them.
That is a really interesting comparison, the fact that Nico there is saying Huxi reminds him kind of like another Danish brother in Kerrigan.
I think there's a lot of in-game leaders in Denmark who are inspired by Kerrigan, who are inspired by Glaive, the way they're calling, the way they're leading the team, the way they're playing on the server as well. They like to go in first, they like to be in the center of the map, you know, where you take map control and you can make the split decisions in the middle of the round. So I understand why he's saying so, but there's a big difference between Kerrigan and Huxi, and that is the experience at this level. Kerrigan has done it for years and years and years. It's still very new for Huxi.
Do you think he reminds him of the Kerrigan that was winning the major, the Kerrigan that was kicked from teams.
Yeah, maybe we should leave that one to be answered with the games coming up. But before we do that, we need to take a look at Liquid as well. Of course, Yakinda still standing in for a bit of a longer time with this squad. We saw them actually making, some waves in Cologne, going a lot deeper than I think anybody really anticipated, considering, they'd only brought in Yakinda only temporarily as well.
You know what fascinates me about Liquid is that the second Yakinda stepped in, put in that jersey, Liquid became Yakinda's team. And we talked about Yakinda all the time, and he came around in Cologne, he made all the interviews, he was out there, he was taking that space. He kind of embodies Liquid already, and now we have a little bit more time. They've been playing together for more time, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of Liquid we are going to have on the server.
Yakinda is here to save North American Counter-Strike, and I truly, truly hope he has it in him to make Liquid play well again. There's so much skill within the lineup. Elise, NAVI, you could mention all the players, but if Yakinda can power some motivation into these guys, I still believe Liquid can be very competitive.
Yakinda's mission to make Liquid and apparently North America great again,
it's a big
according
task.
to Pimp. Yeah, definitely a huge task on the hands. We can take a look at exactly what is on the cards for us schedule today. Once again, 6 games going down, all best of 1 seeding into next week's absolute gauntlet of games. G2 taking on Team Liquid in just a few, but first, it's Complexity taking on NAVI. It's time to flip on over to the B side of this track as a second time the groups are going to be playing down here at the Blast Premier Full Groups 2022. It's Group B on the cards. We've got NAVI taking on Complexity first of all, but G2 taking on Liquid as our second best of one series. We can see the video rolling in here. This is a really, really exciting one though, particularly as we've got that new look G2 for the first time, guys.
Yeah, you talk about G2. Just quickly on the side of Liquid, there is one player that we haven't talked on that I want to absolutely keep my eye. It's Elige. Elige in Cologne had one of his best tournaments in a very, very long time. And a few people out there have this kind of idea, this hypothesis that it's Yekinder coming in, kind of freeing Elige, and some structural consequences that kind of allowed him to play to his full potential. Were we just talking shit? Were we completely out of our sorts? Or is he, again, going to provide his best Counter-Strike? To me, it's one of the stories that's out there.
I mean, you could hope. You could hope that he's back to a high level. You could hope that Yekinder coming in will free up Elige a little bit, especially on a map like Mirage, which they're going to play. That is the home ground of Elige. In Connector, that position, he's owning that up, especially on the CT side. Small sample size, I agree. You know, during Cologne, it was looking good for Elige, but I want to see him play consistently well. He is the best player coming out of North American Counter-Strike. He is currently the best player, together with Yekinder on Liquid. So those are the two star players that we need to see a lot from. I hope that's going to be the case, but I want to see it transpire here during the blast.
You just disrespect my man NAV? Is that what just happened? You think I'm going to let you here stand?
If you think
talk about NAV?
You think NAV is better than Elige, then we are going to have a
No, I
problem.
think it's better than Yekinder.
Okay.
Oh,
damn. Are we going to get tier
I'm a
lists?
NAFer.
Wait, what?
I'm a NAFer. I'm out there. So I've always been a NAF fan.
Well, before we get fisticuffs out here, I do just want to get your takes on, how you think Hooksy and JKS are going to be approaching this first game now that we know it's going to be going down on Mirage. How are we kind of expecting the stylistic elements of G2 to be showing up?
I think that we can allow ourselves to have higher demands and higher requests on JKS from the get-go rather than Hooksy. I think JKS is supposed to plug in for Jax's positions and be strong from the very first minute. I don't think we're going to allow him too much leeway. When it comes to Hooksy, I'm ready to be a bit more forgiving, a bit more tolerant, and give him a little bit of time to find his position, his groove, adapt to a couple of new roles that at.CEST was talking about. So high demands on JKS for Hooksy. Let's see where this is going.
I want to lower the bar a little bit for JKS. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it one more time here. We've seen him play 10 maps for FaZe as a stand-in during Katowice, and that's all he's played in 22 so far. When he was in Complexity the last 6 months, he wasn't really playing up to par. He wasn't really up there where it was looking good for JKS. So I'm not sure what to expect from this man. I think he's a stable player. I think he's going to be good down the line. But let's be honest, he hasn't played a lot of official Counter-Strike in the past 6 months.
You know what? You're absolutely correct. And I was trying to figure out, why am I believing in him so much? Where is that confidence coming from? There is actually no logic. But then I deep dive in the stats, and I realized that Katowice, before that, he hadn't played in 4 months. Yeah. He was in complete darkness. He showed up in Katowice and he did that great of a job with FaZe. And I think in my heart that meant, okay, the man is just bulletproof. Like, I know he's going to come in, he's going to play good Counter-Strike because he's done it in the past.
I want to add to that point as well. I was reading in a HLTV interview that 2 months prior to that, he didn't even have a PC coming into that Katowice tournament for FaZe and didn't even drop a single series there. So yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from JKS. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing him inside the server today. But we do have to talk about our first game on the cards. It is NAVI taking on Complexity as well. Obviously, the big story with NAVI coming into this, unfortunately, Simple not able to attend for the first week, just due to some personal reasons. He will be returning for the second week, though. Jacob, because you're at Replay Academy, you saw the stand-in that's going to be coming in for the side of NAVI. Can you give us a little bit of a TLDR on what we should be expecting from him?
I think we can expect some firepower on the server. I think he's a good player. I think he's a solid player. I'm also watching him stream from time to time. It's a player that is putting in a lot of hours to the game, both in practice, but also outside of practice, playing FPL, playing FaceIt all the time. So a player that is really thriving in the game, a player that is committing a lot of time to it. And as you said, during the Replay Academy League, it's all the talents. It's the new generation coming in there. And it was clear to see that he was miles ahead of most players in there. An MVP candidate for a couple of seasons, up there with the best in that league. So again, he's replacing Simple. He's replacing the AWP as well. That's going to be a question mark. Will he take up the AWP, or will he continue to play with the rifle, which he does the majority of the time in NAVI Junior? Not quite sure, but it's a player that can definitely hold up to his own, and I think that's all NAVI need.
And look, aside from stats, obviously Jacob is more of an expert than I am on hat-trick. I don't really know the guy so much. I haven't seen him play so much. He might be able to shoot straight, but here is the problem. Here's the thing. The impact and the influence that Simple is having on NAVI is something that is unique. When you have Simple in your team, within the rounds, he dictates whatever the hell is happening. He's someone that always gives impulsion, gives waves, moves, commands what is going to happen, and takes the bull by the horn. I don't think hat-trick is able to do that. There is no way he would do it anywhere near Simple. So what does that mean? It means that that burden falls off other players. It means that Electronic will have to do it more. It means Bit will have to be a bit more responsible as well. And this is what I'm looking forward to seeing. How do other NAVI players react to that lackluster, or rather the lack of impulse from Simple who isn't here right now?
Well, speaking of some of the other NAVI players, we do have a few words from Samdai Young heading into the full groups.
SDY, you're here on NAVI, right? You're now not with Simple. You've got 2 stand-ins technically with you standing in. So what was the practice time like with hat-trick? What do you make of this young player?
Yeah, we had only 1 week of practice, but overall it was kind of good, I can say. We did a lot of things that we do before. We just tell him everything that he needs to know, and we're trying to help him as much as we can. But he's a really friendly guy and good player, and if he will feel good enough, he will be good enough too.
Nice, so the confidence can be there. But I actually want to talk about confidence of you, because I remember at Cologne, after that finals, right, you said yourself, you weren't too sure, you wanted to do better, but now Navi decided to stick with you as a standing until after the major. Does that make you feel better? Does that fill you with more confidence? Like, what did you feel like when you heard that was happening?
Yeah, for sure I have more confidence now, and even when we practice with hat-tricks this week, I feel that I'm playing much better than I did before.
Nice.
And I hope I will bring it to the games today.
And in today's game, right, it's complexity. They've added a European player into the mix, but obviously when it comes to a team like this, they've not been having any success against European teams or even the top tier teams for a long time. Do you feel like this is like a nice warm-up for the official game with Hedrick?
I don't like to think that way. Like,
You're too nice.
You need to count on every team that play in Tier 1 tournaments, because it's their opportunity and they will try to show their best. So we will do the same, and the best team will win.
The best team will win. You've got that Blade style answer, you know, where you just want to make sure, not overconfident, making sure it works. But also, I'm just looking at your hair. We've got a different hair this time. We've gone for a different style. So is this another SDY hair buff?
I hope it is another SDI hair buff, but like it's the same hair. I just did it in another way.
Okay, well, guys, if you want the SDY hair buff, this is how you do it now. Keep the same and then just brush it back a little bit, put some product in it. See how it works.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Not only Counter-Strike insight, but also some beauty tips as well coming out of SDY. But I like what you were saying about Hedrick, the fact that, you know, good vibes coming into the camp. But it might be kind of difficult, you were saying, Jacob, to be integrating him into some of these spots.
I'm just going to pose the question right here, because Hedrick is a talent, right? It's a player that Navi have had under him in NAVI Junior, a player that they're counting on for the future, a player they're bringing in instead of Simple. SDY have played fine in Navi so far. They've had some good results, but he's only a stand-in until the major and potentially after. What if Hedrick is coming in and doing well right now? What if Hedrick would be the guy that potentially is playing for the same spot SDY is trying to maintain as well in Navi? That's not necessarily, you know, an internal conflict, but that's a question I do want to pose right here. If Hedrick is coming in and showing us in Tier 1 Counter-Strike that he can do the job to a very, very high level, there could be a case where Navi will have to reconsider whether or not they want to continue with SDY and Hedrick. There's difference in the way the players are playing in terms of their roles, but Hedrick is a young talent that can still be molded into the Navi lineup. So all I'm saying is here that Hedrick is playing for a lot right now. He got the spotlight and he has a chance and an opportunity.
And what a hard opportunity that is. He's supposed to provide greatness to Navi when Simple isn't here.
Yep.
That's when he's supposed to provide that greatness. How hard is it? How hard of an addition is that for Hedrick to be able to win with Navi when the superstar isn't here?
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Absolutely huge shoes to fill. But I do want to get some thoughts from Blade on this new addition to the squad.
And for Hedrick specifically, right, he stood in for you guys before, but that was back when Simple was still in the team, so he wasn't on the AWP role. Now are you just doing a one-for-one trade? He's literally just taking all Simple's roles, or is there more things that changed?
Yeah, obviously. We don't want to change completely our game because of one day. So, yeah, Hedrick just will try to fit in roles of Simple.
And in terms of that, right, do you feel like you'll be able to position him in a way that he can still have similar impact? Obviously, we don't expect him to have the same numbers. He is not Simple. Or are you focusing on trying to allow other players to shine to fill the void, fill that gap?
On this level, it's kind of hard to play with op if you don't have a lot of experience. So we don't expect from him to shine really high. But he's young and experienced it, but he still can show what he's capable of, like what potential he has. Yeah, in practice it was really hard for him. We can see that it's another level for him. Yeah. There's a gap. It's hard for us sometimes, but overall, we will try to find balance.
I like the way Blade put it there. It kind of makes sense that, you know, Hedrick coming into things, it's only temporary, him coming into the squad. So they're not going to shift too many things around, just going to try and get him to have as much impact as possible.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, again, with the AWP as well, you can't really expect him to pick it up and play it in the same way as Simple is. So I expect to see some more fire rifling coming out of Navi and trying to play into the strength of Hedrick. And then, as you said, Maniac, it will be up to Perfecto, it will be up to Electronic, the rest of the Navi squad to step up to the occasion and, I guess, fill the void of Simple not being there.
Look, no bullshit talk. They have the quality in the roster to beat complexity without simple as it is. But sure, everyone on that roster is supposed to give more than he usually does because you don't have your superstar by you. But I believe the quality is here to defeat that roster.
Well, speaking of the AWPing equation, let's get a few words on Hauser joining Complexity. I guess you were saying, Pimp, a little bit of a surprise to you. Maybe expect him to go to some other sort of Scandinavian lineups. But yeah, going to Complexity, opening thoughts.
I think he's good. I think he's a solid player. He was kind of not necessarily stuck in Dignitas, but he was in a team with a lot of elder guys, let's put it that way, that maybe didn't have the same motivation as he had. Now he's coming into a project like Complexity that is desperate for success. They're desperate to find something working. And I think Hauser could be a step in the right direction. Now, I would have liked to see a change or maybe two more, find some more talent, some more proper talent, some more proven talent. But I think it's a step in the right direction for Complexity. And for Hauser, another great opportunity of showcasing his skill.
Well, let's get a few words from the man himself. It's Hauser with Banks.
Now you're here with Complexity, and I just want to start by saying, for you, right, I feel like you're a character, in terms of what we see from your personality, that you fit quite well into this team. So how's that been going? Do you feel like you fit in already?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're nice guys. We're the same age as well, so I feel like everything, the humor and everything, like we get along very good. So I think like that's gonna not be any problems. So
nice. That's what it's all about, right? You got to have that synergy out the server as well. Now you also took part in the NARMR. A lot easier than the EU one that you're used to.
Definitely, man. The EU qualifiers, man, they're so hard. They're so hard. So thankfully, I got to play the NA now, and it was a piece of cake.
It was a piece of cake. You guys made it in style. But I also want to ask the fact that when it comes to now you being on a North American team, is there anything that's maybe different or something that's taken you a bit longer to get used to or harder? Or has it been quite easy to just settle straight into the game side of things?
I mean, like, the communication is a big difference. Like, in EU, or at least the teams I played in, they're much more calm. Like, the communication are much more calm. But, like, in this team, they're, like, NA teams, the communication, like, everyone, like, all four people can talk at the same time. So that's been a bit weird. But, we're just playing with them and getting more time with playing with them. It's going to get better and better.
That's what it's all about for sure. But you got NAVI today in your opening game. A best of one, and they're without Simple. So does that fill you with more confidence?
Yeah, definitely. Like, Simple is the best player in the world by far. And, like, they didn't get a bad player either to step in for them, but Simple is Simple. So I think we have a very good chance to win today.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. How's it? Good to meet you, man. Thank you very much.
I do like those confident words from Hauser, but yeah, still definitely a tough challenge going up against the beast of NAVI. But I do want to see what you guys predicted coming into these opening two games in our Betway predictions. No surprise to see NAVI across the board, but I am kind of surprised to see how many people went with Liquid, but maybe that's just me.
It's probably about all the questions we have for G2. A lot of people have no idea what the hell is going on. I just want to quickly mention, even though Simple isn't here, there's a testament to the quality of that roster. No one went for Complexity. We're all a bunch of non-believers.
You're smart, Freya. You're smart. You're following the king. Continue with that.
Yeah, you regarding yourself as the king. I guess you were the king from yesterday, but we're going to see exactly how that does pan out. But we do need to throw this one to a quick break before we are jumping into the grounds of Overpass. Complexity taking on NAVI without Simple at the helm, but we're going to see how it goes down after this.
We are back. It is the second day here at Blast Premier, and the teams are ready, I've been told. It's going to be an interesting game that's coming up, obviously, with NAVI and Complexity. Best of one, so, you know, a lot on the line. I don't know, everyone went for NAVI. Is there any reason to think that might not happen?
I mean, look, there's always an outside chance, but I'm not even going to try and pump it up. No, I think the big thing with Complexity is just with Halzer coming in now, we obviously kind of knew some of the struggles from watching Junior within the roster for some time. Can this new offer actually provide some things that maybe free up some of the other players? Because remember, like, you know, Grim going over to Liquid felt like he had real potential, and kind of when he's gone back to Complexity, it's kind of dropped off and it's disappeared a little bit. Same with Fang, was kind of an upcoming player we talked about with potential out of North America. We haven't seen that in this Complexity roster, so you're hoping that Halzer can provide some things that reactivate the other individuals.
They certainly need it for this one, and I think this is one of the times certainly where the best of one format is going to be favoring Complexity. If anything, if you want to have an upset, it's better to do it really fast and quick and then just leave NAVI in the dust. It's going to be very tricky, especially maybe on Overpass. It'll be NAVI starting on the CT side with Complexity on the T side. Already JT, he's going to have a fair few people out there. Glock versus USB at range. Could be tricky. Bit's going to be retreating from that fight, actually. Gets caught nearly. Lucky to be alive. They're still hunting him, and they will be successful in that hunt as well. Grim taking down Bit. Now, there's a bit of a flank coming in. Electronic hoping for that quick headshot. Eventually, will clear out JT, and that's something to maybe consider. They're still going to be planting the bomb right away in this 4-on-4.
Yeah, but is it an advantage? Look at the way they're boxed in. Two players coming up highway, especially with that kill. Complexity has to get aggressive here. They have to win these fights towards CT spawn, and Perfecto knows it. He's going to sink back, and the retake is coming in.
Fang, a little bit of pressure. He's not sure if anyone's behind him, but what a great headshot to take down Electronic. And just like that, they have the man advantage. Perfecto and Head Trick. I'm not sure if this is going to be an easy retake, although with headshots like that, maybe they're going to be just fine. Still have some time. Smoke has been picked up. Still not seeing a kit anywhere, so it's going to be the full 10-second defuse, which is a long time to be on that bomb. They have to go for it. And Head Trick, he had to get that fight, or they weren't going to be able to do it. It's going to be down to the wire anyway. He did get the triple. Oh, man, that is so close. What a way to start. NAVI will pick up the pistol.
Yeah, you got to say, though, too, a rough sequence there for Grim in the 2v2. I think that's a team flash that comes out from him from Bank that actually blinds up Fang at the truck, so he couldn't take any kind of a fight. So miscue there, and they lose the pistol round. Otherwise, it was looking pretty decent for Complexity, finding themselves some good frags to get out of a sticky situation. Fang had a nice kill, all before the flashbang comes in, and nice flank from Navi to really activate this pistol round. Head Trick with a nice headshot onto Grim.
It looked like he placed his crosshair at head height, except it's on a stairwell, so it's kind of hard to do that, you know?
Yeah.
Normally you try and use boxes or whatever else to sort of, you know, remind yourself where that is, but...
Get your bearings.
Yeah, well done.
Second round bye for Complexity with the bomb plant. AK-47s on the board for Grim and Fang. Galil's on JT and Floppy. What they're missing is nades. They got none.
Position for Electronic. How do you even read it? I feel like JT might have even been able to see the feet there, but it's such an unusual position. You're not even, your brain is not registering that could be somebody's shoes, you know, on the railing.
Yeah, really hard position to clear out. Bit just biding his time at the staircase. He's going to start getting wrapped upon, so he's got nowhere to go. He's kind of in this position until an opportunity presents itself, either one for escape or one for a fight. We'll see if Fang and Halzer have any interest in trying to clear out stairs from up top. Grim's going to give it up now.
Being allowed to hang out in here is just, it's such a great position to be in, especially with Sundayang right next to him. They're covering the entire central part of the map. And in the meantime, Complexity setting up outside of the B bomb site.
It's just going to be contact play, right? There's no nades, remember. So they're going to be walking out towards the B bomb site, walking through Monster and challenging up against Perfecto. 1-for-1 trade. There's a couple of SMGs on the board. Excuse me, one SMG, one FAMAS now. STY has that. His position is given up, but the Molotov is going to change the route. Good shot from Grim, and Head Trick's there for the rebuttal. 22 seconds on the clock.
And that bomb drop back there is a big issue. Grim's already low on health. Also, it's in a lot of trouble, but they managed to win both the fights. That's crazy. I would have assumed that at least they would have been forced to actually try and plant the bomb, but the fights happened before any bomb planters coming through, and that's going to be a huge turnaround.
There's that SMG coming to hot bit right at the end. He was waiting patiently throughout the entire round for his opportunity. That's an important kill for Grim, but he had the jump on the player. He had the jump on, I believe, who was that at the end? Halzerk with the Galil, and still not able to pull it out. So good clutch from Complexity. And it's Navi's turn to go back and force buy down to pistols and a scout on Head Trick.
I am seeing 3 5.7s. That's rare.
Yeah, changing seasons. Is it 5.7 is in style?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been It's been a good pistol all throughout. Just maybe outdone by some of the other ones. There's a couple of dinks there. Floppy down on the ground.
That's a nice sequence. Doors opened, M4 going to work. Good find from Bit for the equalizing kill. I think they can still protect that weapon. I think the weapon had fallen forward, so now they can have eyes on it at the very least.
Yeah, and it's tempting for the Navi side to try and go and pick it up. So, yeah, it's right there. Maybe a bad idea to give it up, although, yeah.
Maybe a bad idea to throw a flashbang.
I was going to say, why does that always happen? As soon as you pull out a nades.
It's just one of those unexplainable factors of Counter-Strike. Headtrick's got the information. He's spotted one. Nobody's moved yet from Navi to start rotating over. Just now that shift is starting to happen, but Complexity is already using utility and knocking down the front door. Bomb site lost, and Navi's going to have a decision to make.
Headtrick certainly did not want to stick around for for any kind of scout heroics. Trying to close a little bit of time, and they do have armor on 3 people, so maybe they just say that's it. It's not worth it. Get the Galil instead. Try and fight in the next round. I could appreciate that. Probably nothing would have come of it if he would have stuck around to defend the bomb site.
Yeah, and also obviously they're not going to buy in the next round if they're to get wiped out here. So just keep the weapons in hand, and you basically have another dangerous save round, and especially because you can drop that 5-7 over to Bit, and you have a Galil in the hands of Electronic. So 2-1, Complexity with an early lead.
How are you feeling about Overpass these days? What's your? There's been some map discussion coming up recently. I feel like Mirage is always in the community crosshairs, so to speak.
Like Mirage gets a lot of unnecessary hate. I feel I really enjoy Mirage as a map. I don't know. Overpass is in a weird place because it used to occupy that space where it was like one of the more tactical maps that we have.
Yeah.
And now it feels kind of I don't know. I just don't have the same sense about it anymore.
Yeah, I can't explain it either, but there is something about it that's not putting it in a great place.
It's been losing a lot of favor among teams, even since when I was coaching 2 years ago. It was starting to, or a year and a half ago, it was starting to kind of just talking to other people within the scene, other players and coaches. It was a map that no one was really all that much enjoying to play.
So maybe a candidate for replacement. I think the little info we had is it's been in every major since its release. So it's never been one of the ones that's been cycled out.
So is Mirage.
True. We've got some candidates. Train still out there somewhere. They've been reworking Tuscan, I guess, finally.
Yeah, they added it this time to the rotation.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. I always like Cash better than Tuscan, but I mean, I'm not going to quibble.
Yeah.
It's basically, or not Cash. Why do I keep saying Cash? Mill. I always like Mill more than Tuscan.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, we can. So there might be some actual map rotations happening in the future if the community seems to be enjoying it and it plays competitively.
Yeah, it's cool stuff.
Cool. Well, technical pause coming up here, so hopefully nothing too bad.
It looks like they got something fixed because they're still they're chatting and everything like that. This man on the screen is massively important, I think, as obviously as we all know. But I've grown to just like really, the more I hear Blade talk in interviews and give interviews, the more I just kind of really appreciate the way he talks and thinks about the game. Swapping out some notes here. Can't talk, but you can read.
I like even the pre-game interview that he was given, sort of some real honest and transparency with regards to like difficulty of someone like Headtrick coming in who might be like a talent, but the system that they're playing in at a high level, it's very, very hard to, just slot into that and expect to not have any issues. So.
Well, also in trying to take a little bit of pressure off the stand-in who, it's one thing to stand in for a team. It's another thing to stand in for a team in place of the best player in the world. So, I mean, I think it's easy probably for Headtrick to come in and probably put a lot of pressure on his shoulders to kind of deliver in a similar fashion. I think, not just publicly, but I would imagine privately as well. Blade's just like, look, don't be simple. Don't try and be simple. Do your own thing, and don't feel the pressure whatsoever. Easy thing to say, not exactly an easy thing to always accomplish. Smiles. He's happy.
That's good. I mean, they've come up with something good at the beginning, so they should be.
I'm actually super excited to watch Hulzerk within this team, especially throughout this week, because I know, even when he was added to the old Dignitas roster with all the Swedish legends, I feel like we didn't get a chance to see Dignitas really competing at the highest levels all that much, so I feel like I never got like a really good, clean, consistent look at Hulzerk. I know some of those guys have some very positive thoughts and things to say about him as a teammate and as a player, so this is a cool opportunity for him, I think.
Yeah, it is. We talked about it yesterday. Europeans escaping into the NA region to qualify for majors.
Yeah, he was the tweet. He was like, "I don't miss the European qualifiers," and you can understand why.
Yeah, man. I have some memories of some really good Holzerg AWP clips out there somewhere, so I'm sure we'll see some of that down the road. Maybe he's especially happy not to be fighting Simple today, but you know, but maybe having an opponent that could that he can actually have a little bit more success against. We'll see. Everyone still kind of seems like they're tuned in and ready, so hopefully we can get back into the swing of things. Yeah, there we go, and for not too long. Boom. I want to see Complexity keep the momentum now that they've managed to turn around even losing their pistol. So just keep it going. Don't let Navi in too early.
I wonder, I'm really curious. One of the things about Navi that, I mean, obviously, it's kind of a cool glimpse having Simple out of this team just for this, at least for this event. Just seeing, you know, structurally in terms of the system, how important he is for everyone else's success as well. I'm kind of curious to see who's going to step up in his place, because there's obviously a lot of options with Electronic and Perfecto and Headtrick, or excuse me, not Electronic, Perfecto, and Bit as that kind of consistent core. Like one of those three guys you would expect to be the one to step up.
Without a doubt, yeah, they still have a lot of firepower and confidence on that side, but guess we'll find out. A little bit of a trade. Electronic on the Galil, able to take down Floppy. That's a good wall bang from JT, and he's able to drop Electronic right away. But the scout has shown up, and look at again, the 5-7s are doing so much damage, and they actually managed to defend the bomb site. Still a minute on the clock, but this is a problem for Complexity. How do they recover this round?
Yeah, a huge problem. And they're going to rotate back around. Fang going all the way to long. So Holzerg's going to come join up with them. They've got one player to deal with. That's going to be the stand-in. That's going to be Headtrick rotating up the stairs with the scout. Is he going to commit himself to this bomb site? Because Fang's going to be the one to lead the way out long and start probing into the site. There's the smokes going down. So a 2-on-3, likely post-plant situation. Holzer can hear the footsteps, but they're taking a lot of time, Complexity, getting comfortable with this bomb site.
And once again, Headtrick doesn't really need to fight this too much. He just has to live, but they're going to try and hunt him down. That's a nice move from Fang. He keeps going maybe a bit too far. With the bomb down in a 2-on-2, would have been great for him to stay alive. Holzerg now on his own. He's going to take care of Sundai Young, but Perfecto's still out there, and he's got a massive health advantage with that AK on the other side. And Perfecto will win the 1 versus 1 and get Navi back online with just what, a Galil and a Scout and some pistols.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think that's Fang just being, getting that first kill is huge. That's a very smart, aggressive play, but then not reining yourself in. Don't go for that second kill. Just back off, play it safe and bank. Play the 2v2 with your teammate. Put Holzerg in a really tough spot, but this is just a good setup. First, the initial double peek from Navi on the first player towards sandbags, and then obviously that player, they lost track of him at Toxic Barrels because he's not peeking off contact. He's hard baiting his teammate to get that one extra kill.
And even losing the battle at the beginning down at the B bomb site, they lost some of the rifles that then came back to haunt them, both the AKs up there. So they had enough time now to go and pick those up and come back to the A bomb site. A little bit of an issue as well. Up on Headtrick and also one on Holzerg. So we could see a little bit of a fight. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out if they actually find each other. I mean, it's a giant map overpass, which I think is one of the reasons why some players have started to take a dislike to it. It's just that it is so huge. So maybe they won't, but I would like a little bit of an AWP versus AWP fight.
Yeah, we always enjoy that.
Yeah, get a feel for you know who's having the quicker reactions on any given day.
Molotov to force JT out, but no one is pushing towards sandbags to punish it. Even the flashbang makes JT feel real nervous. Fires off some shots to keep the aggression at bay. Oh, if they walk into this, good shot from Headtrick. Floppy's going to try and trade it off, but that's a great angle. Double kill for Headtrick with the AWP, a 5-on-3 for Navi.
Hard angle to clear as well, because if they try to flash him too deep, he's got a teammate that's really close and probably immune to a flashbang that'll hit him, so a lot to work with. And again, they're playing very passively on this A-bomb side. Once they have the advantage, they don't really want to fight.
In that follow-up second angle from Headtrick, it's so hard to trade. It's such a slight gap that you're kind of just, it's an easy aim for the Opera to kind of line up the second frag. Grim gonna start pressuring the site. Desperate situation, 3-on-5. They need to find these kills. 1 at bank, 2 over the truck. There's the first, but way too many crossfires to deal with. And a picture-perfect Navi defense gets them 3.
They seem really confident, Navi, once they have a little bit of a read in just staying real far back on that A-bomb site. They just don't even care. Yeah, that one, yeah, it's not going to be a fight that favors the AK on the other side.
I think there's like a certain level of philosophy in it too when you're playing a team like Complexity that's kind of struggled and hasn't shown a whole lot of success. If you're Navi, like you don't have to really, you know, don't overcomplicate things. If you're Navi, you don't have to kind of do any kind of crazy moves or rotations. Let's see if they can just beat you standard Counter-Strike. You know, make them force them into the one who has to make the decision and make the aggressive plays.
They certainly have the confidence for good reason. Bit there with the AK, chewing them all up. It's a nice quad kill. Bomb is on the ground, and he's looking for the ace. We almost had one yesterday. And Floppy's going to steal that one away from Bit, so unfortunate. But still, so far so good. Great round. Hetrick, by the way, is 8-2 at the moment, so he's having himself a nice start to this game. And I mean, you're right. Like if you can just play better Counter-Strike in terms of, you know, who has the aim and everything, maybe that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name of the game for Navi is just, I mean, mistake-free Counter-Strike. Like, not only are you playing a team that you're massive favorites against, but also with the new stand-in as well. Again, you know, keep things as simplified as possible. You still kind of have a situation where SDY is coming in and still probably not as comfortable as you'd like. So, you know, it's going to be fun watching them throughout this group. But certainly here in this inaugural match with this lineup, yeah, just chill. Bit with aggression. Spotted one, but didn't like the fight that he was offered. Backs away.
Difficult fight to recommit to, because you're really all in out on long like that. You can't easily escape, so probably didn't want to get stuck out there. Floppy taking an advanced angle here at the L-bend really early on. I like that. I think that's a fun trick. Sometimes you can get there way before the CTs even realize, and they can actually back off into you without even realizing.
We've seen this is, I think, the second time early on in this game, just in round number 7, that we've seen Floppy kind of go for this aggressive play over towards sandbags to peek into the B bomb site. And last time he got picked off by a 5-7 and a nade combination. This time he sees absolutely nothing, but obviously somewhere he wants to emphasize. Navi's happy to just sit and wait. Decent amount of utility still left in the coffers. Hetrick with full set of nades. B bomb site is the finishing act for Complexity.
Yeah, for sure. Floppy's been waiting at this corner the whole round. Very, very patient. See if he's going to get the reward that he really wants here. Electronic takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive. And Perfecto in the meantime, another headshot coming through, this time on Floppy, so didn't get what he wanted there. Now down to 28 seconds, and Electronic is feeling the pressure from all sides. Nice run and gun from Grim, and he's going to find a second headshot to bring down SDY. That's absolutely massive. Smoke to block off the AWP at the sniper spot, and back into a 2-on-2 with 15 seconds. They need this bomb plant right now, and it's been interrupted already once. Bit coming through with the kill, and Hetrick on the other side, pushing through the smoke, and able to get the round. That is, I think that's a pretty decent execute coming out, all things considered, from Complexity, but they needed a bit more space at the end.
Well, the big problem too is Perfecto just has a great double kill over at the pillar to start that out. And again, I mean, just buying time for rotations, allowing a flank to come in over to, you know, down the stairs towards sandbags. He does a great job, and he was pretty much the only player there kind of actually fighting. Everyone else from Navi supporting with utility, and Complexity not able to trade that kill for some time was brutal. 3-round lead now for Navi. You feel it? You feel it's slipping away? You feel this? Is this the?
It's, unfortunately, it is. You are getting that sense on you that
it's a bit early to get that sense, you know. I mean, it is only 7 rounds in.
Yeah, it's true, but I think the problem is the moment of excitement happens when they win the follow around. Like they lose the pistol, but then they pick it up, and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. There's something to work with. But now it just feels like Navi are shrugging it off and just saying, oh, yeah, whatever. We're right back into it. They don't seem like they're really phased at all.
Yeah, and here's a round where they choose to have some aggression when they know they're up against the pistols, peeking deep through Monster. Nice little pick from Hetrick as well with his AWP. 10 kills now for the stand-in Opper. And it's nice and clinical.
What a rare thing to be tested on the battlefield with Navi like this, if you're Hetrick. Even if it turns out it's just for, you know, like 1 week or something like that, that's a rare thing to be thrown into. Put that on your resume.
Yeah, certainly. I'm looking at it from the other angle as well, where, you know, I don't think we're going to take too much out of this Complexity game necessarily, but I mean, if you look forward to some matches that Navi will have against G2, against Liquid as well, if you start seeing a world where this Navi team has this core and this structure provided by Blade to bring in stand-ins with no, like, think about the fact that, you know, they lose their in-game leader, Electronic steps into the in-game leader role, they win their first event. SDY comes in as a stand-in, they win their first event, they get second at Cologne. Now they'd still be deadly after the break here in Blast, even with another stand-in of Hetrick, and then all of a sudden, you gotta lay a lot of credit at the feet of Blade to be able to just have so many moving pieces while maintaining competitiveness. Very, very difficult thing to do.
And from the academy side too, you know, like obviously some of the philosophy could trickle down into the academy teams, but also if you can sometimes pluck one player out and be like, hey, come play with us for like a week, and then you're back at the academy, but now you have crazy experience. Like it's a crazy luxury to have.
And also when you consider as a coach, I apologize. I'm a little bit of a blade stand these days. The more I've thought about it over the past month, but you think about all the players that he's worked with over the years, and like his underrated in terms of talent development and an eye for talent and picking out a talent and young players. He's had his hands in a lot of the stars coming out of the CIS region for the entirety of CSGO.
Definitely, yeah, definitely a history that that's probably worth, I don't know, making a little bit more out of some content one day.
Imagine selling Modesty for a high sum over to G2 and then finding Hetrick and being like, yeah, we'll just build up another one.
We'll do it again.
Rinse and repeat.
6-2 the scoreline as we head into the 9th round. It looks like Complexity want to try and clear out long, possibly with a run boost. Oh, right on top. Can work, but Hetrick had his crosshair pretty much exactly where he wanted. I was worried for a second to fly over the run, like the extra.
Yeah, did he fall short? Did the run boost fail, or did he choose to stop short on it? Either way, brutal start to the round for Complexity. 5-on-3 turned into a 3-on-4.
Yeah, it did seem like they were aiming a little bit further down, but maybe not. Perfecto, ooh, that's a decent flashbang to set it up with, but Perfecto just not even worried at all. Going to be bringing down Floppy regardless. JT and Grim now, 2 versus 4, and it doesn't seem like this is going to be possible at all, although with a couple of kills, might have to take that back. Great stuff into a 2-on-2 and a dangerous nade being thrown out. It lands on top of JT, but that could have got Hetrick killed as well. Molotov on top of it. It's going to at least do a little bit more damage, force him out into the AWP, and JT, he's out of the round. Now it's all on Grim here. He's done well so far. He's got 8 kills. Yeah. Oh. It's definitely not. You're right. He's on the wrong side. That's a big issue, but he does get the first one there. Has to almost peek and look for where Bit is. Make sure. Oh, and it's one more headshot. 10 kills and a triple in the round, and Grim saving Complexity on this one.
Yeah, but he really had to take that fight. He had to make sure Bit couldn't cross over. That's not a fight that you really want to be put into a position. That was his only option once he got into the 1v1. Still, right through the scope. Still good shots. There's some of that crisp aim that we know Grim for. That's what made him such an exciting prospect previously. This is a great shot. An unlikely clutch to win. And you got to say, if you're Complexity right now, one of the things that you can kind of hang your head on, Grim has actually looked pretty solid on these kind of as like the second or third player coming into this B bomb site. There's been 2 or 3 rounds in this game already, even in losses where he's been able to grab 2 critical kills entering into the B bomb site to allow for a plant. Here he gets those 2 and the 1v2 clutch.
They really, really badly needed that round. Could have stopped what Navi were doing. And that's what they fight that back from a 2-on-4, and it happens really quickly. So probably also a little bit of a momentum boost for the Complexity side. Just feeling like, all right, they might be Navi, and we know that they're really good, but at the same time, we can pull out some magic all on our own. Hetrick out here with the AWP still. There's still some money in the bank for Navi, even losing that round, so that's the other luxury, I guess, of putting some rounds together. I think they end up winning 5 in a row.
Yeah. Ooh, I like this from Fang. This is bold. He's going to get rewarded. There's the first kill on the Hetrick. Bit's got to turn around, and he's got that kill as well. Nicely done. Fang, low HP, had to just hold his ground. SDY eliminates 1. Floppy snuck in as well. So a little bit of bold, quiet, sneaking, aggressive plays from Complexity has caused some chaos in this defense, but even still, it's a 2-on-2 situation.
Yeah, they're really switching it around a lot. I don't think Navi really understand what's happening anymore. A little bit of confusion on their side, potentially. Electronic, though, in the right position, sneaking in, but he's got no cover out here. He's going to get found by Holzerk. Molotov is great, and JT, again, feeling the wrath of it, but he's going to get saved. This time, no AWP there to catch him as he runs out, and Holzerk with the final kill.
That's such a smart play from Floppy to go for that quiet yet aggressive lurk through Monster underneath the ramp towards the B bomb site right after the play that Fang makes, because he knows that's going to pull so much attention. That's definitely at least pulling the rotator, and Fang's gotten a kill, so all of a sudden you realize, you know, he's gotten 2 kills, excuse me. It's going to pull the rotator, and if you're Floppy, you're like, okay, there's 1 player here at this bomb site. I'm going to sneak in, and maybe I get lucky timing, maybe I get lucky with an angle, and he finds another kill for his team. So really, really smart decision from Floppy to make a play there.
You could really tell looking at the minimap how out of position Navi ended up being in a number of different occasions in that one round. So nice way to manipulate that defense and make sure they were just all over the place.
Ricky, if I die, don't try and kill him.
All right.
All right.
Last second conversation to get into it here. 11th round.
Navi's out of money.
They are.
This is the final buy that they have. If Complexity can string one more together, we've got a half on our hands. This could be interesting.
Fluffy trying to get through once again. See if he can be a little bit speedy. He's tried it a number of times. And it's ended up being very patient in this position. Seems like Electronic is aware that something could be happening. Flash to come through right as the smoke was in his hands. This is a great hit. Double entry. And they even see the third player back there on SDY. So they could probably chuck a couple of nades at him to make sure he can't really re-engage in the battle that easily. Wow, that is amazing. They should be winning this round.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a save for Navi. If they don't get a kill here pretty soon, okay, this might pull them. This might keep them here a little bit longer. There are no kits on the Navi side. This would have to be fast. And I don't... Oh, excuse me, there is one kit. SDY has one.
But Fang knows that there's no flank coming through at all. He's been checking that out. So, yeah, they have such a good read on where the Navi players are. No point in it. Navi going to have to just escape the round. Complexity fighting back. A little bit surprising. Looked like they were going to get... We just brought it up, you know. It feels like it's slipping out of their control, but they found a little bit of grip strength once again.
Yeah, this is a cool call. I mean, nice and simple. Just to walk over to the B bomb site, let that smoke plume, and we're just going to do an execute and see what we find on the other side of him. And obviously, it's 2 entries. 5-6.
Good to see... Hold on. Well, that I can't.
Yeah, you can't do that one.
Barely do the American one. You know.
Glad you called it American.
Good to see Floppy finally get a little bit of a reward for having sort of fished out that angle and trying to play that position a number of times. And he looks super confident in it. Even if they Molotov it out, he's just gonna he's going for it. So nicely done. 5-6 the scoreline. Complexity catching up. And Navi, some saved rifles here. Head trick, so blind for a long, long time. I'm actually impressed he didn't panic more than that. He was like, all right, I guess I'll just wait. Eventually we'll escape. If they steal this round back, Navi, that would be really heartbreaking for Complexity because they have them in a really tight spot.
I think this is one of those rounds where you just tell Head Trick with the AWP, like, you know, you got a little bit of more freedom here. Obviously going for an aggressive peek down the stairs. Now he's got to rotate over towards the B bomb site, which is exactly where Complexity is heading. You've got Perfecto, excuse me, you got Bit on the other side of the map starting to clear out bathrooms as well. So he's calling out that there's no presence here, which is why the Opper Head Trick feels comfortable rotating over, and it's a stack.
It's a huge stack. A lot of pistols and an M4 as well. It's going to work out so well. Perfecto on the double. And Holzerk and Fang, they are left outside of the B bomb site. That's unfortunate. They had a lot of time, Complexity, and they got really deep in the tunnel. They must have felt like one good flash around the corner, and that's all we need. But now we're down to 40 seconds, and they already won a single 2-on-4 earlier in this half. Doing it again seems like it's a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah, probably not likely. Head Trick with the angle towards sandbags. Oh, that's a fast flick over. Not accurate, doesn't land. Hulzerk gets dropped, and they know exactly where Fang is. So this round is definitely over now. 1 kill for Fang. That's not bad. 1v3, but you only got 18 seconds on the clock. Oh, okay. Another headshot.
What an angle to take a fight at. 10 seconds, though, and the bomb is down there. You can see Perfecto's really playing with him. Fang's gonna get one more kill, but he's just so far out of time. 5 seconds. He can go straight for it, but... Oh, he's ready for it. He actually could have won the round. That's spectacular from Fang. What a great round.
Yeah, I'll eat my words there. I felt that was over 20 seconds before that occurred. What a cool sequence from Fang. Even the heads up. He knows what's coming next. He knows exactly what the plan is to stop that plant with only 5 seconds remaining. Very few bullets in the chamber. Difficult shot to hit, but what an inspiring attempt at the clutch.
I think especially the second one.
He wanted it so bad.
For me, he had it all figured out. That shows some really cool game sense. I like it. 13th round, though. Navi do steal it back with a nice stack and some saved weapons. They get to fight another day. Bit out here, throwing some bullets over top of the smoke, but they're coming right through. Double peek in, and it's a good job for Head Trick to at least revenge that kill. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opening for Complexity.
Yeah, Navi's got to be a little bit careful. Complexity starting to really kind of disrespect the smokes and some of the utility that Navi's finding, and they're really going for some tricky timings in their first moves. Bit cut off, but Head Trick there to find the 1-for-1. Now he's going to get aggressive up highway. He's got Grim right behind the wall.
so scary when you're on your own out here with the AWP. Not a lot has to go wrong before there's no way out. Smoke will allow him to slowly crawl back into it. And a nice headshot. Sundai Young coming up with a kill.
Now, there's no presence over at the B bomb site, which there's been frequently throughout this half. You've seen Floppy over towards Sandbags at that corner. You've seen players kind of challenging and spamming through Monster with no utility and no presence outside B. Navi's actually been able to have the read to have 3 players at this A bomb site for some time now. They're prepared for what Complexity's coming with.
Tiny little peek, you're absolutely right. They have a really good understanding of what's coming up. 30 seconds now, a little bit close. Oh, I can't believe that's a headshot. JT able to pick one of them up. Electronic traded as well. And JT's got a little bit of time. 20 seconds, running up the stairs in front. Perfecto, and certainly being heard by JT. Swinging for it, and an instant headshot. What a beautiful round. I can't believe they recovered this one either.
Yeah, this is a huge clutch. Another one to keep Complexity alive into this. Perfecto's going to want that jump back for sure. That jump up onto the garbage can, that's going to be something he wish he had back. Good trades coming into the site. I think the real loss here for Navi is both the players inside the bomb site. There's the miscue of the round. Both of them playing behind dice boxes.
Yeah.
Neither with any real place to go. We saw previously early on in the half, clean A defense with multiple crossfire setup. One at dice, one at truck, one at bank. They couldn't pull it off this time.
And it must also feel a little bit weird for Navi, because I think they actually peek right on top of the flashbang, and then one of them at least just walks into a bullet, and you must feel like, well, we knew where they were. We were actually interrupting their, attempt at taking the bomb site, and somehow we still lost. So it's kind of hard to explain too. But what a great find. Complexity really coming up with some. They're on the T side. The fact that they're actually doing this well makes this way more interesting.
Yeah, this map just got very, very spicy. Could be looking at an early upset. 7-6, 1-round lead. It's been 4 the last 5 for Complexity.
And if it is, I mean, it's not an upset we could lay at the feet of Hetrick. He's got 14-6. He's done a great job. But obviously, Navi as a whole, like we said, structurally are going to be functioning differently, no matter what. And Complexity, I think, just also playing maybe better than I was expecting.
Sure. I'll allow it. I mean, Fang and Grim are both having great games, and I mean, every game that Complexity comes into, those two guys are going to be win conditions. Those two guys particularly are kind of like the young potential in North America. Floppy, I think, has already established himself enough to be considered, a solid force to be reckoned with.
I think that's my problem. I keep forgetting how good Fang is.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Like
a lot of people did. He was on the rise before he joined Complexity.
Yeah.
His kind of time in this organization has been really rough and probably not a good testament to what he's capable of.
Confidence. He's so ready to take these fights. Gotta be a little bit careful. 9 bullets left, down to 6 here. Still hasn't reloaded, but they've taken the bomb site in great fashion. He swings so wide that it's really hard for anyone on the Navi side to stop them from coming out of the restrooms. The rest of the team, they're going to be joining from that side, and it all works out great. Navi are going to have to save the rest of this round, and they're tying up the scoreline. It's 7-7 leading into the 15th round. I think for me, Grim, obviously, because of his time in Liquid, that's a lot of exposure, so everyone kind of knows his name. And then Floppy, obviously, as like I think an up-and-coming star for a long time.
Was in Cloud9 as well?
Yeah, Cloud9. We know how good Floppy could be, right? So maybe those are the two people for me that end up always overshadowing Fang whenever I think about it. But you see it right here. He's got an enormous amount of confidence, and I mean, he basically almost won that 1 versus 3 earlier, which. And even if he lost it, you still have to sort of nod your head and say, well, he knew everything.
Well, I mean, even the consequences of losing, I think it was a 1v4 to start and he gets 3 kills. Oh, yeah. I mean, just even the consequences of taking that many weapons away. And now you start to see Navi having money issues the last 2-3 rounds of this half. And it's like, okay, even in a loss, look at what Fang has been able to deliver. It's just a weakened CT side economy that they can expose towards the later stages of the half. What a great run Complexity is putting together. I think this is, what, 5 of the last 6 now?
Yeah.
Super impressive.
I actually think this is great. It's good sometimes to be surprised. Sometimes when we do these pick'ems at the start of the day, or if you end up doing it over at Blast.tv, which you should, you can win random things over there. I think that you can win a Lego ship, I think. I don't know if you care about this, Jason, but...
I love Legos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Like a giant super tanker. But yeah, so yeah, if you do that, I look at a match like this and you think, well, this is easy. Like, of course I know Navi are going to win this, and everyone else apparently did too. But then you get these kind of, shocking situations, and that's more enjoyable, I feel like. I'd rather watch this than Navi crushing them, 16-4, and you're like, all right, we need
Sure.
It's good.
Yeah, a couple nice clutches in there. Yeah, good look at Complexity.
It's good stuff. Perfecto almost catching up to Headtrick, 13 and 15 kills respectively. They've actually been doing pretty good, all right. It's not that bad for the rest of them, but...
I'm just imagining Jason Lake back in Dallas right now at the offices, watching on the big screen, big bowl of biscuits and gravy in front of him, some good Southern comfort food.
Cigar.
Enjoying his morning. Yeah, sure, just like a 8 a.m. cigar. Nothing hits quite like it.
Cigar. Some bourbon. I don't know how this works.
I'm in.
I mean, he's in Texas after all. That's how it is. Perfecto. Flash again. He sees it coming, though. That's a nice little turnaround. A lot of damage and a team kill in the middle of all the confusion. Not quite enough for the kill there on Grim, but it is close and Headtrick. Quick flank coming through and opening that door to take down JT. SDY, he's ready for the battle, but he's got to be careful. This SMG is not that much stopping power, but the flash, I don't know if that might have been a friendly flash. I'm not even sure. Fang is going to eventually get the kill, and it's another flank to come on top. 1 versus 1, and Bit, even with the SMG, probably has the advantage here. Fang, he's been so good. He needs the instant headshot right here. He's already in danger. Flash around the corner, and Bit just looking for another couple of bullets, and he'll win this round, and at least he'll get the last one. But it's Fang again! This time, a headshot to bring down Bit, and they'll come up with the lead instead. Oh, wow. This is going to be such a huge first half for him.
Yeah, 3 big clutches for Complexity in this first half. That's absolutely massive. 8-7 lead, upset on the cards. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
30 seconds.
Oh,
I have the bomb.
Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill him, guys. Oh, I didn't.
Do
we have time?
Kill him. No, I don't have time. I think. Just try to kill him though.
Are we coming?
Oh,
I'm clearing B.
Coming tunnels.
These tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think.
Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right. I think.
Oh! I'll tap B.
Just scout him.
Thanks, God. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We win the round.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to resmoke fallen. More conscious house. Smoke.
B, minutes.
Mid. Maybe split. Window.
Blind.
Window, stand
Back.
That B.
Nice.
That B1. Let's go mid B.
Go B. Go mid.
That B second.
Nice.
That B1 more. That mid, one more mid.
Last mid. AK window. Nice. AK window.
Let's go.
Nothing
Nice
second
B.
mid. No, I'm picking.
Wait.
Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm a peek second mid. All in 3. Could be Vietnam. Second mid.
Boiler
pushing. I need help.
Where?
In boiler.
Apps and second mid, guys.
Coming.
One more here.
Slope. Pull back now.
Apps one. Apps and second mid. Apps.
Banana. You left too short. You left deep.
Can be boiler.
You run way along.
I
will follow.
I can still do apps smoke, guys.
One mid. One more mid.
One more second mid. That far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good. I have smoke. It was long corner, Jackie.
I'm adventuring. Yeah. I left apps, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
Want to go long?
Mid. Boiler.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
I don't see anything. I don't see city. I'm
Okay, jungle.
Can I boost this stealth button? Let's pick stealth together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
One more stairs. Dead.
Go city now.
We have city.
Get ramp. I'm only ramp behind. Yeah, should be one
City
episode
dead.
ramp.
I'm pushing city.
Upper jungle.
Nice, guys.
I took off.
Don't take up, Madden.
Okay.
Take it.
Here we go. We're back once again. Second half is coming. It is a best of 1, so the fact that Complexity somehow get out with 8 rounds in their opening half, in part, large part, due to Fang and his tricks.
Yeah, a 1v2 from Grim, a 1v1 from JT, a 1v1 from Fang, almost a 1v4 from Fang. They got the benefit of a lot of clutches in that first half. We'll see if NAVI can reverse the fortunes here. They did win the pistol round in the first half, but I mean, certainly just from a very general perspective, you'd say 8 rounds on your T side, switching over to quote-unquote the easier side of Overpass. It has complexity in the driver's seat at the moment, which was not on a lot of people's bingo cards today.
It wasn't. We like a good upset to spice things up a little bit.
And a good game of bingo.
Yeah, that you spend your time on that a lot. Is that we should have more Counter-Strike bingo, shouldn't we?
Sure.
A little bit of crossfire. Collateral damage, I believe. Bit ran right into that, and it's another headshot. 4 in a row for Holzerk, showing his skill. We talked about it earlier. Didn't get to see too much of it in the first half, but that is a way to get started. Now, the ace is quite far away. Are they going to send him running? Maybe send some people scouting? Just SDY left, but that second kill is hilarious.
Yeah, that really was. Just clotheslines and walk right into it. We love those kills with the USP. I think Navi's going to need someone like Bit to step up and provide some energy. I think Electronic is probably going to start having, you know, he's been phenomenal individually since he swapped in-game leader, but I think you're putting a lot on his plate now as a new in-game leader. You have to remember, this is very recent. So you have SDY still getting acclimated. You have a stand-in as well. You don't have his normal you don't have his normal kind of star player of Simple there that you don't really have to think about too much during the games. Electronic's got a lot on his plate trying to make this all work, so I think I got to look towards Bit in this half to provide something to get some energy in this team, because this Navi squad, well, it started out in the first half clinical, efficient, just standard, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike. Now it feels flat. Now it feels like there's not a whole lot of energy and a whole lot of power coming out of this Navi side, so someone's going to have to wake him up in this second half.
And I mean, what that's interesting to think about, because that is one of the things that we know Simple really brings to the team sometimes. Sometimes he will just win an odd 1 versus 3, you know.
For no reason, yeah.
Yeah, for no reason, even though he shouldn't. And that's obviously, that's a luxury. If you play long enough with Simple, maybe you don't even think about it.
It's like a handicap, right? You don't even realize you have it.
Yeah, you just only when he's gone, you realize, oh, wait a minute, this is actually, we're not winning those rounds.
And remember too, like, he's part of his progression these past like year or two, he's become a much more vocal leadership figure within the team as well. Like, you see him constantly talking to teammates during timeouts and constantly making sure people are engaged. And yeah, that's a big factor to be missing right now.
But we always talk about Navi having such a deep, you know, talent pool, and they do. So maybe someone else is going to be getting out from under. I mean, for a long time, people have thought about this. You know, what if Bit just becomes straight up the competition within the team to try and get there? Now is his chance to try and show, yeah, you know, even if Simple's not here, I'm going to be putting up the numbers. And so far, he's still on track. I mean, he could still have a great map. So we'll see. Pistols, Deagles this time instead of the 5.7s.
There's no numbers that are really frightening if you look down like the Navi scoreboard. It's just like the impact felt of some of those kills isn't as high as you'd like it to be, and obviously that'll happen losing 3 clutches in the first half.
Sure.
So this second half is all about recovery. Deagles on the board for Navi. No utility, so it's going to be slow paced and giving these Deagles a lot of time to find some defender making a mistake, making some over-aggression, whatever it might be. That was the first opportunity. Second one coming up shortly. Bit goes down.
Good bit of cleanup here, just especially with the SMGs. Ooh, looked like he had the idea. Head trick defending whatever is left of the pizza from the birthday party.
Leftover pizza is an amazing thing. It's S tier.
But how do you reheat it? Oven or microwave?
I don't reheat leftover pizza. You eat that shit cold.
An absolute uncultured savage. That's so definitely the wrong answer.
A little bit of Parmesan, a little bit of crushed red pepper. Call it day. Here we go. Floppy's got a chance. Electronic goes down. 2 more to find. Good flashbang from Holzer. He was very Johnny on the spot with that one. 3 quick kills, and Complexity still winning.
And stayed alive at the end, even after the accidental unscrewing of the silencer. There's got to be a way to stop that from happening.
To unbind it when you have the M4?
Yeah, like in your config, like it just knows that it just unbinds the secondary fire when you pull. I don't know. It's crazy.
There's got to be a way.
How many rounds have been lost? Do we have the statistics? Like how many 1v1s have been lost to that? Or the jumping? Scroll.
Or inspecting weapons.
Got some culprits here. 3-round lead for the Complexity side. Navi back with rifles, and we've painted a lot of different ways that maybe Navi could, you know, players that could bring them back in. But now, kind of time for them to show us exactly how this is going to work out. Fang, they're up close against the M4, and he's going to get traded. Grim will get one of them there, but almost JT not getting back around the corner. So 1-for-1 trade and about even damage there between JT and Perfecto. So they slow it down, Navi, with plenty of time on the clock.
Where's the next move going to be made? Very quiet across the map. Halzark and Grim over at A. Relatively aggressive defense as Grim is just keeping an eye on long, but he's in a position to turn and help out Halzark whenever it's needed. JT and Floppy over towards the B bomb site. Navi's gone completely silent.
Halzark's going to go investigate. This is always risky, but it's such a cool idea if you don't know what's happening across the map to actually find out on the CT side. And they get the trade on Grim once again, so backfires a little bit with Halzark. Oh, he just makes a huge assumption.
No, it's because with the utilities being spent, that's a little bit of a fake thrown in there from Complexity. Smokes and utility being thrown towards the B bomb site, and Grim felt like he had to bail out to get a jump on a rotation. I think he just gets punished. Headtrick obviously knew the whole time he'd been dinked he was low HP, and Complexity's not going for it.
Would you say that's an excusable thing to make a run for, or are they a little bit jumpy? Is that like the pressure getting to them, or do you think it's just like, you know, you could also say that if he doesn't run quick and it actually is an execution, well, then he's late, you know? So
yeah, I mean, I think that's a decision. I mean, that kind of a criticism would certainly be made in hindsight. I think his full-blown knife out, forget about the rest of the map kind of evacuation might be a little bit much, but
I prefer to make the criticism in hindsight. That way I know I'm right.
That way you know all the answers.
Yeah. It's way better. It's like taking the exam with a cheat sheet right in front of you.
Yeah?
It's great.
Do some of that too? Is that what you're advocating out to the world?
So given the path my educational, if I did, people shouldn't follow it, you know. But I'm not admitting to anything on when it's being recorded, Jason. I know enough of it.
Wonder what it's
Not
like
without a lawyer present.
I wonder what it's like for Hetrick to look down at this entire packet of notes and be like, oh god.
Yeah, speaking of which, taking somebody else's note to an exam and you're like, I don't know what any of this is. Yep. Fair enough. Round number 19, and Bit hanging around out by the playground. Gonna be almost fighting two people here, but he actually will stick a little bit further back. That's interesting. Pushing through the smoke now. He does sense that something is up out there. Doesn't really know what it is yet.
He's taken the peek through the smoke a couple of times, and he always missed the timing on finding JT's aggression. So JT at the moment, a snake in the grass. Bit might be very cautious out towards long. He'll never expect JT to be up in playground already. This should be at least one freebie kill. And if there's some trigger discipline, JT could have more.
Oh, what a nice shot. Halzark back with it, and there's the discipline, there's the patience you were talking about. Gets the kill on Electronic, and that should dissolve the round here for Navi. 2 versus 4.
What a disgusting sequence for the Deagle from Halzark. 2 quick kills, top stairs, makes things real easy for JT. I don't really know what you have left if you're Headtrick and SDY. Go through Monster quietly, no utility. You know Navi have the information, you know they have control of the map. And you got to know this is going to be a tough fight you're wandering into.
Yeah, just walk in on contact and just hope to get the first headshot, make it a 2-on-3, and then just roll with it from there on out. But it feels very, very unlikely. And they have such a good understanding here. Floppy to take down SDY, and Hetrick 1 versus 4, flashed out and eventually taken down by Grim.
He's happy to have Halzark in there after that round. Yeah.
Plus, I mean, I don't know if there were many other choices, but I love the idea of getting it takes a bullet here, a couple of bullets here to that, so 4 left, and he's like, I'm not reloading. I'm ready. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be prepared for that fight. If you reload, you're absolutely dead. If you at least take the risk. Navi's getting swept aside. They have no answers at the moment. 3rd timeout used.
Now we can start to feel a bit, a bit worried, but in the opposite direction. It's what an interesting day, or an interesting way to get started. Obviously, a little bit later on today, what have we got? G2 versus Liquid?
Yeah, which is another really spicy. That's the next matchup. That's going to be coming quick after this one finishes, and that's one you don't want to go anywhere for.
Nice. Whenever that happens, I keep thinking of, do you remember the Prince of Persia game, like the old platform 2D ones?
Okay, yeah.
When you jump into, like, they have like these glass sheets that like cut you up into.
Okay.
That's what I keep thinking of.
All right, that's a weird thing to have triggered in your brain.
Yeah, I guess. What an annoying game to play. Waste 100 hours of your life doing it.
No, 100 hours of your life. I've never played it.
Well, there's always time, Jason.
There's always time.
3-round gap. It's not that much, but energy you were talking about from Navi, it's not there.
No, it's not. It feels very, very subdued, and that was one of the points. I mean, we have so much conversation, obviously, around Simple missing this with his play with the AWP, but I think in the other sense, that emotional and vocal energy that he provides is one thing it feels like they're missing the most in this game, because you actually have, as you mentioned earlier, Headtrick with the off performing very, very well. 18 kills for him as stand-in, leading the way for Navi.
Yeah, and that's great. But we don't have the same fear on the complexity side that maybe we normally see. They feel like they're ready to take it. I mean, Fang was showing so much confidence in the first half. And in the second half, now that they've got the lead, I mean, it's surely just building round for round. Look at how far outside of the B bomb site they are. Far enough that they can have 3 people in A at the moment, and probably a really quick rotation. So should be a good round here for Complexity. A little bit of an unfortunate timing, but they're able to clean it up without a single casualty on the Complexity side.
Halzerk was like, oh man, these are ego kills coming in. I don't want to sit here and watch long. I want to turn the corner and spray down 3.
It's a classic.
4-round lead, 12-8. Not a whole lot of time for Navi to get back in this game. 1 round so far in the second half on offense. They need answers. They need them right now.
You know what they're really missing on the Complexity side?
What's that?
Trash talking.
Fang got some at the end when he won that clutch.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he got in there a bit. Well, you know, funnily enough, they've kind of been trash talking in a way. They're probably one of the best teams to find a headline, at least the previous roster. You know, between Grim saying, you know, all the pressure's on our opponents because who the hell wants to lose the Complexity? That's one version of trash talk.
Incredibly.
It's not the best version of trash talk.
I like it. I like it. It's an opportunity, you know? Maybe that's something they can warm up into if they win this game. Which currently they're 4 rounds away from doing, so moving in the right direction. JT, that is a cool move once again. Put some pressure on Navi.
Oh, that's a less cool move. Losing track of where your teammate is and shooting Fang in the side of the hip. Headtrick's found an opening pick. Navi needs this round. Fang is still being aggressive. He's still being proactive on the map. And he's put in a position where he can hear a lot of information. He can have a fast flank in a number of different ways, but he can just be patient. There's a lot of things you can gather from this spot.
Possibly just trying to get away from JT at this point in time. Fang though. Oh, I can't believe Perfecto gets the snapback. It looked like he was already looking the wrong way. JT, a lot of range here for the M4, but he's going to get traded. And this is still working out great for Navi. 2 versus 4 at the moment with 35 seconds. That's maybe the only downside is the time that's left here. Grim does have a Molotov, so the bomb making its way. If everything goes wrong for Navi, that's maybe the only way they could lose this one. Time and a Molotov.
Well, Electronics is making his play through Monster right now, but I don't think there's enough time for them, or not Electronics, excuse me. That's SDY, but I don't think there's enough time to really take advantage of it now that he's seeing that it's clear they still have to move forward. So yeah, this is awkward. It's instead of a 4-on-2, it's actually a 3-on-2 at this bomb site. Oh. There goes Grim. They needed a clean entrance, and Bit delivers.
That is such a disgusting opening. Floppy tries to fight it back, but it's a 1 versus 3, and he's going to get found at the end. But again, imagine a world in which 1 Bit maybe doesn't get that entry, but also if he actually throws down the Molotov in front, they would have to really struggle to try and even find the bomb plant. That's way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, to find safety for the bomb plant. And even that was the head scratcher for me, was SDY making that kind of information play towards the B bomb site with like 18 seconds left. You can't rotate the bomb back in that kind of time, and the flank is not going to be there in time to have impact. So SDY kind of took himself out of that round, and Navi still thankfully finds a clean entrance to get the win.
And, you know, honestly, Perfecto probably should have been dead down in that connector. That's such an odd position for Fang to be in to begin with.
You know, it's almost like there's a little bit of like a... I don't know. I don't even know what to call it, but like you just like Fang probably felt so confident in that corner that no one was going to check it at that stage in the round that he just kind of fell asleep at the wheel, you know? You're just like, there's no way I'm losing this.
Yeah.
In his head, he's like, there's a 0% chance. that I get checked.
It's almost certainly a German word that sums up everything you just said. Like
Probably. The Germans would have a word for that.
They would. We'll get someone to help us out. 3 round difference once again. Navi able to pick it up. Deep nade here. Money is pretty much gone for the complexity side. So if they want a chance at keeping Navi at a distance here and make sure the gap doesn't close maybe too quickly, then this is going to be a really pivotal round. I still love the aggression. JT all the way out there, outside of the B bomb site. Very flexible. If anything fast happens on the A bomb side, he could be there so quick. Right, so he's not really sure yet if anyone is actually in connector, but he's going to find out. Also sneaking up, but the timing is so ridiculous. He almost spotted him, but now he's actually in a lot of danger. There's nobody next to him. Both his teammates are long right now, so he's just playing this really with no help, and he can't start to scope around now. It'll give away the entire game, so goes back up, still scoped. I don't think they know that he's there either, so just a question of timing. And Electronic, he's not going to be quick enough for it. Holzerk, he gets the kill that he needed and is immediately traded.
Yeah, but now Fang gets to move forward. Now he gets to make his play. And this is a little bit of a double flank. Even if Fang goes down, Grim is going to be here. Oh, they spot one. That's the bomb. They got to come back for Fang. He's got another. And they still don't know about Grim. He'll find Head Trick as he wraps around. And this is perfect for complexity. 13-9. And yeah, Fang almost can't believe it. I don't know. That's just basic excitement. And yeah.
I love it. I love the energy and almost the mirror on the Navi side, like the frustration.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I was going to say the contrast of different things. And I think Electronic maybe individually frustrated, perhaps leaking into the team as well, and a little bit of his perspective on how things are working. Again, he's got a lot of moving parts right now, Navi, with all the different stand-in situations they have going on. And it's got to be tough to keep control of everything at the moment.
And the fact that you're running out of cash doesn't really typically help either. Some deagles being picked up, but that's about it. Really high chance right now the complexity will end up at 14. And this push from JT, the different varieties, but I mean, if Navi realize, maybe that's something that they could try and exploit a little bit. Say, all right, if you're going to be that aggressive outside of the B-bomb side, maybe eventually we're going to try and come snatch you up out there. Oof. All right, he's fine. It's all good. And deep in T-spawn, Floppy is on a mission. Again, not that it's probably needed in this particular round. They're probably going to be fine either way. But complexity you're getting a lot of map control. Even in the rifle rounds. Oh, Floppy. Oh, knife is out. I was going to say, that could have actually been a little bit scary.
I mean, look at all the confidence Complexity's playing with. Like these, we saw JT doing some pushes earlier. We saw Fang doing some pushes earlier. Now we've got Floppy pushing up as well. They're feeling very comfortable with a double push into bathrooms in the previous round. Complexity has no issue working up the courage to move across the map on this CT side.
25 seconds, and I mean, surely at this point you just try to run so that you can be sure to die. You could maybe get a bomb plant if things go really crazy. 18 seconds here. And Head Trick, he's been found out as well. Flawless round for the complexity side. And they get to 14. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think this is where you really feel like Navi just a little bit lost at the moment. Not a whole lot of initiative being taken across the map. Not a whole lot of ideas coming out from any of these players. This feels like a very passive, calm T side so far.
They need to change that pretty much instantly. 19 kills on Fang, but then Floppy and Grim right there with him. Holzerk not that far behind either. They're putting up great numbers. And it started to show. Holzerk, he was so flashed, and he still got the kill. JT did to follow it up, but that is, again, tripling down on the aggression here on the CT side for Complexity. Another flash to set it up, and at least they turned the corner without dying, but they don't quite get the kill on him.
Yeah, but I like that Navi's really challenging and even coming back for a challenge after the initial kill as well. The flashbang and just say, all right, if you're going to be aggressive, at least we know where you are. Let's go chase after it. So good damage done to Holzerk and Grim in a 4v4. And they've gained some piece of map control. SDY's turn to beat the smoke, but he chooses to call it off right at the end.
And to be fair, from Navi's point of view, a lot of the time when there has been aggression, it's just been JT on his own.
This is where I'm curious what Navi's going to be doing. This is what's kind of made me a little uneasy throughout this half is where's the play being made? Where's the pressure being applied? Everyone is just kind of paused at the moment and not really moving forward. Bit is looking for this aggression, and the timing is everything.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. A little bit of a flash to draw some attention away. There's nobody out here. Bit is really on his own, so he snuck up quite far. Might be hard to find at this point in time, and oh, that is an angle to get. Did get tagged himself, so Holzerk managed to let a bullet out, but he should be dead. Is the bomb, though, still headed towards the B bomb site? So Fang is going to look and say, well, there's no one here, and it's all going to be at the B bomb site. 20 seconds left. Floppy is here close. Grim not that far behind either. And they're going to get some good damage in. Headshot as he falls back down the ramp. Floppy doing it all on his own. Didn't even need the backup. Finally, Grim showing up, and they'll get another round. 15 on the board. Complexity looking great.
Yeah, there's the shit talk you wanted. There he is, getting a little bit loud in the room.
I like it.
Yeah, all smiles on Complexity. They have not had a whole lot to smile about these past few months, so this is a cool win from them so far. They've got a lot of opportunities to close this map. 6 chances now to take their first victory at Blast Premier.
Yeah, and against the Navi team without Simple.
The boys are looking clean.
Not really smack talking yet. He's more hyping up the team at the moment. He hasn't gotten to the aggressive put down the opposition phase of his career.
He'll get there. He's still young.
Yeah, he'll learn.
It'll happen. But he's upgraded from the nice. Ooh, Sundai Young getting a kill on JT. Down to Galil's here on the T side. Trying to roll any kind of momentum they can forward here. Does take a lot of damage, though. But it's true. I mean, you mentioned in the last round how Navi for a long time there's a lot of slowing down with no even map control getting gained, right? Just kind of hoping to find someone wandering into a crosshair. Need to see that change just a little bit. This time they're all grouped up at the restrooms. They got Fang up close with Holzerk behind on that AWP, so could be a strong 1-2 punch. Could also be interrupted if pressure comes in from long. Fang might be on his own if Holzerk has to switch out and start to look that way. Well, they know. Look at this. Bringing in Grim.
Yeah, this is perfect. What a great setup. If Holzerk can take contact, Fang's in a tough position. Does he get cleared? Oh, Grim. Double kill from him. Sets up Fang. Sets up Holzerk. And 16-9. Complexity have done it. An upset on map number 1 for Complexity over Navi.
It's going to be an amazing feeling. Not something that I was expecting, or looked like no one really was today. So that's an interesting way to get this day 2 started. And you know, how far can they go with it? It's a big question now.
Yeah, set the tone. How far can they go with it, and then how far can Navi go? Because there's obviously some things that they need to talk about and discuss and reset and figure out for the future of how this lineup is going to be competing in this group. But literally everyone in Complexity just feeling probably like they won the major at the moment.
Yeah, good stuff. That's unexpected.
That Dallas Star looks good in victory.
Does. Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just I'm pleased. Fang was playing, you know, about as good as I remember when I actually do remember it.
Yeah, Fang had a great game. Grim had a great game. Holzerk had a great game as well. Those 3 players were fantastic, and Complexity take that win. We're going to get James Banks to have a conversation and see what all the jubilation is down there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've got a very excited Fang next to me. It's been a long time since you guys beat a team over here, right?
Yeah,
how does this one feel?
Oh, it feels crazy. I mean, I'm honestly at lost for words right now. I mean, obviously Navi, they don't have Simple, but at the end of the day, being Navi is being Navi. And for us, it's been, you know, a tough first half of the year, and coming into this game, it's just super nice, you know, actually get a win, play some cohesion, and just show that, you know, we're here to play.
Now, what was the turning point, right? Because they were down 6-2, then we end up winning the half 8-7, right? You guys looking really good. But it felt to me like you guys were just playing with super confidence. You just started disrespecting them. Like, you just crispy aim. They didn't really stand a chance, mate.
I don't know. I kind of made a mid-round adjustment toward working toward A, because they're playing more heavy toward B and blocking some of our, you know, set protocols and stuff we had toward that part of the map. I think that shook them up a bit, and then J2 is just making some really good mid-round adjustments, stuff like that, and changing the tempo toward the layer part half ending B. So I don't know, it's just super well done, honestly, by everybody.
It was well done by you guys for sure. Hopefully it continues. Fang getting the job done here. We'll have to see how the rest of the games go.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion.
Just like that.
Second match of the day is almost ready. We're going at it quick here at the start of the day. It's G2 versus Liquid.
Yeah, wasting no time. And I mean, another cool glimpse at a new team with new roster changes. I think obviously, you know, so much of the attention that we had in Cologne was on Liquid with Yekindar coming in and how he really took over kind of the ethos of the team. But now you have G2 actually with I mean, massive roster changes that they've come in with.
And new tools as well for the players. A little neck massage going on there.
Yeah, upgrades all across the board.
For a quick minute, I thought it was like a hair trimmer. I was like, this seems like an inappropriate time to be getting a haircut. Not that feeling fresh is important and all that, but...
No, I gotta have an opera with a limber neck, though.
Yeah, I can see how that could work. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm still only really recovering from complexity. You know, beating Navi in the first. You had a good tweet.
Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, just sent a little trigger tweet out there.
What if I said it's possible that Navi might have been a little bit jet lagged? Like, would you accept that as a? That would be the perfect
thing to have happen. Somebody saying, "Oh man, it's just jet lag." Look, we've talked at length, and obviously at Cologne, as I mentioned, Liquid was all the rage of conversation with Yekindar, so let's put them on the back burner right now. This one for me, obviously, the first glimpse at G2. JKS is back. He's had a long time out of the pro scene, outside of his victory in Katowice when he's standing in for FaZe. An impressive performance there from JKS. You also bring in a new in-game leader, and obviously that conversation swirling around G2 of the in-game leadership and some of the history behind some of the players on G2 as well, always going to be a point of conversation, and I think we're all just excited to see what's going to come with this first look and see where it's going to go. But for me, the big factor of this in-game leader change for G2 is the fact that Xtaz got to kind of handpick, right?
Yes.
Handpick his in-game leader. When he came in initially, like Alexi had come in with him, you're kind of rolling with what you got. This was a situation where there was an obvious disconnect there, and priority number one in the offseason had to be Xtaz. Let's find you an in-game leader that you can be on the same page with, that you can actually have a conversation, that you can actually communicate with and see the game similarly, so that we can build a comprehensive plan for the whole team. And that, I think, is what Hooksy represents, you know, in its base essence.
And they should have the firepower across the rest of the lineup. So yeah, if on the tactical front and on a leadership front, that's going to be working out, then there could be something really to be excited for here with the G2 lineup.
And this man on your screen is another point of conversation with Xtaz having a tweet recently as well, where he's saying, you know, basically, you know, we had a little bit of like a role overlap to where Hunter was put in positions that aren't his like kind of primary place to be, that aren't his most comfortable positions. So yeah, part of the roster changes here are also to kind of straighten out some of that role confusion and put Hunter back in a position where he can play at his best and play at his most comfortable. And for me, I love watching Hunter play. Like, I mean, obviously Nico's gonna, you know, Nico's Nico. We all know what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
Monacy's certainly exciting in his own way, but I think Hunter is such a fun player to watch with the decisions he makes and the impact that he can have.
And it feels like throughout some of the down spirals of G2, he's been one of the players that's been hit the hardest in what's been happening, and that's super upsetting. I agree. Like, it is really cool to watch Hunter do his work.
Just literally, you could go down the list of this G2 team, and there's like an interesting conversation basically around every single player. Even Monacy, where Xtaz is saying, you know, these first like 7-8 months of his time in G2 of this year has been us kind of, you know, holding him back a little bit, trying to make sure he's got like the base fundamental level of knowledge that we can build upon. And now it's time to start unleashing him. He even kind of said, we want to see the impact from Monacy, not just in the clutches, which we've seen so many highlights for such a young player, such an early career that he's had. We want to start seeing his impact felt with opening moves, with finding us picks. We want to start seeing his impact in rotating in the mid round and being in the right position at the right time, not just the 1v2s, not just the magical 1v3s.
I've got to say, we talked a lot about G2, but I mean, my excitement for this game is actually on the Liquid side. Like,
I'm
back on that hype train for the moment.
A Danish traitor, really. I think is the way to phrase it.
I think I'll take it. I think that
I'm happy to have you along for the ride.
It's been I've been looking at a distance, and I felt like that doesn't look like a ride that I really want to be on. But
there were a few ropey years in there. I'll give it to you.
Now I just think it's starting to look more exciting. I think it's awesome for me to see Nitro come back and play at this high level. I mean, maybe there's still more to be decided there. I'm sure it's a hard transition. I am excited to finally see Lige play at a level that we've known in the past that he could get there, but also we're starting to feel like it's more of a distant memory. Like, yeah, I remember when he was that good, but now, I mean, the last in Cologne, we saw just how powerful he could be. That was, I think, awesome.
I think Liquid hit a lot of obstacles during the COVID era of Counter-Strike that kind of subdued a lot of their individual ability. And obviously, Elige with Yekindar coming into the lineup in Cologne was one of his career, like just a phenomenal career performance. Yekindar obviously is going to provide a new angle, but also, I mean, the step up in the surge of OC. OC had, I think, you know, had the most clutches, I think.
I know, it's
ridiculous. At that event as well. Like, he was absolutely insane, providing impact all throughout the round, and as well as those awesome clutches. So there's some pieces of this Liquid team that have been quiet, that have not been playing to their potential for some time. And I think, you know, at Cologne was the first glimpse we had, and now it's, I think everyone, especially every North American fan, is just like every finger is crossed saying, I hope it continues out of this break. What is this Liquid team going to look like with more time having Yekindar in the roster and Dap standing behind him?
Yeah, even as a learning opportunity, right, to bring that CIS Counter-Strike is a big talking point that was happening in Cologne about how now they actually have some access to some of the secret information that might otherwise almost be region locked. And you could see when you were watching that tournament how Liquid were playing differently. You saw them sometimes get huge openings and then wait, don't react to them, you know, play the round out a little bit further, wait until there's like 20 seconds left, and then ultimately, you know, execute and win the round anyway.
Yeah, refreshing the style, so to speak, as well. Bringing in some new elements, as you mentioned, kind of updating to a meta that was emerging out of COVID, out of the online era. So yeah, this is two teams. This should be a really, really fun clash.
And a lot could be decided on, like, let's say, like the trajectory you set at the start of a new season like this. It doesn't have to be true that if you start really hot, it's just going to keep on going. But sometimes it can be a little bit rough if you have to recover like a huge loss where you're like, oh, we just got absolutely knocked out and it didn't feel right.
It's kind of funny. It's one of those things that I think more often than not probably would have been memed upon, but ever since Yekindar has joined this Liquid lineup, when you see them talking in interviews and see them and talk to them, you know, behind the scenes even, it's always like, look, with Yekindar's addition, we can be a top 5 team. Like, we can be there quick. We're going to be a playoff team. Our expectations are top 4 at this event, are making it to the stage and everything like that. And I think that would be an easy thing to kind of laugh and shrug off. But after we saw kind of where they were headed in Cologne, nobody's laughing. Everyone is like, yeah, okay, maybe you're not quite there yet. Maybe the expectations are high a little bit early, but we all understand why the expectations are there. We can actually see it. We have the evidence that this team is going to be dangerous again.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And we haven't even talked about our boy NAV.
Yeah, he's just chilling down there, still putting up amazing numbers. Still one of my favorite players to watch.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the world. So, yeah, I think he's, but the fact that he also is taking this slightly more sort of like a backseat, kind of like, you know, but doing his job and just.
That's where NAV does his best work, in the backseat, baby. In the shadows, no
Chilling
spotlight on him, just naffing around.
Well, here we go. We're ready for it, ladies and gentlemen, with delay a little bit, but now the game is going to be live, and it is Liquid versus G2. It's a best of one with a lot on the line because both these teams, they need to keep the momentum going forward. They can't really afford to slow it down. For G2, maybe even more so. Liquid, they look so dangerous at the end of last season. We'll see if they've managed to keep that going throughout the break and are going to be ready for this one. They're on the T side with G2 on the CT side.
Looks like a call right out of spawn towards the B bomb site on this pistol. Just pick a strat out of the book and go for it. Hooksy's here with Hunter on catwalk in defense. Rotation is a long way off. It is just these two players to defend against everything.
Well, the pressure is absolutely on. Hooksy's still running for it. Hunter, though, good headshot and an even better follow-up, taking down Nitro and Neff and putting the bomb on the ground so everyone can start to rotate over Release. She's got the one kill. Yekendas up here top mid, and he is also on his own. They're in a little bit of trouble here, Liquid. Still no bomb plant happening. They haven't even really recovered the bomb yet. Elige back here by the bench, and that P250 is at least something that they have to respect, or maybe they don't. JKS takes one and a follow-up on OC, and they close out the round very well.
That round feels over when Hunter gets that double kill, just stepped in front of the smoke. You can see the Liquid players didn't even really think about that position as a point of danger. They're expecting that smoke to block everything off, and he just steps in front of it. So a little too deep. And Hunter's able to take advantage of the double kill and shut down all the aggression. If you're not able to wrap around that bomb site, you can see that's the idea from Liquid, and that's the idea we see frequently at those B hits. If you can't actually turn that corner and wrap around to clear out those pillars, you're in for some trouble.
JKS is such a... I actually don't know what kind of story I even want us to try and tell with JKS at this point in time, because when he was on Complexity, there was... For me, he was sort of almost representing a kind of player that would almost always be forgotten when talking about really great riflers. And then I don't think he ever really got a chance to show any of it in Complexity. And then, you know, he went off the map entirely for a real long time with no team to play in at all. And now back into it, you wonder, could he recover it? Because if you've missed the really great era of JKS before Complexity, probably even
Renegades, 100 Thieves,
it really was crazy to see. Like, he really has a high ceiling, but it's been gone for a while.
Yeah, I think part of the weird thing for me with JKS's career and like a big picture is I always like kind of had him in, you know, maybe this is probably more my mistake, but I always kind of compared him to like where he needed to be like a kind of superstar for the old Australian teams. And when you kind of have those expectations, he's always falling short. And I think obviously he shows just how much he can deliver as kind of a piece of the team and not necessarily having to be the center point, the focal point.
Yeah, just step up. Ooh, nice little lineup there. They do only have Glocks and no armor, so it doesn't really necessarily make a big difference. But yeah, I just want to see a steady output from JKS, right? Someone to be relied upon to just do the average working around, and then we can build from there. I feel like that would be a good start.
And he's gonna have his games too. He's gonna have his games where he pops off. 2-0 for G2 early. Second round, no issues, no stress, no pressure, no dramas.
That's what you want to see. Liquid, though, quickly back in it with rifles. They picked up all AKs and a fair bit of grenades to follow it up. Right now, in the starting of the third round, they have 2 kills across the entire team. It's not the end of the world, but means G2 are happy about the money at least. Decent nade right there. Tagging up Nitro. And he's going to keep going. Runs into the shot there. JKS well aware of what could be happening. And that will slow them down quite a bit.
A little bit of lack of cohesion on this G2 side. 3 players at this very same corner. All the, you know, is superficial damage from the grenade. Not too much to worry about, but huddled up for a moment. And as they try and change those positions and get out of that clump, NAF is able to take advantage.
That was a friendly nade, right?
On a G2?
Onto, yeah, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
I want to say that it was. Maybe.
I think in my head I was hoping it was a T-side nade.
That would make more sense, but maybe I'm crazy. possible.
Well, now you're making me feel crazy, so thanks for that. Yekindar eats a dink. Elige is going to pop up from underpass, and JKS is spot on.
That's a job well done. Elige out of the round. Someone you really want to shut down early. If we're to assume that his performances from the last season will continue to this one, getting him out of any round is going to be important. Maybe especially on a map like Mirage, where he seems to be doing pretty well. 3 versus 4 at the moment at about 30 seconds. And they're all grouped up in the middle looking for an opening, which they're not currently getting. G2 are a little bit further back. It's hard to find them at the moment. JKS going to swing in for the fight. It's a really good triple that he's building in this round. So far, pretty much won it on his own. Maniac will come in the headshot and time to just make it out if you're Yekindar. Can't even escape. Nico is going to come for the jump and... yeah, good, strong claps.
Thanks for that. Thanks for leading me right into it. Yeah, it was a team nade. You're not crazy. It was me that was crazy the whole time.
So I've been saying this, Jason, for years.
3-0. Pistols and armor picked up for Team Liquid.
Those camera shots at the end are always, with the audio, is great. I'm happy we have them. Random pistols being picked up here on the Liquid side. But it's a slow start, and the problem is that you don't have space for that in best of ones. Not that much anyway. So, I'm not saying that Liquid are necessarily feeling pressured yet, but eventually they're going to start to feel like they need to do a little bit more. Still not even the AWP picked up on Monacy. Hasn't lost the M4, so hasn't really needed to, but that's something else to think about. Although, I actually think, again, if you get like a Monacy OC matchup, that's going to be hard for me to pick who's winning that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, both of them offers, I think, too. I mean, OC certainly proved, you know, a couple of times that he's very, very proficient with the rifle. Monacy's going to be as well. Not just one-trick ponies. Nico is on the hunt. Doesn't want to give up a rifle by peeking in, waiting for Hunter to get over towards Catwalk. If Hunter can draw some contact, yeah, Nico's going to peek out just like this. Missed his opportunity, but they have all the information. Yekindar with a stunner on a JKS, challenging into the A bomb site. However, the bomb is dropped at the base of the connector stairs, and Nico is going to clean things up nice and easy. More strong claps.
Yeah, foundation of any good Counter-Strike team.
That's why Dexter was brought into OG. Those strong claps. High fives.
I wonder if eventually your hands just become numb. And it's like,
forms calluses from all the high fives.
Just, or like one of those, you know, construction workers who's been spending too much time on the power tools. So can't feel anything. 5th round is coming up. We've got OZ on the AWP. We've got Monacy as well. So some upgrades coming through. And Liquid have yet to find their first round. Let's see if this is going to be it. Monacy doing a little bit of parkour on top of the scaffolding, but he's going to be missing the shot. So could have been dangerous. That one for OC probably could have connected as well. Both AWPers giving away maybe some potentials for some openings here, but didn't really didn't connect. Bomb dropped pretty far back in the B hallways.
Ooh, nice shot from Elise jumping up on the bench. Hunter's caught. Nico and JKS going to start trying to get aggressive and connector to trade it out. They do have a player in window. That's Monacy, but he's smoked off yet again. So that little trap, that little piece of aggression they were trying to set up is neutralized. No real presence at the A bomb site. Everyone's focused on mid. Even Hooksy being pushed up on Catwalk. Yekindar and Elise going to open up middle, crack it open. Now the B hit needs to come, and Monacy's going to be here with the AWP.
Yeah, maybe just in time. Always pushed in. This is so dangerous. He's all in on this defense, and he's going to get sideswiped by NAF. A nice find, and a 40-second bomb plant here, so going to have plenty of time for it. Not worried about that Catwalk either. 2 versus 3, and questionable. Yeah, G2, even with the money in the bank, not really worth going for.
Yeah, Monacy just missed the timing by 1 second. He's open, he's going to beat them in, and he just obviously never saw that player get out and wrapping around the bomb site. So good job from Team Liquid. Good work from Elise and Yekindar in mid. A kill each. And that gives them the information. Remember, they'd already killed Hunter. That was the shot. And then Yekindar grabs Hooksy. Those are the 2 B players. So immediately the information is passed over to Team Liquid. Look, bomb site's clear. The player you're going to have to contend with is the rotator.
And, you know, one of those kills even from Nico happens right through the smoke. So that's probably what even gave them close to a chance to send Monacy over there. Otherwise, they probably would have given it up already. Ooh, all right. Liquid are on the board. And that was about time. Starting to fall, drift a little bit further behind.
Yeah, don't want to play from a hole, so this at least gives them some breathing room.
Ice cold. 6th round coming up. Double up now. Hooksy with the other one. Maybe a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a bold decision. Let's see how it works out. Nico's jumped out a window. He's got a smoke in the underpass. He's going to challenge. He goes down to Yekindar. Good entrance provided. Good first kill. Good second kill. A better second kill from Yekindar.
Something that I really associate with Yekindar's style is the confidence behind every single fight that he takes. So impressive to watch. Hooksy's over here. Great angle, obviously, with the AWP. Going to be really, really hard to check coming in from the T side. And if you do flash it out, then you're also kind of signaling that you're taking the hallway, so it doesn't always work out that way either. JK has to take down NAF.
That's a good fight to win. That's a tough fight considering the way NAF was playing it. And now Liquid's going to go right at the double op setup. This is perfect. Monacy's here on catwalk. First kill comes out from Hooksy.
Smoking enough to buy a little bit more space, but they don't know about that second AWP. And Elige, he jumps right into it. And this is a great crossfire though. Yekindar, how does he come up with that kill? I didn't even know. Hooksy missing the flick and lucky to be alive, it seems. 2 versus 2. And now 35 seconds. Making his way in. JKS trying to get there in time, but the bomb is at the very least going to be planted. Liquid, I can't believe they even get this far. Yekindar very low behind that nade. OC with a lot of health and still with that AWP trained on the market. Might have a chance here. Hooksy's going to walk into it. The gun barrel's going to be showing if he's not careful. Just a little bit slow. And Hooksy goes down. JKS now, not a lot of health, and he's already been found out. Trying to even get the pre-fire, but there's no reason for them to fight him right now. They can wait. He has to get on there and try and get that defuse, and they're being very patient on the Liquid side. I love everything about this. That bomb is so far ticketed to see it, and JKS, he finds a headshot, but Yekindar, there's a whole bomb site to look at, and he's going to end up winning it. Quad kill at the end. What a magical round.
Yeah, the 1v1 clutch was always unlikely for JKS in that situation, so we'll throw that kill out the window for Yekindar. The other 3 are all high impact. The first 2 kills clearing out the aggression in mid from Nico and Hunter, and obviously that shot on Monacy saves the day, because you're exactly right. That's a tough double up setup to break into as 4 players coming through the B halls. This is magnificent. So quick, Monacy couldn't even react.
Second round for Liquid. That's all Yekindar at the end of it.
And a win right as G2 invested in the double op setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money, a lot of resources taken away immediately. I'm interested by the decision. I guess this would kind of be depending, how you look at the game of Counter-Strike philosophically, but investing in double op setup and then having like the aggressive play in middle from your 2 riflers, not kind of making the double op the focal point. Now, obviously the double op still almost recovered, and probably I think recovers in that similar scenario more often than not if Yekindar doesn't hit that banger of a shot.
Yeah, it looked like it should have worked. But yeah, that's certainly a huge economic loss for the side of G2.
Still with money to buy, though. Just really labored. FAMAS on Monacy, 3 M4s and an SMG on Hooksy. And this time, no presence in middle or connector for G2. A much more passive defense sunk back into the bomb sites. Nico and Monacy playing for an execute.
And maybe lost a little bit in the last round is the fact that JKS actually went and took that fight in the A Palace. He's currently 8-2 right now. So, I mean, if he can be relied upon to win those kind of fights kind of on his own, that is massive. That's the kind of thing that can maybe get you back into a round like it almost did.
Yeah, NAF's very good in that position as well. So that's going to be a tough duel between those 2 throughout the game. Former teammates as well, if you'll remember.
Oh, yeah. Elige. Smoking it off and trying to make sure that he could get a little bit of control. A monstrous nade landing at his feet. And Yekindar beating the smoke on the other side. That might be a little bit of a shock inside of the bomb site. They might not be ready quite for it. Hunter is taking down Yekindar. That's a nice little pick off there. Grenade behind him, but OC is going to shoot him in the back instead. And all the pressure on this MP9. 1 versus 3 in the bomb side, and no chance for Hooksy to defend that one.
And due to the style of Team Liquid, that was kind of quiet, walking through the catwalk smoke and progressing towards the bomb site. There's no indication it's coming, so no chance for any of the A players to shift over and rotate and be nearby to kind of help hold on to the site. Good kill for OC, getting aggressive as Hunter's attention is towards the halls. And that SMG had no chance from Hooksy.
Yeah, you never really feel good about that when the pressure is on. A little bit different if he had some backup that could draw some of the attention away, but that had already been wiped out. Liquid, 3rd round. This is a good recovery. I was getting a little bit nervous because I think I picked. I did the predictions over at Blast on TV, and I picked Liquid to go out first in this group.
Okay.
So
you're huffing on that copium real hard.
I'm double, tripling down.
Yeah.
There's no more jet lag for the NA teams. They've made their way past that. They've become immune.
Yeah, it's the Euros who use it now.
Yeah. Maybe because they don't really have to like necessarily fly that far, but maybe it's like motion sickness, like they're in the car a lot. Like it's
yeah.
Tough, you know.
Sure. Little case of vertigo.
Exactly. Oh, man. They keep some rifles alive on the G2 side, so they can fight back in this one. But it's a slow but pretty steady recovery from Liquid at the moment. Liege, wow, just walks right out there.
This is cool. All right. Well, we're in the bomb site, boys. And this isn't a bad call whatsoever when you think of all the attention that G2 has put towards Connector and towards middle. The problem now is there's really only like kind of 3 players at this bomb site for Liquid. Nitro's a little bit disconnected underpass. Yekendar's going to have to make a decision. Those two have to coordinate which one's going to lurk, which one's going to stick around, which one might have to get aggressive. Because G2 actually has power of bodies at this bomb site, but just, I mean, a slow, creeping, crawling hit into the A site doesn't let them coordinate anything. Really good call from Liquid.
Yeah, that's amazing to see. Nico trying to play on top of the smoke, and he's going to be able to pick up NAF. Still feels like this is an impossible retake, although 2 of the members of Liquid are quite far away, so I guess if they're really quick with it, maybe G2 could do something there. Still in the headshot, and now they need to get everyone here. OC is covering this deep line in towards jungle, so he's going to know everything. Nice shot onto Monacy, and I think they still have a pretty good chance of it here. No smoke on top of the bomb, no kit either, so it's a real long time before they get close to this defuse. 10 seconds, as you could tell, and they're getting picked up as well. The kid are no trouble fighting this one, and they're going to be able to save the day, but for a minute there, if there had been a smoke and a kit, that could have been a really dangerous round.
Yeah, that round worked out perfectly for Liquid. The call into that defense was magnificent. That was exactly what you would have wanted, making that call as a strategy. And I mean, you can see how it might have been a little bit more difficult if there was someone actually committed to the A bomb site to be able to slow that down, maybe grab 1 kill, and then maybe force Yekendar and Nitro into plays in mid before they really want to. But all around, well put together round from Liquid. 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. That naked walkout onto the out of the A Palace is just, on the one hand, it looks so silly, but it can be absolutely devastating if you're down there because you're so used to there being, you know, flashes like this one to set it up and for someone to peek a little bit more. But
I mean, just look at how it was played. G2 had the bodies there, but they never had the information of how to put them into play exactly. It's, you know, you get out, you have such a huge advantage, especially in terms of information. This time, Hooksy and JKS firmly in the bomb site with Nico close by.
Hooksy putting himself in that sandwich position, which, with 2 Molotovs, maybe not a high chance that it gets burned out, but it could be. And that's an awkward way to lose an early defender in the A bomb site.
Yeah, especially with Naf up in halls. If Nitro's a Molotov out that cubby position, Naf can actually peek out. He's going to use it for dark. No one's underneath balcony. JKS and Hooksy with a bit of a crossfire setup. Naf needs to be stopped before he commits, and Hooksy's not peeking. Hooksy's not peeking whatsoever, and JKS is dropped stone cold inside the site. Hooksy now activated, but it might be too late. He cannot get the second.
Yeah, and just as that was happening, they also made their way up the connector behind, so I don't know, maybe if that connector position could have been defended, Hooksy could have had more of a chance to take that fight, but they were all around him no matter what there. Monacy gonna have to try and save the AWP, but it's another great round for Liquid. What an impactful return that we're seeing.
And these past 2 rounds are kind of the stylistic changes that we mentioned of Team Liquid historically since Yekendar's been brought in. These are kind of rounds that you wouldn't normally see Liquid calling in previous iterations at all.
Heard something. Yeah, you're absolutely right. working out well for them, though. Monty just trying to save the AWP, but they're all on top of him, and they should be able to find it. Elige will get the closing kill, and this is starting to look like a really great first half for them.
That one's a hard crossfire to kind of set up, because if you're Hooksy, you don't want to be peeking towards holes the entire time, but maybe jiggle peeking it. Either way, JKS cannot go down that easy without any kind of indication of what's coming.
Yeah, because, I mean, we just mentioned the Molotovs, right? If you're Hooksy and you stay too far out, maybe you just invite the Molotov right away, and they're like, oh, well, we spotted them already. So.
Or if you jiggle and take a fight and don't get the kill, then you definitely know the Molotov's coming in after that, so... Yeah, just a setup that did not pan out whatsoever for G2. Liquid on fire.
Yeah. Physics problem here that you're contemplating.
Some gasoline layered on top.
There we go.
Yeah, oil spill.
I've seen a few of those, my little oopsies.
I seen Free Willy.
Want to see. Caught Nico right afterwards. Nitro able to pick that one up. Second kill of the game for Nitro, so he's been having a little bit of a more quiet time, but his team is winning. He's making all the right calls, captaining them into to a lead, so I don't know if I can complain even too much about that. 5 versus 3 at the moment. Pistol doing a bit of damage.
Oh,
OC nearly shot by a teammate.
Got shot by a teammate. Ooh, there's the play, and Elige is still in middle. He's found that kill. All 5 players from Team Liquid alive until Nitro goes down here to Hooksy's Deagle, left with 1 HP. It's going to be a 6th round for Team Liquid. They take a 2-round lead.
Yeah. Not going to be able to find another one. There's a lot of damage in that round. Could have been nice with another couple of kills there for the CT side, but they weren't able to. So more money being built on the Liquid side, slowly but surely. Nico. Curious to see if we could get him activated into to some of these rounds. I mean, I feel like it's almost no bad Nico games anymore, and he is 9-4. So I'm not necessarily saying this is one of them either, but right now would be a good time for him to get a couple of quick kills, get his team back on track. Modesty instead. Good pick off on Nafly.
That's what we wanted, or that's what G2's wanted to see more of, is those plays with the AWP early on in rounds to give you a man advantage. Deep flashbang almost gave Nico a half second for a clean fight against Yekindar, but didn't swing and commit. 5 on 4. Hooksy's got his op over towards the B bomb site. That jump shows that Nitro wanted to be a bit more aggressive. Now he's got a Mac 10, so he was hoping he could lead the way in clean with pace and with speed, but utility stops him in his tracks.
A lot of shuffling around in the hallway. How do you get yourself back into the round? 4 versus 5. Got some utility at the very least. And you've got OC still in place, so maybe just throw him in and try and look for the opening.
Ooh, this is everything. JKS with aggression, finds the Mac 10, finds the bomb, and is going to back away. But OC's going to step forward in the flames. He'll find that kill. Down to about half HP.
That's a really smart play from OC. And also from JKS, he saw it coming. Instead of swinging for a second fight, he's like, no, let me just control this bomb and slow them down. So he did the right thing, just...
OC's heading back to the B bomb site. I don't know if Nico can hear that footsteps, but he's activated Yekindar to find one more kill. This could get dicey. Now you have Hunter all alone with no reinforcements at the B bomb site, and he's got to hold his nerve. Bailing out towards Market, Liquid might find the opening. OC's got to hustle up. There's 16 seconds on the clock, and Elige has control of the B site.
Yes, he does. They should not be winning this round at all, Liquid. I feel like they should have already lost it. 9 seconds
OC's
now.
down.
Oh,
no,
yes, he is. It had been done. The bomb, he can't get it back. That is a sad way to lose the round, but that was the one kill that mattered. What a strange victory.
That was, I think, the only win condition for G2 in this round was really Hunter finding that kill as OC crossed in. What a brutal way to lose it.
That desperate jump from Elige as well. They're like, is the bomb up there?
Yeah, please.
Oh, man.
Still, I think you got to say tactically, another round where Liquid put themselves in advantage, and obviously a great play from Hunter, a great shot from Hunter to put a stop to it, but Liquid is working G2's defense right now.
Yeah, that was actually a beautiful round to look at in every way, just a little bit short.
And what a brutal way, I guess, in a sense, to win a round. You have one player surviving, you've lost a lot of weaponry. I think you've lost that AWP. Nico might have gone and picked one up right at the end, but this is a lot of resources, and it's going to be out of a victory. Economy is garbage for G2.
Yeah, that is definitely worth thinking about too.
Yeah.
6 to 5.
2 SMGs, a UMP, FAMAS. This is going to be a rough one.
It's a rare sight, the UMP these days.
Yeah, it really is. Rifles in the hands of Nico and Hunter, and they've been very proactive in middle throughout this half.
Senses it, sets up his own flashbang, but he is peeking against 2 players. I appreciate the courage on that one, but that would have been an almost impossible fight, even if you won one of them.
Yeah,
almost certainly traded.
At best, that was going to be a 1-for-1. Yekandar, with knowledge that 2 players were pushed up in halls, he's going to say, you don't really have the manpower or the resources to have too staunch of a defense in middle, so I'm going to take some space. Nice thing for G2 is that actually gets rid of the UMP. m0NESY's able to trade out to the AK-47.
Tough break when you're playing so much of a solo position if you're NAF that you actually have to flash for yourself. You know, like that's not always easy to do.
Well, and, you know, ooh, what a find. Oh, that one, JKS wants it back. Off OC, not scoped in. Shots baited out. Nico's going to clean up that kill. Does he want to go for a Liege as well? Flashbang, he's going to peek with it. Surely, and he does. Second kill for Nico, and the bomb is dropped again.
That's what we're talking about. We mentioned it earlier with Nico having an impact on the game, and that one was massive. And the way that he played it absolutely expertly, not peeking into the AWP, but baiting out the shot instead. m0NESY's going to get that one, and Yekandar can't save the round this time. Nicely done. G2 not surrendering quite so soon. Looked like they were going to get swiped out in this first half. Looked like they're going to get wiped off the board, but they're back in the mix.
Yeah, good to see some fight in him here in this round. This is wonderful. Yeah, Nico does a great job in middle, obviously. Damage onto OC puts him in an impossible situation, baits out the shot, and then the cleanup onto Elige. Committing to the fight, knowing he's going to be blind. Tough fight for Elige. Good double kill from Nico.
Surviving with not still that many rifles, but certainly better than it was the last round. Timeout being used now by Liquid. First one as well. Just to talk things over. I've got to say the calling so far on the T side for Liquid has been really impressive.
It's been impressive that G2's hanging on as well. Still in this. All tied up at 6. Got 12 kills on Yekandar, leading the way for Team Liquid. Over on the G2 side of things, Nico's matching that with 12 of his own.
And still a really, I mean, if G2 win the next 3 rounds here, it's 9 to 6. It's such an open game, so they have a lot still to fight for in the best of 1.
And they've got a chance, although there's a losing bonus, a 2-round losing bonus built up for Team Liquid, but they're out of money after this buy, so the next round you'd get to breathe a little bit easier with G2, where it'd be kind of upgraded pistols, maybe some MAC-10s and armor. Nitro again looking to lead the way with the Tech 9. Use that mobility to really cause some chaos in this B defense.
Well, Nitro is ready for it. Gonna be running straight in there. Molotov out, makes the jump down, but Hunter's there in the crossfire, and even flashed. He gets the kill on Liege. That's a great way to get things stopped. 2 kills going the way of G2, and a 3-on-5 now. Started to rotate a lot more people this way, so already seeing the gun barrel there. Hunter calling it, and he definitely knows what's happening. Oh, but OC, you have to be so quick to shut him down. Could we have another one, please? That was a great Hooksy, though, right underneath them, and OC is going to be found as well. Bullet to the face. Once again, Yekandar trying to see if he can save the day, but this seems like one of the more unwinnable clutches.
He's got time. That's the one thing, and m0NESY's played this pretty passively, so he's got to be cautious. JKS is now just arriving over to market, so Yekandar might be able to find an awkward timing, but m0NESY's clearing out the site. Now he's got a deep angle towards hulls, and yeah, now in position to where this should be impossible, but maybe not.
Come on! How does he hit the shot? He's made his way past 20 seconds. He almost had it. That is real close. JKS there to clean it up in the market. That's important, but man, how does he even get close to winning a round?
That's the second time he's just completely annihilated m0NESY holding an angle at this bomb. So remember, previously it was towards Catwalk. This time it's towards the back of the bomb site. Absolutely disgusting. But once again on this B hit, Hunter with a critical double kill to slow things down and take the main thrust of danger out of the hit from Team Liquid.
Yeah, the money is not great. Yekindar in that AK-47 in the 14th round. Hard to even really blame because look at what you get for it. Instant shutdown. Nico thought he was going to go take that fight. Yekindar absolutely ready.
And the defense has shifted over to connector. The A bomb site once again is wide open. JKS over the smoke gets one. 1-for-1 trade. Yekindar again with impact, but this is where Monacy's got to have a big performance. A nice double kill with the op.
Yeah, that'll really slow it down. They have rifles in the middle, but no one can really get to them either. Another find for Monacy. It's a great triple. Leaving Yekindar in another 1 versus 3 clutch this time to try and see if he can end it. But Hunter will take him down, and G2, they're right back on top. This is such an exciting first half. I love it.
Yeah, respectable attempt from Yekindar and Team Liquid as well. That's the hero AK-47 that provides you 2 opening kills and almost gives you an avenue into the bomb site. Good shutdown from Monacy to close that gap in the defense. 2-round lead, final round of the first half.
Again, the confidence, though, on someone like Yekindar to take the fight in the middle is just, it's impressive. Want to feel what it's like to play the game with just knowing I'm just gonna run in here and take this fight and just win it, and then do it. Can't say the words, but
yeah, the action is different.
just toying with him. Oh man, that is great. Nitro getting the kill. Very frustrating when you're an AWP player like that. You feel like, all right, I've already been exposed.
And that's a play that had no plan B to it. That's Monacy, drop in, see what you find. No flashbang, no smoke to kind of give him some cover to try and make any kind of an escape whatsoever. No support in middle to guard his back.
Who wants to plan for failure, Jason, you know?
True. The coach, probably.
We're planning to win this.
Jumping shot missed. Nitro looks like he wants to pick up the pressure. They've had some difficulty getting out, but at least this time it's only Hooksy here. It's only the one player. Hunter's been pulled off. He's got a long route to come for support, so it's all on the new in-game leader for G2.
Yep, and a pretty good job he's doing as well. Huge double. This time he did not have the MP9. M4A1 treating him a little bit better. Hunter's going to go down to NAF, and somehow in the middle of all of this, Nico did actually get a shot for the smoke all the way from the A-bomb side onto Catwalk, so that's why one of them is dead and why it's a 2-on-3 here. But it's another bomb plant. 15th round going to be settled in a retake now. JKS and Nico. Nico has been playing a great first half, and so is JKS. Only 2 kills between them at the moment. That is actually wild to imagine. Elige on the one side, Naf a little bit deeper in the bomb side, and he's not ready for it. It looks like he's about to die. Oh, switching out the gun. I'm shocked that Elige doesn't even realize, and now Naf, he's really boxed in, cornered back here. Bullets are already coming through. He's been tagged up. He is 1 spam away from death, and it'll be Nico to find it. What? They don't have it.
Kit.
Oh, they didn't have it just in time. Either I don't think this is going to be it.
Classic
It'll be
G2.
Liquid instead. Yes, it is. Oh, devastating, Jason.
Yeah, devastating. What a good half from both teams, though. We're neck and neck. We're headed to a break. When we come back, we're going to get the conclusion. Don't go anywhere. This one's stunning.
Hey guys, I'm Bigozera and here is Jax.
Hi guys, it's Simple and Madden.
I'm Nico and this is Robs, and today we're going to be playing Skin in the Game by CS Money.
Hate, don't move.
Artna Simple, no. Monesi, no, for sure. Deco, no. Who is Broky?
Brown.
Maybe Broky, no?
No.
Maybe it's... No, the Kenny's one is Battle Scared, yeah?
I don't know this, to be honest.
Okay, we need second guess. Second sticker, please. Who else had a sick highlight with video up? What did Colzera have when he did jump shots on Mirage?
With the clip. Yeah.
Let's just go for Colzera.
Colzera, it's MLG Columbus, 2016.
Bro, I have no clue this, to be honest, but...
Let's do like Fallen.
Cobblestone.
Fallen, Dreamhack, Cluj-Napoca, Cobblestone.
Right.
Colzera, 2016 Major. What was the name of the
MLG Columbus.
MLG Columbus 2016.
The Clutch King, like a red one. I think it's Robs, but
Can be. But I try to find a clip with someone doing a sick show with his fucking M4.
Yeah. I'll take a clue on this one. You have one more help?
Robs, you are sure Robs was playing? Because maybe it's Robs against us in Katowice.
I think Katowice, no? It was in the grand final?
Yeah, it was Katowice grand final against FaZe, right? Against G2, sorry.
Against G2, yeah.
I just go...
It's 100% me then. Robs, Katowice 2020.
I think in finals. I think against G2.
In the finals against G2.
2021, Katowice, Robs.
We both have the kill confirmed, but in Star Trek, so...
Yeah. Yes, we take the other picture.
Second.
Welcome back, everybody. Second half, and it's been quite the struggle, really, for both teams. I'm impressed. I mean, it looked like for a minute, started out G2 looking great, 4-0, I think, and then Liquid came right back, and then G2 managed to recover the game after all. So, split right down the middle, 8-7, slightly in favor of G2 going into the second half.
Yeah, that was actually a really awesome first half. I really enjoyed that. Both teams brought some awesome stuff to the table.
Oh, and this might be a fiery start.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Kind of G2 just running the Liquid pistol around as well. We'll see who does it better. At least Liquid have some players close by in position to provide a little bit more support.
Are they going to wait for the smokes? I feel like they're going so quick. I'm not even sure the smokes are going to go in down. Jumping in, flashes are there. OC will pick up the one-head shot there. Hooksie's out of the round, but Hunter, a little bit of a return. Monacy, nice opening so far. Yekindai in a little bit of trouble, and he's going to get run down. They just pick up the USPs immediately and keep fighting. Elige risking his life to try and get his team back into it. If he gets caught there, the round is definitely over. But the fact that he got the kill means maybe it's doable. Nitro, there's a headshot, and he had a chance there. JKS eventually will find his head. No bomb plant yet. And Nitro in a 1 versus 2.
Nitro just trying to get some of those jiggle shots on this P250. A dangerous game. Trying to find an avenue out of the window, out of the market. Bomb has shifted over in the hands of Nico to the bench, so it's not in danger of being planted. So Nitro may not realize it, but he can be patient here.
He's probably really confused about the fact that there is no bomb plant yet at all. So 35 seconds. Let's see. JKS is the one on low health, so Nico could maybe take the fight to him, but it's a long time to be waiting still. 25 seconds, and he's going to spot out Nico. Maybe that'll confirm it for him. Maybe he's thinking, all right, maybe that's why they didn't plant yet. They can just throw it over if they really don't want to cross, but finally going to be able to. Nitro with a good headshot. He's already got the double. He needs one more bullet. Nico almost dead. I can't believe it. I thought for sure Nitro would have had that one, but Nico... oh man, able to bring it back.
G2 slowing it down in that 2v1 and trying to find a way to double peek onto Nitro, and that almost was kind of their undoing, right? It gave Nitro some chances because they couldn't actually find the choke point to double peek into. Gave Nitro a couple of 1v1s, and yeah, it got to be heartbreaking for Nitro at the end. 1 bullet away from victory. Both pistols now going to G2.
And that's good boost of momentum to start the second half with. 9-7 at the moment, and the 17th round is coming up. And Nico, 17-7. I mean, we probably shouldn't be surprised. This is almost every game that he's in, but it's still so crazy. It's so crazy to me how you can keep doing it, for not just for like a month or two, but for years, it feels like. And still, Yekindai match on the other side with 17 of his own.
Yeah, he's one of those few players that's been able to keep it up across the span of, I mean, you said years, what, it's got to be 6 years now, essentially. 7 years, perhaps. Nico challenging, taking a tag from the Deagle, throwing a weak EU nade.
Trying to change the meta, right? Oh, that's going to be a long struggle, Jason. I'm not going to lie, but I appreciate the effort.
I'll take the battle.
Woo! Some NA Deagling coming in here.
Careful now, G2, with this kind of slow crawly style. They've been finding some isolated duels. Hooksie's picked off with no chance at a rebuttal. Good response from Monacy to even things up in a 4-on-4. Still, G2 have not aggressed towards a bomb site quite yet.
Under 40 seconds in the round 2. So eventually going to make up your minds here, and it looks like they're going to try and split that A bomb site. JKS, top connector, powerful position to be in. Nitro up close with the Deagle. He pretty much has to get at least one of these kills for this even to be possible. And I think failing that, it's just not going to be good enough. Nice spray. And the fact that they set it up with a flash to make sure that OC couldn't really find a good, clean shot with the scalp. Just overall, good basics, good mechanics coming out from the side of G2.
Yeah, great control with the spray on the Galil at long range as well. We frequently see that gun get away from even the pros. Nicely done from Nico. 10-7 will be the scoreline when all is said and done. And for Elige and Naf, you're just looking for some exit kills, a weapon, a rifle right at the end of the round.
Elige would love a partying kill on someone here, but I'm sure they're going to give it to him. Well, let's see. Oh, he's thinking about it at least. Sensed somehow. Oh, he wanted to do the trick, but couldn't.
Even if he pulled it off, he's got Nico and CT spawn waiting for him, so I think Elige was going to likely go down no matter what. Nap will survive, the only Deagle, the only armor. Into the next round for Team Liquid. Ooh, the double high five.
That's rad.
That's a new tactic. Do you think you feel, you know, like when a player doesn't realize you're going for a high five and he just leaves you hanging, how awkward that can be? Do you think it's more awkward if, like, Nico moves his hand after the first one?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, what if you don't know what's coming? What if you don't know if it's like the single hard high five or the softer double high five?
And the second one just disappears into the air, and
yeah,
it's like, oh.
That's got to be its own level of watch people die inside.
Eventually, when I try my luck at coaching, we're gonna practice high fives with my team. That's actually all we're gonna be doing.
Okay. That is the trend of talent making awful decisions of heading off to coach. You're next in line.
You say awful, but I think it can work. Like, you got high five so sharp, the enemy team could hear it, like through the headsets and everything. They're gonna be listening. They're like, "Ooh, was that a whip that went off somewhere?" Are they high-fiving?
Wow, I bet Anders is coaching that team. Look at the high fives.
Yeah.
But that's the most important part.
Branding is gonna be incredible.
Sure. All right, here we go. First gun round of the second half. Gotta crank things up a bit. Up in the hands of OC. M4s across the board for Team Liquid.
Nice, steady start here. 4-round gap. And Liquid still think look very impressive on the T side. No guarantee that'll translate into the CT side here. And especially early on when they just have their first rifle buy, this is where you really want to see a quick return to the game. Because if you lose track of it here, you almost don't have that many chances. And this best of one format to start with is pretty brutal. Nico playing the whole way, OC on the other side. A lot of attention now being pulled down towards connector and middle. Nitro opening up and actually winning the fight against Hunter. That's a great start.
Yeah, but the pinch towards the A-bomb site is coming. All three players, all three defenders for Team Liquid are top con, are jungle. It doesn't matter, though, because Liquid has cleared out the other side of the map. All that's left is this single prong coming in. Liquid can all turn their gaze into this direction. OC holding the line is picked off by Monacy. Huge kill to find. Elige with the response, and now they're going to passive, or play it passive behind the smoke. They'll give up the site, give up the plant, and play for the retake.
And there's already a flank coming in, so lightning fast. So even if they get the bomb plant here, I don't know how they can possibly make it out. Elige gonna get that kill, and Naf easy. But even if it wasn't Naf, it would have been one of the 3 or 4 other people there. So that's a great way to get this done. Just, as you said, eliminating the mid part of that attack, and then they were pretty much home safe.
Yeah. Well done from Team Liquid. Nice opening kill by Nitro over the top of the smoke, over the top of the box, and Yekindar adding in with a nice headshot onto Hooksy, and that's the mid portion cleared. And from there, everything's a little bit easier. 11-8, G2 with a 3-round lead.
They really, really badly needed that round. And they get out of it with quite a few rifles alive, so it starts the money rolling a little bit on the Liquid side at the very least. 20th round here. Monacy on that AWP. That last round was tough. I mean, he got one of those important kills near the connector, but then I think there were almost no more targets after that. There was smokes and flash. He couldn't see anything. So
yeah. Not much more he could find. Hooksy at top mid. Hunter in support. Molotov's a little bit early. Drops into the smoke and is extinguished immediately. So a little piece of utility that goes to waste. Hunter's still going to push up behind it, though. Confidence that nobody's going to be peeking the window. Oh, what a play from NAV.
He's been bored out there. The life of the B bomb side anchor, just not even sure what's happening. Finally going to go and check it out. And this is really good. Hunter surely never going to expect this to come. 45 seconds, and he's going to turn the corner. Ooh, a little bit slow, so at least he's going to have a second more to live, but they still have a lot of defense over at A.
And NAV doesn't want to push too early and get picked off by someone in middle. He's just in position to stop things. Look at Hooksy as well going towards the B bomb site. This is going to be a flank. I don't think there's not enough time to pull them back. There's 27 seconds on the clock, and if he does, Hunter is surely going to go down. Hunter might die anyways. Elige is going to have that pick. Once again, Liquid being the proactive one. This is a long period of silence for G2.
They need that bomb plant for Hooksy to even have a role in this round, and they need it right now. 10 seconds on the clock. They need to storm the bomb site, and they're just going to get wiped out. They probably were waiting for Hooksy to do something, but then they lose that mid player, and it's all done. Hunter goes down.
That felt way too long for G2 to be in position to attack and not actually pulling the trigger on it. And then at a certain point, Liquid's just going to be like, okay, we're just going to come find what's going on. And certainly with that clock running down, you can see as soon as Liquid realizes the play towards the A bomb site, it's not about play this smart. It's not about grab an angle. It's not about be passive. Everyone get aggressive, because if they have to spend like 5, 6, 7 seconds actually fighting us and trying to trade us, that's going to chew all the time off the clock to begin with. So that G2 offense falling flat. Another double high five. Maybe they just have it down.
But this time at an awkward angle, you know.
Southpaw.
Yeah. Stuff to work on. But maybe not the most important thing right now. It's actual real stuff happening in the server.
It's important to know as well, a round like that looks silly, but I mean, obviously we see it all the time with teams that bring in new in-game leaders. There are rounds that are going to get away from you like that as you kind of get acclimated to, I mean, obviously a new in-game leader and then also a new player in JKS.
And I mean, if that A defense is a little bit further back, and instead of Hunter going down, they kind of get an opening in a bomb plant, then Hooksy's position is insane. So there are ways to make it work, but
yeah, it just felt too late in the round. Obviously, maybe it's different if NAF is actually at the B bomb site, but with his positioning pushed up, that was always going to go that way. Good kill from NAF, not bored anymore. Looking for a second, and he's going to reposition.
With the teammate coming in as well. It's looking very, very good for this B defense at the moment. Ykinda on there already with the nade. Now the smoke on top to really slow them down. G2 kind of left no man's land at the moment.
That's the AK-47 hitting the deck one more time. Hunter's going to go pick that up. 40 seconds on the clock. There's no utility. All you're looking for at the moment is dry fights. And Elige is in an impossible position to clear.
Yeah, truly. JKS going to take a swing at it, but that doesn't really get a better result. So now for the double, Elige with a double, and Hunter is on his own. That AK has not been doing anyone any favors so far. And you can double survive as well. So it's a flawless round for Liquid. And yeah, the return is, again, pretty swift here in the second half.
Pretty swift and pretty convincing. You mentioned it, what, 3 rounds ago on their first win. Had a lot of players surviving. This is now 3 rounds in a row where I think they've only lost 1, maybe 2 players across all 3 of those rounds. So they rich.
They've got it going on. Yeah, it's true. Almost 9,000 on NAF. That's pretty impressive. And we're nearly tied up. 11 to 10 right here. Liquid 1 round away. And G2, he needs some of that magic back. Ooh, great read from OC. He saw it coming. Maybe heard it too. Hooksy's going to be out of it.
Yeah, Hooksy just missed the timing. A little bit late for that kind of a play. Picked off early. No chance of a trade for the G2 side of things. Now, don't get too worried if you're a G2 fan. Remember, the first half started out this way as well. I think G2 rattled off a 4-0 lead, looking solid, looking clean, and Liquid came storming back into it. So plenty of opportunity for G2 to kind of find the solution for the problem. The real issue isn't necessarily finding a round win, it's finding multiple, considering the economy and the money that's built up on Team Liquid.
But then again, playing on the T side, you would almost assume that this is where you could also send someone like Nico to do even more work, even though he's already been, you know, he's already been putting in some great hours. But maybe you could rely on him to open up some of these rounds just a little bit more. 45 seconds at the moment. Every single member of G2 is in the middle, which, yeah, if they can crack it open. But look at how they're escaping down that A ramp. So even if you get up the middle now, how are you going to check for both Nitro and Elige?
There's just so much time being spent just gaining map control. this just makes me a little bit nervous because not a whole lot of pressure on the map until very late in the round. Not a whole lot of pressure on the Liquid defense. 20 seconds and they still haven't found any contact. Elige with the off angle and Cubby gets dropped. OC picks off the bomb. That's JKS making the run. Naf on catwalk holds and we're in a 2-on-2.
I can't believe they actually find Nitro on the follow-up there. That's crazy. Oh, Yakina goes down. Hunter wins the fight. He probably should have been dead. And now Naf real far away. That is almost inexplicable how they managed to pick that one up. That should probably never have been a G2 round.
That's a huge win for Hunter off the bomb plant, sliding into the Yekindar angle. Yekindar didn't know he was planning, or he probably would have challenged for that kind of a fight. Here's JKS finding the opening, an all-important, critical, high-impact kill, even when he goes down afterwards. This is the follow-up from Hunter. We're extending this lead to 12-10 now. So G2 found a victory here.
I really thought that probably Nitro won the follow-up. Once they clear out Elige and Sandwich, they assume that that's it, but Hunter was so ready for it, so Nitro had no chance to do anything in the round. That was also a little bit interesting.
Timeout called. Coach is going to get involved in the action. Second timeout used by Team Liquid as they talk things over. We've touched on their money a couple of times. Liquid have a few opportunities to make sure that G2 can't build this into any kind of long-term momentum in this half. At least 2 buys left in the bank of Team Liquid.
They probably feel so good about this second half so far, Liquid, at least now that they have the rifles, that maybe, you know, we've seen Naf go a little bit aggressive at times. Nitro did try and get down the A ramp here. We haven't seen any real hard fight for mid control yet, but maybe they don't even need to, because they're kind of winning without it. But I mean, sometimes you do that like three-man push with two of them pushing top mid, you know.
We saw in the first half, G2 tried to pull it off a number of times, and Yekindar did a pretty good job of shutting that down on multiple different occasions.
Let's see, OC setting up in the window, but it's smoked off so quick. Elige taking the fight and looked like he should have won it. Hunter was flashed and not really ready for it. Nico's still going to be going down, though. So it's an even trade, and with a good nade here, maybe Hunter is dead. It's going to bounce right off the back and blow him up. That's a great accuracy.
Yeah, cleaning up Elige's kill. Those two, Elige and Yekindar, go 2 for 1 in middle. B-bomb site under attack. Naf's on catwalk. OC just moving out of market right now. Attention is towards the op. Naf can hold the line, but OC's quick. Swings out for another fight. 2 kills for him in the bomb site, and there goes Monacy. Yekindar grabs his 3rd.
Nicely done. Getting a lot of people on that bomb site pretty quickly, and because OC is such an active AWP player, I don't think it's shocking to see him not just sort of defend the bomb site, but actually pushing forward after each peak and getting even more out of it. That's what, like 25 kills now on Yekindar, I think? So he's doing the work. And Liquid, after losing a round, they bounce right back.
There's a reason why we were so excited for him joining this team, and I think, you know, in his first event with Team Liquid at Cologne, it was more the strategic updating and the refreshed look of Team Liquid tactically and kind of the concepts and kind of taking over the team energy and emotion. Was the big conversation, and now obviously with more time and more comfort in the team, I think we'll start seeing Yekindar putting up, you know, higher volume of frags throughout these games.
It's another round where they don't lose a single player. So yeah, I mean that's horrifying to think about, because even the tactical side of it is obviously has already transformed Liquid in a big way, but now Yekindar is actually putting on some crazy numbers, leaving G2 in a weird position.
The other one's looking quiet right now. Timeout taken. So G2 coach is going to get involved. Xtaz has some things to say. Him and Hooksy going to try and improvise a solution with the very little time that they've had together. Nico said in the pregame interview with Banks that Hooksy reminds him of Kerrigan.
Big words.
That is big words.
That's a reputation to live up to. I don't think many people could ever really claim that. But I mean, Hooksy's a little bit early on in his career, so
yeah,
it's
very early on in his career.
This is a stupid thing, because Kerrigan is already cemented like a lot of his legacy, even in 1.6. So
true.
It's so ridiculous to imagine. Hard to follow that one, but fair enough. But I mean, I guess you could still remind him just in terms of like the way of thinking about the game.
Stylistically, yeah. Certainly not in terms of impact. Certainly not probably in terms of the level that he could in-game lead at. But certainly, you know, the base philosophy that you think of.
Also hard to know when Nico says it. Is it a compliment or a...
I'm sure it's a compliment. I would guarantee it's a compliment. Let's not go down that road.
I'm just stirring the pot.
Yeah, you really are. You're stirring the pot and putting a tinfoil hat on all at the same time.
Well.
Big ol' spoon. 12-12. G2 need something to be happy about. That's not it. JKS picked off, trying to chuck out a Molotov. Towards the B bomb site we go, and this is a perfect timing for it. There's no defense here. OC's on his hustle back. He's low HP. He might catch a player walking across. Modesty trying to be quiet.
And OC's still just... It's so crazy with the aggression, you know. She pointed out already low on health, so maybe at that point in time you wouldn't normally... Oh, that's unfortunate. Nico finding it, but maybe normally if you're OC, like, I already got 2 kills, let me just chill out for a minute, but he's still just running into the bomb site anyway.
I mean, he had to make the play. He was the only one really coming over that could secure the bomb site. NAF was going to be on catwalk, which you can't really hold on to this site. You can maybe grab your 1 kill on the crossover, so OC was the only one really in position with that AWP. Liquid's about to take a 1-round lead.
And also shut down the money on the G2 side. Unless somehow Nico get a bomb plant here, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Swinging for it, but Crosshair in the wrong position. And it will be Liquid with that 1-round lead. 3 people surviving. Stress started the build on G2.
Yeah, still money growing for Team Liquid. Good shot from OC. And that's going to be another thing to keep your eye on with Team Liquid. Don't lose sight of OC's development as a player and as an AWPer with the addition of Yekino and all the conversation that's going to be in that direction. Obviously, OC, I think, very early returns, already kind of being propped up to be the next great North American AWPer. He'll be the second one.
Yeah, I was going to say. Pretty much not even anyone near what OC is doing right now in the region.
Yeah, but I mean, certainly the potential and the desire and the feeling is there that he's even going to be able to eclipse Skadoodle as the best North American AWPer of all time. And not quite there yet, but the signs are there.
Yeah, I would say so. It's also kind of hard to match those two up, just in terms of like how they play at different times, you know, so going to be a hard one to do. Look at this, though. He's showing us a little bit of a highlight reel for the round, getting a good couple of kills, and they're going to be able to clean it up. No problem. Eventually, surely, they'll find Nico inside of the smoke. And it's a 2-round lead, 14-12.
Yeah, Liquid looking composed and looking confident now. Timeout taken again. Getting down to crunch time. Surely this is another one taken by G2.
As a frequent, traveler on the NA train?
Sure.
What normally happens at this point on the ride, Jason? Like, it's looking good. Like,
which are we talking in this individual map? Or are you talking big picture?
Just in this in a match like this, like they got that lead, like it's looking real good. Like, did they just arrive on time and it's all good, or?
Yeah, this game feels like they're gonna, you know, I think you're really trying to get me to jinx things, aren't you? Here is what you're doing.
I'm just asking for you. I'm just asking for you if you feel confident.
I'll fall into the trap. This Liquid at the moment looks like they're just gonna be chugging along and continue business as usual.
All right.
Of course, there's always potential that, you know, there's something on the tracks right around the corner that you just can't see.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
All right. I agree. It does look like they found the formula and are just applying it at the moment, so more power to them. 27th round, though. No smoke in the window, so OC still not feeling that confident, and Elish, though, not lacking in confidence. Gonna be able to pick up the kill, and even after that, I'm shocked that Modesty is actually expecting this. Is he going to be quick enough? Elish is so deep down there. Modesty goes down, and as they try and recover the AWP, they could have probably lost it now. NAF is pushing. So much aggression on the Liquid side, and G2 even looked like JKS was actually thinking about it, but they're still just not ready.
It's actually so cool. Just so many pushes all across the map. So much attention for G2 pointed towards middle because Yekendar's being aggressive, Elijah's being aggressive, and they never even knew that NAF was pushing up yet again. That's 2 huge pushes out of the B bomb site through those B halls for NAF in this game that have had massive consequences in the second half. And I mean, more than that, out of the timeout as well, remember. The 4th timeout taken from G2. You're coming into it with a plan. You're coming into something you want to exploit. And you get a completely different look of Team Liquid thrown at you.
Just 40 seconds. Nico's alive and Hooksy's here, but He's been having a little bit of trouble finding some of the frags that are relevant. This time, they're going to have to rely on him to do a lot if they want a chance of winning this one. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. Almost a free kill there for Hooksy, but got to be real careful. Nitro is seeing it. He's got the right read, and just stay alive, Nitro. Naf is showing up now, in connected with an M4, and the time is running down here really quickly. 17 seconds now. The bomb is behind them still. That's on Nico being brought up the ramp. Nice shot from Naf, and now Nico is in a world of trouble. 10 seconds, and he's going to get crossfired out of the round. 15 on the board of Liquid.
Yeah, Nico had to find a kill there. He had to find a 1v1 to get that bomb planted safely, to put some pressure on the other defender, so he had to go for a fight instead of a plant, because there's no way you're getting out of it after the bomb goes down. Aggression is the name of the game in this round for Team Liquid. Yekindar pushing, Elige pushing, OC in support of those two, and Naf lurking on the CT side up along the B halls.
I feel like whenever people hate on Mirage, it's because they don't get to see games like these, where you actually do have a lot of the cool stuff that can happen on the CT side. Which I realize some teams are very hard to do this against, but...
I feel like the people who hate Mirage are, you know, let's not go down this road. I was gonna say, like, mostly like puggers and matchmakers, although I do know a lot of pro players aren't the biggest fans of Mirage as well, but... It's taking the place of Dust 2. Hold the phone, because Liquid might win here. They're on fire again, 5 in a row. Elige traded off in 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was a hell of a shot. He needs more, and he will get it as well. Nico with a huge follow-up, make it a double, and the bomb is being planted. 3 versus 3. Spam not doing enough. Grenade are going to kill anyone at the very least, but does some good damage on the JKS. And they're going to regroup a little bit here. 3-on-3 for the after plant. Yekindar's already taken down Nico. Bomb is not that far ticked, so they have some time to work with. Naf gonna swing for it here in JKS. That earlier grenade really softened him up, and that is it. What a great 3 versus 3 retake, and Liquid taking down G2.
Yeah, this is a great look for Team Liquid to start out their campaign at Blast Premier in Group B, because T-side, we felt even with G2 winning some rounds, Liquid outplayed them tactically in the first half. In the second half, defense looked solid. Yekindar with an incredible game. OC was spot on with the AWP. All the elements for Team Liquid were looking good.
What a delightful way to get the day started.
Complexity
NA.
upset. Yeah, NA's on top, baby.
Oh,
you thought we were arrogant after the Complexity win. Just wait for this one, baby. Log on to Twitter.
Well, James is ready with the interview for us.
Elige, a very solid game there against the new G2 to start off with, and a little bit of smack talk at the end there. We throwing the Yekindar style straight at them?
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of fun. You know, they were talking a little bit before the game, after the game, in the warm-up. You know, people are doing what they're doing, so yeah, just having fun.
Now, one thing I noticed, right, since Yekindar came into the team, is that not only do I see like his presence be added to the team, but individually you've been stepping up as well. You feeling more confident, more comfortable with this?
Yeah, I think overall, like, he is a really good space maker, but I think the main thing is he's a really smart player, and I don't think that, like, many people know that, and he's brought a lot of structure into the team. He's a really smart, macro-oriented, and I think that I just play a lot better with structure, really.
And next up, you'll be going up against Complexity. The NA teams have gone further forward. You got a big smile on your face, on. How do you feel going in against Complexity, boys? Because they were looking a bit sharp.
Yeah, NA's back, boys. NA's back. That's all I gotta say. We're both 1-0. Everyone's predicting 0-2s on the NA boys, but nope.
Well, you've definitely got it, mate. Congratulations so far. And Moses, probably a very happy man right now.
Well, in the wise words of Elige, NA truly is back. Not only Liquid managed to take down a new look G2, but Complexity also managing to take down NAVI earlier on in the day. I mean, that Liquid matchup, second half, they looked in really full control of that round.
Yeah, all NA needed was EU players.
That's
and suddenly they win.
I close my eyes. I don't see the flags.
I don't see it.
It's all stars and stripes now, baby.
No, listen, back to Liquid for a second. That was a fantastic, close to perfection second half from Liquid, and it is something that was brought up at the cast by Jason. Moses O'Toole was obviously very happy right now is the proactivity of Liquid on that CT side. The amount of pushes, the amount of time the information was taken away from G2. Hooksy was in an absolute labyrinth. Nafly was pushing B, Elige was sometimes pushing connector, you had pushes down ramp from Nitro as well, and just the whole circle was closing on G2, and they never found a way out.
I spent the last 4 rounds standing behind G2 to observe this game and listening to the communication as well, and you're talking about it, all these pushes, all these aggressions coming out from Liquid. They couldn't control it. They felt like they didn't have the answer for it. Every round they were somewhat prepared for it, you know, even the communication was suggesting that we should be ready for it, but they've got caught off guard all the time, and that's a great way of playing Counter-Strike if you're Liquid. You're stressing a new team with a new in-game leader, with a new player in JKS as well. The structure isn't there yet, so the game plan coming out of Liquid right here, you said the word perfection. I'm willing to bank down on that one. I think that was a perfect second half from Liquid.
That was the exact question that I was going to be posing. We all know that Yekindar, you know, loves to be getting aggressive, loves to be holding that W to be sort of pushing into the other teams. But do you think this was kind of a specific game plan coming up against G2 when they know, things are going to be up in the air in terms of the game plan with Hooksy coming into the driver's seat now? Or do you think this is more of the Liquid that we should be expecting going forward?
I just think it's a good philosophy in general to have, right? And obviously here in this scheme that we have, it fits G2, it fixed their weaknesses, it fixed the fact that they have some issues handling these push, and that's great. I just hope that they keep this philosophy. You talk about Yekindar, you could just have a look at the stats. Of course, he's on top of them. He had a great game. But it's just whenever the game is really tight, whenever the game is really close, his ability and his will to put his life on the line, and fight until he actually makes that difference. He had a couple of moments where he was catwalk on Mirage, just fighting one guy, second guy, nade onto Hunter. And these are the kills that make a game. These are the kills that actually push the edge towards your in-game leader.
Listen, the first half from Yekindar was also close to perfection. The impact he found on the T side, I believe he finished with 19 or 17 kills or something like that. Without Yekindar in that first half, Liquid would have struggled a little bit. He was the one opening over and over again. And it's not by opening one kill. He had multi-rounds, on the T side where he got 3 kills, 4 kills, and just completely single-handedly run around for Liquid. They went on to this streak in the first half, winning 5 in a row, and I thought to that moment, okay, that is G2 struggling. That is Yekindar taking over the server. And that's sort of what we felt throughout the entire game. Even though scoreboard-wise it suggested that it was a close game, it always felt like Liquid were one step ahead, especially when we got to the CT side. Aggressive Counter-Strike, proactive Counter-Strike, perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, definitely fully in the driver's seat there. I mean, for the side of G2, obviously, we're going to give them a little bit of breathing room. This is a new in-game leader coming into the driver's seat for their side too. But was there anything that you felt like was particularly lacking from them on the T side? Was it just their ability, or the CT side as well? Was it the ability to kind of counter those pushes coming out of Liquid?
It's not only the ability to counter the pushes, but it's the time they were taking to handle the pushes. And again, the casters did a really good job highlighting that. G2 took a very long time to absorb the pushes and kind of formulate a plan. And because of that, Liquid were just very much ready. The last 25 seconds, 30 seconds, everyone where they needed to be. And this is something that Hooksy was talking about with James. He said, listen, sometimes I know what to do, but I have to express it. I have to express it clearly. And instead of 3 seconds, maybe you use 5. Instead of 10, you use 15 to formulate a plan. And because you have your opponents just coming at you time and time again, then you play a little bit too slow and you are behind the music. And I think that's what happened to G2.
A couple of examples in the game, right? There was a couple of pushes from G2 on the T side when they went up A ramp with 10 seconds left of the round, right? You're just hoping everything is going your way, right? You need the instant kill. You need to get the bomb down instantly for that to work. But that was a great sign again of what Liquid were able to apply pressure towards G2, right? They didn't feel comfortable going up with 20 or 25 seconds left. They were being pressured all the way to the brink where they had to do a Hail Mary just to get up towards the bomb site. So again, scoreboard, suggested it was a close game. When we look into it and when we analyze it and when we dive into it, it felt like Liquid were one step ahead throughout pretty much the entire game.
Well, despite G2 unfortunately having a loss in their debut here at the Full Groups, Hunter does have a few words with Banks.
So, Hunter, your first game here against Liquid, and okay, it's a tough one, right? You play on Mirage, something that you guys, I would say, normally play pretty well, but it is also the first game with the new team, so a loss still, but how do you view it? What do you look at when you come to this moment in time?
I mean, first of all, of course, it's the first game. Anything can happen, especially BO1. Liquid did really good. We started good, that's what we wanted, and 4-0 on City side, we had a lot of money. Then after 4-0, we were, I think, too passive. We didn't take any initiative, and they just used this space, especially Yekindar in the lead on mid. Yeah. And we had an issues with that because we didn't have informations. Again, we did a good comeback, 8-7.5. We won T-Pistol, 11-7. After that, I thought we'll be good because T-side Mirage we didn't have any issues on practices. Yeah. But yeah, I think we were forcing sometimes some things, not individually, but I mean, we were just forcing some things instead of playing a bit slower because they were fighting for this mid area as well on City side. And yeah, we need to just learn from our mistakes. This is the first game, and hopefully against NAVI we'll fix that and we'll be better.
And the good thing here is we look at the positives. Like you said, it's the good start. You were getting the pistols, you were converting the rounds, you weren't getting upset throughout all of it. I want to touch on a bit you said about space, though, right? I'm going to take that a bit more. We heard in the interview with Xtaz, you want to get Manassi coming out there more, taking a bit more space of it. Is it about him getting some extra confidence to do that more often, or does he have to wait for Hooksy? How's it working?
I mean, with Hooksy, we have a lot of space and we can do almost whatever we want. But obviously, we need to say, and we cannot just do it randomly we are playing Faceit. So yeah, I mean, we are working on it. We are trying to improve really as much as we can. His communication is getting better, and he's getting better in the team. He's feeling good overall. We just need him to be more free, to have more freedom, and to know when to use his space that he's having.
That's what it's all about. Well, Hunter, thank you very much for your time, and good luck going up against NAVI.
Thank you.
That was some really interesting insight from Hunter. I know, Jacob, you weren't too fond of the idea of them having more space with Hooksy. We were talking about, you know, him having the ability to dictate some more of the pace.
Just a little bit, right? It's tough. It's just one game. It's an interview. It could be taken out of context. But I want Hooksy to set in a certain play style, or at least some surroundings that these players can thrive within. I love giving space to players like Nico, Maniac, Hunter for that matter as well. They're world-class players, so of course they need, you know, space in order to unfold the talent. But there needs to be a certain balance obtained. And I think that's something they're going to work on. You know, the first couple of months is going to be rough for G2. It's going to be up and down. It's going to be a roller coaster. But I would love to hear, you know, in a couple of months, Hunter saying in an interview that we now have space, but we also have structure behind the space. Because just giving them space to play FPL-style Counter-Strike, sure, that's going to net you some wins because you have so much skill on the server. But for the longevity, I want G2 to win trophies. I want G2 to be a team that can compete for the best in the world. And you need a certain amount of structure for that.
Yeah, and if Hooksy isn't really practicing it, you know, having a little bit control of what's happening, whenever shit hit the fan and his 13-13 scoreline, it's going to be really hard for him to shift gear and change his entire approach. We take Kerrigan as the most accomplished IGL we have right now at the very top of the mountain. I guarantee you he knows when to change the gear and when to take control and when to imprint a certain rhythm, or when he can let his teammates just happily run around like horses on the field. He knows when to change. And in Hooksy, you cannot just let people do whatever they want. You also need sometimes to control.
But it takes time to learn, right? Hooksy needs to know his players as well. Knows to feel when is Nico on it, right? When do you give Nico all the space in the world? When do you give Maniac all the space in the world? You need to play with them. You need to practice with them. You need to experience a loss like this before you learn that. So no red flags here whatsoever. No alarm is ringing right now, but it's something that we can keep an eye on for the future.
Yeah, we always say you learn the most from your failures going forward, certainly. But it wasn't just Liquid flying. That's what I was going to talk about. Liquid flying the NA flag, but Complexity also managing to take down NAVI. Of course, we're going to use a caveat. No Simple in attendance. But I don't know what you guys thought. I felt like it was kind of a different style of NAVI we were seeing, sort of less proactive, taking less of those risks, sort of, I don't know, not the same NAVI that I'm used to seeing.
We talked about, in the pre-show of that matchup, we said, listen, it's possible that Hetrick put good numbers, which he has done in this game. You look at the stats and Hetrick was up there, but still the machine as a whole is not working as it's supposed to be. And this is where you can actually measure some of the intangibles of what Simple brings on the server. It's not only topping the charts, not only multi-kills galore, it's also organizing the team around him. And obviously he wasn't doing that. The veterans, the cadres of the team didn't show up either. Electronic was quiet, Bit was relatively quiet. And so what you have is a team that has a lot of input, and Complexity sees the opportunity.
Yeah, and let's be honest, right? You're coming out of a summer break, you're coming out of a long break, especially for NAVI. It's been a very long season with everything that's been going on. The circumstances haven't really played into their favor. And then you're being told that you're playing with a stand-in in the first tournament. It's just one day of Counter-Strike, and then Simple will return for next week. So in terms of practice and how much focus and how much individual, you know, these players have been practicing, I can somewhat understand if they're not as motivated as Complexity, who's coming in with a new player, who's coming in with Hellcirk, who's coming in to prove a point for everyone else. There's something to be said about, you know, top-level Counter-Strike. Even NAVI and Complexity, it's some of the small percentages that makes the difference consistently. So if they haven't been practicing as much and as, I guess, focused as they normally do, it makes sense that Complexity would be able to pull off a great performance. And that's why I want to lead the conversation as well. Take nothing away from that. That was a team with confidence, Freya. That was a team that played some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen Complexity play in this iteration.
And I am so happy that we got to see some good stuff coming out of Fang. He's kind of been touted as the next North American talent coming through. I remember watching him at DreamHack Opens as well when he was really lighting up the server on fire. I was really excited to see him sort of entering what was kind of the tier 1 team of Complexity, unfortunately, you know, throughout 2022. What was it, Jacob? They've only won against a European team once, and it was back in February.
Back in February, and before that, we go all the way back to October 21. They've had 2 wins against European teams in almost, you know, 12 months. So it hasn't really been pretty for Complexity at all. You said it pretty well, Matthew, going into the pregame. It's been red all over for Complexity, but of course, they're starting to show signs of life. Again, it's just one game, but it was a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they're going to have the opportunity down the line in this event to show us that the gigantic asterisk that is next to that win is just that, just an asterisk. And actually, the inherent value of the team is much higher than we think. Because if there's ever a time to beat NAVI, it's probably when Simple isn't here. Sure. And for all the haters and the doubters, right now they have a lot of bullets in the magazine. You just beat NAVI without Simple. People don't care. But I agree. I think Complexity showed us better signs, better Counter-Strike that we had seen in a while. You talk about Hellcirk, of course his input was much higher than Junior. Staying alive, playing clever, giving time to his team to organize around him on the CT side. Fang with a couple of clutches. We should not disregard the good that we have seen from Complexity, but let's not be crazy, right? Simple wasn't here.
Yeah, anything else that you kind of want to wrap up this complexity talk with? Anything else that kind of stood out to you as a reason maybe why they were kind of closing this one out?
Nah, I just want to see more. I want to see more of complexity. And they also have a great opportunity now that Liquid won to get a domestic matchup. We know Liquid against complexity. That's where complexity have found a bit of success against some of the domestic lineups, playing against NA, playing against that, style of CS that's going to be very aggressive, as we just saw coming out from Team Liquid. So I think in terms of the matchup, the stylistic that we have coming up for complexity, they now have a massive chance of potentially securing a top spot in this group, which is outrageous to say out loud, at least if you said it a couple of hours ago. So, I want to see more of complexity. I want to see if what we saw in the first game was just a bit of a fluke, or if we can expect more from them.
Well, Jacob, your wish is my command, but we do have to throw it to a quick break first. As we were saying, a North American derby is about to ensue. Liquid taking on complexity in that upper bracket matchup. Make sure you join us back after the break to see how it goes down.
All right, well, sat here with Katie and obviously gonna just have a nice little chat. We're gonna talk all things heroic and Counter-Strike. Okay, one thing I wanted to get into and talk to you about, because I know we have so many new viewers in Counter-Strike these days. I don't think everyone's fully aware of the entire legend of Cadian or story of Cadian. Because I don't know, like part of me, when I was thinking about your career, thinking about like this conversation was, if you were in a Hollywood movie, you'd be like the hermit in the desert of like some post-apocalyptic world. Like you just weren't, for whatever reason, able to establish yourself in like Tier 1 Danish Counter-Strike in the early days of CSGO. And just over your career, just going through the team list, just you've had to play with like, not the rejects, but like the unwanted, I guess, which isn't much better, I guess. You even were like outcast into like North America, like the true wasteland for a while. You did like a year over there. So I mean, let's just kind of talk about those kind of early stages, because I don't think people fully realize like the sort of redemption arc and journey that you had to go on to get back to this level. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I had a crazy uprise just when my career started with the qualification for the very first major, then signed a contract with Mouse Sports. But the thing is, like, for two of the first teams that I played on, like Mouse Sports and SK, I definitely also compromised a lot with like my role, right? I was always the IGL and the AWP. And in these two teams, like at Mouse, Chris J was the AWPer, and in SK, Freeze was the AWPer, right? And I thought to myself that I could easily play like a secondary AWP and that my capabilities with the rifle would be good enough. I think nowadays I would definitely be able to do so in a much better way, but that's also because I'm way smarter at the game now than I was back then.
Way more fleshed out as a player.
Yes. So like that definitely hurt like on the statistic base a bit, and you all know how it is, especially back then, like young IGL, maybe too much confidence, maybe didn't have the exact way of introducing his philosophies and stuff like this, and not playing his primary role, so his statistics were like 1 or 0.98 or whatever, then you just get cut. And especially when
opening matchups here at the full group for Group B have concluded, and perhaps the bracket has gone a little bit topsy-turvy. We will be seeing a North American derby between Complexity and Liquid going down in just a moment, but NAVI taking on G2, and technically that elimination lower bracket matchup, that is going to be whoever loses that is going to be going 4th seed into the gauntlet of next week. I didn't really expect to see, particularly NAVI's name down there.
Let me put a scenario forth for your imagination, Freya. Let's imagine for a second that NAVI lose that game and they're being the 4th team of this group, and then Sipple comes back with his super 4-man cape in the back, and then they just walk through that entire gauntlet best of 3, just kicking asses, taking names, pushing teams aside, completely destroying our gauntlet. Thank you, Navi. Spasiba. Huh?
That is very mean. That's very mean.
They would destroy the whole bracket. They would ruin everything.
Nah, they wouldn't necessarily.
Of course they would.
Nah, they wouldn't necessarily.
You don't think Simple has the ability to kind of turn the
You guys
fight around?
underestimate the fact that they're coming out of a break. You guys underestimate what can happen in a break like this. I'm not saying Navi's coming bad out of the break because we haven't seen them play with Simple, but it's not a guarantee whatsoever. Once you come out of a summer break where you haven't played Counter-Strike for a month, a lot of stuff can change. A lot of like the power relations between the teams, who's been practicing a lot, who's been bootcamping for just a couple of days, etc., that can change. All I'm saying is that Simple is not here right now, so Navi's not practicing with Simple. The rest of these guys and all the other teams that are playing will be. So that, whole power trip we have about Navi obviously being the second best team in the world, that's still going to be the case in a month or two, but in a week from now, that's not a guarantee.
Well, Matchy, you're putting that situation potentially forward. Does that mean you're favouring G2 in that lower bracket match?
It's really hard for me to stand here and tell you that G2 will win because we have so many questions. That game against Liquid was a little bit disappointing. My fear is that what we have seen, the draw that we have seen on the T side of G2 against Liquid can reproduce on different maps against different opponents. Yeah. This is my one fear because on the CT side, I'm ready to believe fully in G2. We've seen what JKS can do on his position. Nico, the man we have on our screen, played pristine on his position. That's going to stay happening. It's going to keep happening. Can they kind of craft solutions on the T side? Are they ready to do that now, or do we think that it's too early for Huxi to kind of bring his magic? Because if he doesn't, then they can lose to anyone.
Some may argue that Mirage would be one of the easier maps to craft those solutions. So you're right, if we go into a more tactical approach like a nuke or an overpass where the T sides can be incredible tough, then what can we really expect from G2? Another thing you highlighted as well going into the first game was who's going to be the guy who's bringing up the voice within the team, right? Who's going to be the motivator? We saw Jax, being that happy guy, always keeping the mood up. When I was watching and standing behind him for 4 rounds, no one was trying to keep the mood up. It felt a little bit flat, and that's understandable. They were under a lot of pressure, first game, nerves, etc., but that will also have to change, down the line. So that's something I'm keeping an eye out for. What is the mood like within G2 now that Jax is not there to keep it up?
Yeah, no, I think it's kind of an emotional question, I guess, for both sides of the equation in that elimination matchup. But moving into the upper bracket, our North American representatives both winning their initial opening matchups. It is going to be Complexity taking on Liquid to see who's going to be catapulting themselves to that group grand final. Both standing in pretty good stead so far. I just want to open up the conversation with that Complexity versus Navi game, just in case any of the viewers at home weren't tuned in for that particular matchup. Matthew, can you give us kind of the TLDR of what happened in that opening game of Overpass?
To me, two names really stand forward in that game. On the CT side, it's Halsuk with the AWP.
Yep.
He did what Junior couldn't do in about 1.5 years, which is actually have impact and being there, standing his ground. And as I said, kind of gatekeeping some of the part of the map for his teammate to rotate around, and the man that we had just right on our screen as well, Fang and the clutches. I think these two elements were what kind of crumbled the whole cookie for Navi. They were the one pushing Complexity over the line. And again, a Navi that is obviously below 100%.
Yeah.
High pace, simple Counter-Strike. They didn't make it too complicated. T-side overpass, they stuck together a lot, played the wolf pack mentality as we sometimes speak about, 4-1 where you have 4 players together, you're just ready to pound on a bomb site. We saw that happening over and over on the B bomb site. So keep it simple, keep it smooth, keep it clean, and I think that was what Complexity did against Navi.
Well, let's see some of those put under the spotlight with Mahone, because I believe he does have a particular moment for us to be looking at from that Complexity versus Navi game earlier on.
Yes, that is correct. So on Complexity's T side, they used a couple of fundamental concepts, and I want to kind of show one of them here. So here in this round, what we're going to see, 6-3, we're going to see Fang coming out towards this long A position, and then Floppy coming out here towards Monster. And one of the big things whenever you're in this type of situation is when you have all this map control, these extremity players actually have a lot of power to dictate how the round will go. And you're going to see that here, they're going to use it to manipulate rotations, or sometimes teams like to call it switcherooing or seesawing. What you're going to see basically is that Fang, he's going to pressure here towards the A side. And at the same time, as he pressures the A site, Floppy's going to come out here towards this Monster position. And the reason why is because he knows that there's going to be rotations made from the B site to the A site. So he'll know that it's going to be slightly weaker. You're going to see how this plays out. So Fang, he comes out here, he pressures A first. He catches Head Trick in the back. He catches Bit as well. And at the same time, when those kills happen, you'll see that Floppy, he's coming out towards this Monster position because now he knows that the B site should be opened up just slightly. The rotation's going through, electronics going back towards the A site. He knows that this is definitely a possibility. So he knows he only has to take a 1v1 with one player in the site. So Floppy, he catches Perfecto in the site. And now this allows JT to now be in a position where he can actually go back to the B site. So even though if you look at this radar here, even though Fang dies to SDY here, because Floppy has pushed all the way into the B site and has gotten so much space, these players here now in the middle of the map can now rotate back towards the B site. You see that's exactly what happens. So even though Floppy here dies to Electronic, they know now where both the players are. SDY got a kill over towards the A side, and they know that Electronic got a kill over towards B. So JT and Halzark, they're going to bring the bomb over. Halzark, he's just simply going to plant, or no, sorry, he's going to cover JT's plant, and he's going to basically catch any C2 who tries to aggress. Now he gets the kill into Electronic, and the important part here is actually this 2v1. Now with this Molotov coming through, the easiest way to lose the 2v1 is to really give the CT an isolated fight. So for both these players here, what they're going to do, they're going to make sure to coordinate and make sure to just do a simple double peek. You'll see SDY here in this moment. He's getting peeked from both the left and the right side here. He has no chance of winning this round. JT peeking from the left side, and then Halzark peeking from the right. So Complexity's win was really a lot to do with just how they were working on the macro level and the micro level as well. And I hope to see that again against Liquid coming up.
Thank you very much for that great insight, Danny. It was really great to see the kind of illustration of that pressurization that Complexity were putting forward that uncharacteristically, I guess, NAVI just weren't able to contain.
You're absolutely right. I think Danny here did a fantastic job at highlighting what Complexity did well. But a couple of examples of the structural issue for NAVI when Sybil isn't here. First of all, they get caught off guard in a 5v4 situation. On the CT side, 5v4 situation, they get caught off guard. And after that, what do? They over-rotate after these kills. These are the sign of a team that is operating in a little bit of a chaotic situation. They're not just following and going through the protocols. They're a little bit lost. And that's why they let go of a 5v4 like Danny just highlighted.
It's a natural instinct, right, for some of the players. They feel like they have to make up for Simple not being there. So if you're Perfecto, if you're Electronic, you think to yourself, okay, Simple is not going to save us this time around. I have to do a little extra. Same way around, Perfecto thinking, I have to do a little bit extra. Bit, I have to do a little bit extra. And then you get caught off guard. Then you lose that synergy. You lose what you normally do. And you have to be a little bit careful with that. Because I still think that NAVI have enough firepower and enough individual skill in order to just play their own game and still deal with a team like Complexity.
I know we spoke about it briefly just after the last game, but Fang, super impressed with him going forward. Is he somebody that you're continuing to put under the spotlight for this Complexity?
Yeah, we'll have to. We'll have to because I'm at that point in my kind of my judgment of Fang, sorry, and kind of my evaluation is, I know he's got a game sense, I know he's got a tooth for the game at time, but I just feel like it isn't consistent. Not every single game is he going to showcase that mentality, that will to make the difference, just like he did in that round, really greatly depicted by Danny. Sometimes he fades in the shadow and plays a bit more standard. Does he have the shoulder now to become that playmaker time and time again? Then he would obviously be a piece of the puzzle, very important for Complexity.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. You know, it's hard to judge a player in a team that is not working. That's my first takeaway. We've seen that for Complexity. You could say the same about Floppy. Can we see more from him? We know how good he can be. Same could be said for Fang. Grim as well has another opportunity now of showing right. We saw him in Liquid struggle a little bit. It's gotten slightly better in Complexity, but I still think it's fair to say that we need to see more from the individuals. And as you said, keyword is consistency.
Yeah, what's extra exciting about this matchup is Grim is going to be going up against his old team. So let's get to hear from him ahead of this match.
A lot of you are just taking some wild fights in a confident way. It's not like just you're swinging out there and hoping for the best. I was watching JT do it at times. I saw you do it. Fang as well the whole time. You have to give him a special mention. So was there something particular that you guys are doing when it comes to NA practice that maybe you took away from just fighting against other teams that are a lot lower? Did you focus more on your own games? Like, where was the time spent for Complexity?
Yeah, so we actually just flew here yesterday from playing the RMR qualifier, which we won. So we actually have a lot of confidence right now just because we pretty much destroyed every team in the NA qualifier. And yeah, everyone's confidence just at an all-time peak right now. I personally played really well that tournament too, so I'm coming in really confident. And I think that we're a momentum-based team, and if we can win a couple rounds early or get into the game mentally, and I think our individuals can pop off. Everyone has really sick aim on the team. Even JT, his stats are low, but if you look at what he does for the team, it's understandable why they're low. He always runs in first, dies for everyone. He'll take all the nades, just die 1 HP running. He doesn't care. He just wants us to win, and I think he's a really good team player. It's underrated, and people need to put more respect for JT for sure.
Yeah, that's it, right? The stats do lie sometimes, and you have to look at the little details that come out in these games. But I do want to say with your own confidence, right? This is probably the best I've seen you perform. I'm not just looking at individual game, but even looking back at the RMR games in a long time. Is there anything else you've done in particular?
I've just been focusing on my mental game because there's been something about LANs that the game just doesn't feel the same for me as online. And I think recently I finally just figured out I'm gonna play with all this confidence. I was actually talking to Naf earlier. He was everyone's in your server, you're just playing it or something like that. So he was trying to hype me up and give me confidence too, which I think is good. So I'm looking forward to our match with him. Hopefully it'll be a good game. But yeah, I appreciate everything and he's done for me. He's a really good guy, and I think that, yeah, I was just focusing on my mental really for lands and just trying to like play the same as I would online. I think that game I did, and I'm just going to try to keep doing it.
Yeah, stay in that mental zone, man. Make it work. Now, also when it comes to NA practice, okay, you spoke about the RMR. It was a bit easy for you guys, but how does that practice look, and what kind of caliber of teams you're able to fight up against? Because even with EG now, you've kind of got up and downs with them. Really, I just look at you and Liquid, if I'm honest.
Yeah, honestly, the practice has been a bit rough because Liquid's been in Europe, and now I think EG are in Serbia right now. So the practice has been limited. I think for us, like the best teams we're going to be playing are like the EG, Carpe Diem teams, and the Party Astronauts. But besides that, when we're practicing in NA, we're just really focusing on ourselves and like our strats and making sure we're like doing the right reactions, the right plays. We're not really focusing on what the other team's doing, and I think that helps a lot just with our confidence and making sure we're all on the same like plan in the game.
Now, Liquid, right, your old team, I'm sure you want to get that revenge in there. You've got a big smile on your face, you're feeling confident, but how tough do you think this game's going to be?
I think it's going to be hard. I think they have a good trio of like mid-round calling with Nitro, Yekindar, and Elite. I think their calling's really on point and their mechanics are really good. Like everyone on that team has really nice mechanics. So I think for us, we just need to transfer in our confidence from last game and bring it into this game. Because like if we're playing like we did against NAVI against Liquid, I think we're gonna win as well. So we just need to focus on our game and not too much what they're doing. Just make sure we're playing our best, and I think we can come out.
I love to hear it, man. Keep that good mental strength going. Good luck.
Thank you.
Definitely a grudge match on the cards, not only for Grim, but for the entirety of Complexity, because last time we saw these two teams face, they did indeed play Vertigo, and it was Liquid netting that 16-12 win.
Look, pound for pound, Liquid has Complexity's number figured out. Halser coming in for Complexity doesn't really make enough of a change. And I also think that when Grim is saying if we play the same way with against Navi, we have a chance, I'm going to make a stop right here because Liquid is not going to be playing the same way Navi did. All that space that Navi allowed to Complexity, which we talked about, that's not going to happen. Yekinder is going to be in their faces. We know Nafla is going to push when he can. I think they're about to be strangled by Liquid.
Two players to look out for. Elish and Yekinder, two of the best CT-sided Vertigo players in the entire world. I think Complexity is in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Yekinder's favourite position, that ramp position on Vertigo, so I've definitely got my eye out for him. But we've got to throw it to a quick break before the action is going to ensue. It's going to be Vertigo between Liquid and Complexity in a North American derby, and we'll see how it goes down with Anders and Moses in just a few.
We are ready with the third game of the day, and it's Liquid versus Complexity. So no matter what, the NA side is going to be doing well today.
No matter what, 3 wins for North America.
Hell yes.
That's what I'm talking about. 100% win rate in the first 3 matches of the day. That's magnificent.
What a way to start the second half of the year.
It's just so memeable. You gotta love it. You gotta appreciate it.
And this should be a really good map for Liquid. We've already seen what they can do on this particular map, and obviously it's one of the places where Yakinda does a lot of work. And they started the CT side as well. I reckon Complexity are in trouble, but they've already impressed us once today. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt and see what they can bring.
I agree with Maniac sentiment on the desk, though. Like that Navi, you know, on top of Complexity playing a good game, felt flat. Liquid's not a team coming in after that victory over G2 that's going to be flat at all, and already a miscue. Alicia's going to have heard that, and he's going to be calling it over to NAF. He's already changed his position. He's already here in support, but can they actually put a stop to it? Molotov. No one's watching for NAF, but Grim does turn. This hit is dangerous. Another one for Grim, and Floppy adds a third on top of it.
All right, they actually managed to find the kills. I agree, that looked like maybe NAF could have been the game changer there, but somehow they found him at the back. He just let out a single bullet and then died immediately afterwards. They're going to go fight instead of finding the bomb, which I can respect. Fang able to pick up a couple of kills at the end, and it will be Complexity to pick up the early pistol round. It's not bad.
No, not bad at all. Continuing the momentum, building it up early. We saw how excited and hyped up they were getting against NAVI at the start of the day, and obviously after the match, just full of excitement. This is a victory, Complexity, with Team Liquid even kind of getting an early jump on what was coming. That missed boost gave Elige the information. They had a good second. I mean, not much in the grand scheme of things to prepare for it, but you know, Complexity still just hits headshots.
Yeah, that spin around from Grim, from his point of view, looked even more ridiculous. That was actually very cool. Now, they did invest into the round Liquid, though, which is something to look at. For Mars on the Elige, Yakinda on the Scout, some Deagles, and a C-75 on Nitro.
Missed Molotov, not going to have consequences in this round, but in the future, that could be an issue if it continues to be a problem.
Nitro goes down early. Elige only with 1 return, and they're still fighting. Just so much pressure applied to this bomb site from the Complexity side, and they're going to get the bomb plant. Oh, wait. They come off it. I actually thought he was going to go for it there. They find Elige in the meantime, and I guess they have enough time to slow it down, so actually kind of cool. Not even stressed after a little bit of a fight there, Complexity. Yakinda's going to be slowly fading away.
Yeah, probably didn't even really need that fake plant, but still just playing it cautiously. Very simple round from Complexity. Towards the B bomb site, let the AK-47 lead the way, and no fear whatsoever from Grim being the first player up the staircase. 2-0 for Complexity. Team Liquid not able to keep any weapons in hand for the next round.
Sometimes can be a little bit dangerous when you go just hard at a bomb site, even if it's up against what you think might just be pistols or whatever. I mean, still the stacks can be good, but it worked out just fine for them, so not too worried. And Yakinda not finding anything with the Scout here at the end of the round either. So a nice little 2-0 lead for the Complexity side of things. Curious to see how things are going to be playing out, and if it's going to be the same people showing up for the Complexity side. Obviously, Fang, I think, was one of the people we talked about a lot, but Grim and Floppy were also playing pretty well in that opening game.
Yeah, surely. Grim was excellent on overpass against Navi, for sure.
Oh, and Holzak actually had some crazy deagle shots.
You started this out with like 1 player playing good, and then you've been like, oh shit, everyone played good.
They did beat Navi, so I guess it makes sense, you know. Everyone. Just throw them all in there.
Here we go. Round number 3. Scout and Yakinda, Deagle on Elige, and USPs after that. 1 flashbang on Nitro. Who'd you pick for this one?
Liquid, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like yesterday was not a good day for me in terms of picking anything, so I feel like this is my time to make up for it.
A lot of people had a tough day yesterday.
I know.
I had a tough day yesterday. Oh, Elige is having a good time. What a triple kill with the Deagle. And if that's the turning point, Liquid didn't bring a whole lot into this round. Oh, this will put you on notice, but those are weapons they can't recover. OC and Nitro, no, they do not want to get aggressive, and I think Fang has found the escape route for JT. He's got control of the A bomb site. JT not even being quiet about running over. Now, OC and Nitro kind of have a decision to make. Now they realize they can go get the weapons because they know exactly where both players are. Do you want to go for this? Or do you keep these AK-47s and just say, you know what, we're happy about the boost in the economy this will give us moving forward?
Surely, you know, just playing the percentages, you just try and save the guns and be happy to bring him to the next one. But they're kind of close by, and there was a much delayed bomb plant. It didn't happen nearly as quick as I maybe would have thought. If they find JT here, it's definitely on, but he's going to get one in return, and a good double. That'll take it all away. Quad kill on JT at the end of the round, and man, I've got to say, I want to see the replay of those deals from Elige. That was nuts.
Yeah, that's some spicy shooting. Look at this one. Molotov clears. Great flashbang from Nitro. That was the one flashbang brought into that round. I know that warms your little dead heart.
Yes, of course. Not much does, but a flashbang will. What's that? 4 bullets, 3 headshots?
Yep.
Nice.
All right.
Put them on notice.
Yeah, that really does. That'll temper the excitement for the complexity side. Those smiles turn a little bit more into frowns after a round like that. OC is forced off by nades. Good utility work for complexity, so no aggressive stance for the AWP of Team Liquid.
And a big concern for this first half is going to be, how do you deal with your Kindar on this ramp?
And Elige. Remember, Yekindar, OC, and Elige defending this A bomb site and this A ramp early on. Oh, Yekindar probably gets away with one there. I'm not going to lie to you. Over the smoke, OC finds Grim. Couldn't land the headshot. That had to have been immediate. OC's down to 10 HP, but they'll be happy with the man advantage.
JT, that's actually a nice little sneaky play. Could have definitely worked out. Looked like Nitro had no real idea, so opportunity to do something, but they fail at it this time. Grim is out of the round, and now they want to go back to the B bomb site, try and see if they can test it out. NAF making a bit of noise, falling back, and almost caught with a nade in hand. Floppy tries to go for the pre-fire spray for the smoke, but it's bang, hit the headshot. It's not bad. That's another one through the smoke, taking down Elige. Yekindar and OC, 2 versus 4, and what a recovery from Complexity.
If I'm Complexity in this game and I'm coming up with a game plan, I'm saying we're going to be attacking this B bomb site all day long. We're going to be going right at Nitro, and that's no real, harsh slight on him, but when you think of the power that's at the A ramp with OC, Yekindar, and Elige, and you look at someone who's, kind of not really in that fragging department for Team Liquid, I think you are just going at Nitro, see if you can exploit that weakness, go at the B bomb site, see if you can take it over a few times, and then you force that A defense to feel a little bit nervous about committing all that firepower throughout the round of the A site.
And we have to track it. I mean, obviously, it will be interesting to see how long before Liquid do decide to make a change, if they trusted Nitro and NAF anchoring the bomb site, or if eventually early on they're going to try and see if they can change that defense just enough to make a difference. What a start for Complexity. Timeout used by Liquid. Not happy with the way things are going right now, and I don't see a reason why they would be either. They actually got the opening kill and then slipped right out of their hands.
I think everyone in the talent team predicted Team Liquid to win this one again. We all predicted Navi to beat Complexity as well in the first day. If Complexity causes 2 of these kinds of upsets, we're never going to live it down.
No, the social medias would be...
It'd be off the rails.
Hungry for it.
Lighting on fire.
I think that's why it's really, for me, making mostly bad predictions, because then it doesn't sting as badly,
Okay, so your thing is if I set the bar at I suck at predictions.
Yeah, and people are going to be like, yeah, it's just Anders.
It's just Anders sucking as usual.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting angle.
Yeah.
I haven't really heard that one before.
Happy with it so far.
It's been working for years.
Also, waiting, hoping to catch the timing there. But yeah, that A ramp is... There aren't many players in the world that I could think of as scary as Yekindar on that A ramp. Even when you know he's going to be aggressive, even if you know it's coming. Could have been a kill there. JT barely escapes. They're going to find Yekindar. Also rewarded for his patience over there.
And now I think for Team Liquid, you got to be thinking, let's try and get into a position where we can save this AWP. They're kind of rotating over to try and defend this bomb site. But I think OC, especially with low HP, has got to be really careful how he commits to any of these fights. They'd love to bring the AWP forward into the next round. Alicia's gone. If he was able to get that kill and find some safety, then I think you can fight for it, and I think this is a great call from OC. He's already backing off just now. Nitro's even slinking back as well to kind of keep some space and keep some defense around him, and Liquid's priority has shifted to the AWP.
Yeah, just not worth throwing it away.
If Elige gets that kill and finds himself able to tuck into lane and kind of have that second angle onto the bomb site to delay the plan and make Complexity fight a 2-front battle, then maybe you can justify OC sticking around and seeing what he could find. But once Elige goes down, there's no hope.
5-0 in favor of Complexity.
As we all expected.
This is great news. I mean, especially if you're playing this T side. That's what really scared me is in my brain, I was imagining something like a very hard lockdown, even just facing Yakindar on the ramp. But they've been managing to, well, avoid him for some of it, but also just straight up winning it this time. AWP versus M4, and they come out on top. So, we'll see. Complexity, beautiful, beautiful beginning here. Yeah, that one, probably the key kill to make the difference. Elish hoping to reenact what he was doing in the previous round with the running headshots, but not going to be allowed to. They have some rifles though back on the side of Liquid, so at least they can take a real fight this time.
There's a lot of money on this Complexity team that they need to burn through though. Elish shows a little bit of shoulder, but gets into cover. That gives OC a position behind the sandbags, and that's close.
That looked like he almost shot his head right off, but somehow not.
Oh, where's all this damage coming from? Fang and Holzerk brought down so low. 16 and 10 HP. JT trying to find a duel. There's two players challenging from the defensive side, and Nitro's tucked in behind the steel beams. He's found some cover. Good flashbangs, but Grim knows there's no route forward.
Oh, almost all of them on that B stairwell, so a little bit awkward when they're all pushed up like this. They're going to take down NAF, though. Great entry for JT. Is that enough to get the opening they want here? A minute on the clock, and they'll find Nitro inside of the smoke. More people are starting to show up to the bomb side, but no, it's not even. They're not even close. Elish thought about it for a second, but he's going to fall back. Again, like you said, keep hitting that B bomb site over and over again.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. And at the very same, even if it's not like any kind of like full-blown hit, I love the duels that JT was taking on those stairs, I think in tandem with Floppy, I want to say. Like, even if they don't get the kills in the initial contact, you're forcing so much counter utility. You forced out so many flashbangs. You've made it awkward. You forced Nitro into a smoke, so he's kind of had to isolate and take himself out of the fight just to survive from the flames. Really leaves NAF on an island out in transition, trying to make it over to the default boxes. So just so much pressure being put on that B bomb site, and Complexity's patient with it and eventually find the openings that they need. 6-0 now.
A lot of people worried, surely, at this point in time, watching this, thinking, wait a minute.
No one's worried. NA wins no matter what.
That is true. Not even, like, even the jet lag just gets evened out.
Yeah, negated.
Yeah.
Both teams are jet lagged, so you definitely can't use it now.
Maybe that is how we do things in the future. Like, even if we're hosting like a, an event in Denmark or something, we just fly the Danish team around the world beforehand, just to give them a world trip.
That's the equalizer. We should make all the European teams take like 12-hour journeys.
Just to get there, yeah.
Yep. I like that. Sold.
All right, it's a plan. We're working on it.
First kill for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he's down and out. NAF did nearly go down, but I like it. It's a little bit of aggression outside of the B bomb site. They kind of can expect for something to happen, and that's a nice follow-up nade. NAF getting that one.
It's also a bit of a statement push for NAF as well. Like, he's probably thinking the same thing. He's like, I've got to stop these guys from feeling like they can just come stairs and just fight and bully us every chance they get any round that they want. So getting in your face, make them think twice, make them be a little bit nervous about some CT side aggression. And at least for this round, he gives them a man advantage as well. There's an avenue back into this if Fang can clean up some of these softened players. NAF being the first one at 19 HP.
Also just scoped up this whole way. Hasn't been able to really see almost anything, but might be rewarded. It looked like that could have been a kill. Fang now on his own, and the shots are going to be coming in right away. Kindar able to bring him down. It's a good round for him and a good round for NAF. And finally, Liquid are on the board. It took a long time.
Yeah, it took quite some time.
And they actually, I mean, they still lose a fair few rifles in this one, so they have to be really careful.
Yeah, now you need to build upon it if you're Team Liquid. Timeout is taken. Here's that aggression from NAF. Molotov making sure that Floppy's going to be forced into the fight. The nade stack into the choke point where they feel contact is great from Yakindar. Even a Molotov coming in there at the end.
Yeah, and that was the second H-Cheek, I think, following it up, so... It feels like both teams have an understanding of kind of where the battle is meant to be, and it's the B-bomb site for now, right? But obviously, if Liquid do too much to try and defend the B-bomb site, and Complexity sense that, well, it creates an opening somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, just keep kind of pressuring that B bomb site, keep applying that pressure, and really forcing those defenders to feel nervous. Because then, yeah, you're gonna eventually pull OC closer over towards the B bomb site, or pull Elige over to the B bomb site, and it's gonna weaken the defense on the other side of the map. So that'll be an interesting thing to keep track of if Complexity can continue to find success at the stairs.
6-1 on the scoreline to begin with. Ooh, good angle to get the shots. Fang trying to hunt him down. It could have worked and he nearly spins around. That's a good read, but OC lightning quick on that AWP on the other side, and it'll be the opening kill once again going for Liquid here.
And Yekinar lightning quick getting the hell out of there. That was a very close battle. Floppy underneath the stairs, but not challenging as much as we've seen in the past. NAF is playing very passively at the B bomb site, but it looks like Complexity wants to start shifting over. Grim's gonna get the audio cue of a flashbang clear in middle. And he'll lurk this position as his other 3 teammates look towards the B bomb site, and look at the lean from Team Liquid. They know what's coming.
Yeah, trying to preemptively be there to try and defend it. Nice little flick for NAF. Also, a little bit too aggressive maybe to try and get up. And Yekindar's going to be sure to shut down Grim in the middle. So that's almost all of the threat gone. They really needed Grim to be a little bit of a counterbalance so that the defense can't just be looking at the stairs.
And now you've had a round where NAF pushes down the stairs to find the first kill, and now he's playing it with an AWP. So they're sending the signal to Complexity that if you're just going to challenge and try and jiggle and try and find duels, we're going to put the things in place to put a stop to that. AWP can be a very tough weapon to crack open against the B bomb site if you're just looking for fights on those stairs. So now it's going to be, it balls back in the Complexity court of how they want to play it.
Yeah, they're being put into a little bit of a timeout corner at the moment. So see if they can figure something out. This is, again, just the one opening kill creates a fair bit of space for Liquid to work with. And they managed to make up for it. Yekinar still being a huge force on this team right now.
Yeah, he wasn't scared to wide swing that at all. He was very committed. I think obviously the communication, the main thrust of that attack coming to B stairs, and he's like, I'll take the fight against the lurker. Yekindar trying to push down. He realizes he's run into someone. This is awkward though inside the smoke. Both players want nothing to do with this battle.
Still kind of here, but that is the kind of aggression that we're used to seeing from Yekinar. But the rest of the Complexity side, they've fallen really far back. They don't want anything to do with this. OC getting in line in case they try to jump him. At least have that 2-man setup. And this time it's much more about the A ramp. At least early in the round. Could well be that this is just to try and create a little bit of space and then fall back to B yet later anyway. Nice shot from OC.
Yeah, nice off angle there. These ops are starting to really chew up Complexity in these past 2 rounds. Another opening kill provided by OC. Yekindar with an off angle headshot angle. Hulzerk peeks up right into it, and Elige with a double spray down from up top. Good setup there from Liquid's defense, and Elige is going to back away.
There's an absolutely critical return there. The double return for Elige. Otherwise, it's a really open round. Nitro picking up his first kill, I believe, and it's going to be OC to close it out even lower on health. So Liquid, they keep going. Nicely done.
Yeah, got their sea legs beneath them now. 3 in a row for Team Liquid.
I've got a question, Jason.
Sure.
You know those signs all around Vertigo that says hard hat area?
Uh-huh.
Does that imply that there's a soft hat area somewhere?
No.
No?
No, it does not.
All right.
You've been to plenty of stage constructions to know what the hard hat area implies.
Yeah, but no one's ever told me to wear a hat. Do I do that personally?
Oh, behind the flames. Elige, I guess, thought that might have gone a little bit deeper, but Grim's
and he had the hard hat on. He still died right away.
These things are useless.
They don't stop the bullets, do they? Not nearly enough, anyway. Yeah, Elige out of the round. Good start. Complexity after a beautiful run to begin with. I mean, the fact that they already have 6 rounds is actually still just great, but you obviously want to keep this momentum going. If you let Liquid back in this early on, they can still have a really good first half, so finish what you started here with your Complexity. And they're back at that B bomb side once again.
Not hiding it. Again, passive setup from Naps. Oh, this is awkward. That's real awkward. Grim loses about 40 HP. Turns the corner. Naps got the shot with the AWP again. On point. One more. And on top of it for Nap with the second AWP. 3-on-3 situation.
Nitro, they're right down in front of him. Oh, he's got to be so careful. Bomb being planted, he comes charging through. A little bit of space for Yekindar to get the kill, at least in return. But now it's OC, 1 versus 2. He saw the shadow on top, but he couldn't quite get the kill. Incredible flick to pick up Fang. And JT, down behind the boxes, ready and waiting. OC, he's hoping for a shadow, anything to show where he is, and he's not quite quick enough. JT, able to pick it up. A huge 1 versus 1 that's being won here. Complexity. Man, they're in a great position right now.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal one to add on top. Money's going to be a bit of an issue. It's going to be real tight for the T side. Liquid should be just fine and almost able to hold on. Naf, that's the equalizing kill. Adds 1 more on top of it, but after that, the bomb site is just lost. I even actually kind of like the creative play, the flashbang from from OC for Yekindar and Nitro to wrap around the E-box to try and trade that kill. Just not enough comes from it. 7-3.
It has, I feel like, an interesting compounding effect sometimes when you keep hitting the same bomb site over and over. It's very frustrating, obviously, if you're the players that are there and you still feel like we just can't really do it, you know.
I think
even with the extra backup.
I think it's more upsetting for the players on the other side of the map.
Can you guys just hold the bomb?
Yeah, please. Give me some kind of a clean fight. Aggression from Yekindar is shut down by Fang. Previously put out the Molotov and backed away. This time he wanted the fight. Another opening kill provided for Complexity. Previously, in the previous round, it was Grim finding Elige. Now Fang onto Yekindar.
That deep ramp aggression, again, is, I think, kind of...
What's Elige doing? He's on a big flank, big boy flank.
Looking for the auto potties, maybe? Or looking for Complexity. Oh, might not even be needed. Nitro on the double NAF with 1 in return as well, and... also is entirely on his own as Fang gets blown up. What a way to change it. That almost, I almost feel a bit bad for Elige. His flank is so epic, and all he's going to get is a 1 final kill. It was still great, but
yeah,
he could have had so much more.
Well, and that's what we kind of mentioned when you say if you keep hitting that B bomb site and finding success, you're going to make the other players on the other side of the map be a little bit more proactive and maybe overextend to try and make up for it. And that's a play pushing middle that has an element of risk to it, and obviously this time it pays off. Wasn't really necessary at the end of the day, but certainly does pay off. 7-4.
Yeah. Can't really do much else but laugh. Now instead, though, Complexity out of money. It would have been Liquid if they would have lost that last round, so interesting position to be in now. If they can get back to 8 rounds, it's such an open game still. Yekindar still being very, very aggressive. It takes a lot to stop Yekindar from doing that, though.
Ooh, deep nade onto JT.
Also working on the ladder. But they don't really have... they don't have anything to play this round with.
No.
They can hope for a couple of kills, maybe, but...
They got Deagle and light armor on Fang. 1 smoke, which is... I mean, forget about that for now. It's not really going to have any impacts. You got to get some kind of control and some kind of progression before that smoke can really be put to good use. And you're going right at Yekindar, who's got the angle, ready and waiting.
A little bit of a nade to dunk down on top. Doesn't really do anything. Smoke, though, will help him out quite a bit as they come through. Still only the 1 kill, but the timing wasn't necessarily that bad. And it's Elige and Naf to close out the round. So they don't lose that much. And I don't think there was ever really a chance that Complexity could have done too much, so can't really blame them for that one.
No, not at all. 7-5. Liquid closing the gap, coming back into this game, and still with an opportunity to take an advantage into the second half. Seen a lot of different looks of that B defense. Just the aggression from NAF, the 1 round. Mostly it's been a double op, a secondary op in the hands of NAF towards the B bomb site. Last round that they won over at B was the double rifle setup, and it looks like here they're going to go for some aggression again. A timing pop flash for Nitro to pink down, and OC misses a shot narrowly.
Well, I thought maybe that would have gone into the smoke, but somehow not. In fact, he burns alive. Oh my god, I actually thought he just could escape on the other side even, but... that's an interesting way to get a round started. Yekindar almost just peeking right into it, and he will. Nearly took down JT, but AK on the other side. So a 1-for-1 trade, and Yekindar surely going to be calling it in, saying, yeah, I got the dink on him at least.
Molotov miss extinguished. Grim challenging with the AK-47. 3 defenders here. They're starting to get aggressive in the middle of the nowhere and wide out into the open. Grim doesn't want that fight quite yet. This is awkward for Elige, awkward for NAVI as well. They got caught in no man's land. What a good job from Grim managing that fight, and JT finds the third. Defense wiped out, and it should be an 8th round for Complexity.
It's the kind of fight where it feels like if you are the team that actually gets to initiate, you might have the advantage, but when instead they
if you get frozen at that headshot angle, I have a real internal debate in my head about what makes me more nervous. Is teams trying to pull off that same kind of push towards the top of A ramp on Vertigo, or the sign position on overpass for an Opera?
Yeah.
Both of those spots, whenever I see it happening, I'm just like, oh, this makes me uneasy.
I don't like the sign one either. That might be
for different reasons, but
different reasons.
Yeah.
Although I realized at one point that sometimes, from like a commentary point of view, we end up criticizing a team for doing stuff where you say, oh, was that really the best decision? And then you must realize after a while, but if you run whatever the best decision is for like 10 rounds in a row, it obviously it stops being the best decision, because now it's just super readable. And so you're like, we have a great A defense, yeah, but if you run it 10 rounds in a row, then
yeah, they come in
how
swings.
could it be? How could it be? Like sometimes, I guess you almost have to try and be like, all right, let's see if we can catch them with this.
I mean, that play's been, I feel like the one we just saw from Liquid of trying to push up on the ramp has been popular at various times. I think we've even seen it be extremely successful at times. Just there are those moments where you can see that there's an awkward timing coming with it, and that was one of those rounds.
And I mean, if they get one good flashbang in from the Liquid side, that's probably it. Nicely done here. Nitro getting a headshot on Floppy. Good to see Nitro picking up a couple of kills. I mean, he's up to 5 now. He was struggling at the beginning, but that probably gets him a lot of confidence, knowing that they can't necessarily beat up on him the same way that they started out.
Yeah, I think Liquid did enough between the AWP and the aggression from NAF early on, and a couple of good stops at the B bomb site to kind of give some breathing room, right, and stop those kind of plays from just constantly coming back into his face. Grim with the first kill in a 1v5. And he is boxed into a very narrow hallway. That Molotov isn't going to help anything.
Yeah. Some damage would still be kind of useful, even if the 15th round is coming up. Some of them really don't have a lot of money, so if he gets even 2 more kills here, this could still help them out a little bit in the upcoming round. So maybe there is something to fight for, even if you probably will not win the round. 30 seconds left.
That's why you can see Nitro taking a very passive angle of just saying, I'm going to jiggle. If I get into a fight or spot the information, I'm just going to hide. Or, excuse me, there's the 2 kills. Oh, don't let this happen. Don't let this slip away. 1v2 for Grim.
Let it happen, Jason. What a beautiful round so far. He's pushed up by that huge vent, and he's got the right idea. He knows where one of them is. Not sure about Elige, and the timing is just not with him. So, still impressive work for Grim, and that's going to get them a lot less money and rifles in the next round.
Yeah, let's see what they're missing, because you're exactly right. That does some significant damage to the economy for the final round. That might give even just a small edge for Complexity to work with in a different scenario. Nice kills from Grim. Thought surely they would just kind of hide and wait for him to get into that bomb site and get that plant. A little overcommitted. It's 8-6. 1 round left.
And the fact that it even is at this point, 8 rounds on the side of Complexity, that is such a great scoreline, no matter what happens here, to move into the second half with. So they should be excited about it. All right, they had a little bit more maybe than I was expecting, so not too bad on the side of Liquid. I think they're doing all right. Maybe lacking 1 or 2 Molotovs here or there, but that's about it. So, NAF, very aggressive. Not something that they had seen before. Floppy not going to be happy about it. Elige trying to follow it up, and the spray at range with the AK, and not connecting either on the Fang. 3 versus 2, but the fact that NAF gets that early kill just throws that whole T side into complete disarray. Does he know? I'm not sure if he realizes Holzerk is up here.
No, he doesn't know. But I mean, it doesn't matter. That's a tight enough angle to be able to adjust very, very easily as soon as Holzerk or Fang make their move. There it is. Good flick over. Half the body showing. It's just Fang left in a 1v3. He's cut off. He can't really fall back either. Nitro's pushed all the way up. And once you move forward into the bomb site here, you're trapped. You got NAF in front of you. You've got OC off to the left, who can just peek at will.
What an angle. I mean, he loses that fight, but still, Fang, the fact that he checked it was impressive. They cut it right down the middle, 8-7. We'll see who's going to win in the second half. It is coming right up. Who's your favorite CS player of the last 10 years?
Mine is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
I love that the most about them, how calm they are.
We're all gonna get hate comments for this segment. I thought a lot about the sort of the 10-year thing. That changes things. You have to sort of think back quite a bit. For me, partly some 1.6 probably bias, and partly just the fact that he's an AWP player. So I picked Fallen.
Oh, it wasn't Markelov.
It could have been. It was tempting for a minute. I have a soft spot in my heart in general for AWP players, but especially the style that Fallen does, the kind of the ability to sort of, you know, fight close range with it at the best of times.
Fallen will be swarmed, killing the short player, knowing that the second was still up on Grave. He waits, he wins.
I think it's so exciting, and it's like there are players that play a more crazy and sometimes even more entertaining version of AWP, but usually they kind of fall flat on that. Like it doesn't have the same like return on investment over time.
For me, he's like the second most inventive and successful IGLs of all time.
Yeah.
In terms of like basically creating maps, like the way people play Train after the like Luminosity SK days, all because of him. And he was doing it as an IGL opping, which until the point that he did that, no one believed that that was the right thing to do.
He's definitely hit some points that no other players have.
Yeah.
You know, where he's best player, arguably, and IGL and Opper, and creating the meta of this game in 2016.
I think for me, there are some players where even if you put them in like a 1 versus 4 at like the worst of times with only 20 seconds left, like there's some part of me that always thinks like he could still do, like this could really still happen, you know?
Yeah.
And Fallen is just somehow forever in that category.
It's my favorite CSGO player. It's always been Neo and Forest, but obviously Neo, he is still playing, but he's not been playing in a tier 1 LAN in a while now.
I think it's tough for me to say, but I think Forest and Neo, one of those two, because they also made the transfer from 1.6 to CSGO, and I feel like the way they are as human beings, I love that the most about them, how calm they are. Every time I talk with them, I just feel like it's a friend I have for life, you know. And
One behind Jet. Quad.
Jenny.
The Mr. Smoke. Gap on the right, gap on the right.
Go for mid-luck.
You have flag balls, Rick?
I have flag.
What's this? Think CT, stink. He's having CT.
Bobby 2 guys. Let's catwalk, or cone. Cold 0.
Go. Nice swimmer. Nice. Dude, me and Mike are in there. Let's go, Justin.
The smoke actually helped you guys.
We're in there, dude.
They're not lacking in the energy. I appreciate it. I like that call from Liquid side too. It's like they missed their smoke. Oh, and we're all dead.
Yeah, use that dang. 8-7. I mean, all things considered, that's a phenomenal comeback. That was a 7-2 run for Team Liquid. They were down to 1.6 to nothing to come back into this game and give themselves a chance. It still has a long way to go, considering they've switched over to the T side, but entirely doable.
Oh, Floppy, look at this. He's so far pushed up right now. Liquid are in a lot of trouble, and I don't think they even realize. Naf is kind of looking behind them, thinking about it, but this is so readable at the moment. Complexity, they're up on the A-bomb site. They know what is coming their way.
There's only one set of utility as well. Smoke Molotov onto Yekindar to actually progress onto the A-bomb site. Here we go. Molotov gonna come in, reloading.
Oh, but actually this is working out pretty well. Even if they knew everything. OC on the double, the smoke and the bomb plant behind it. They had such great utility use in this round. Grim finally going to get a little bit in return, but that is actually upsetting to watch.
Yeah, that's you gotta that's got to be upsetting to be in that situation as Complexity. You had the flank, you had 4 players rotated over, and you still couldn't put a stop to anything. You lost the first 3 kills. Grim over the top needed a very quick kill to be able to respond in kind, and now he's the only one left. OC picks him off. 2 stunning headshots right at the end, and pistol round in the second half goes to Team Liquid. It's now tied.
That's one of those rounds that's very hard to explain, because from like a, I guess like a theoretic point of view, is absolutely great. Getting the early flank in, getting 4 people on the other side, and then you still just get wiped out. Hot kill for OC in this particular pistol round.
It's interesting because it's like you have 4 players here, right? But you're not actually kind of challenging a lot of the space as Liquid progresses into the bomb site. So it's almost like even having 4 players there didn't kind of matter because only 2 people at a time were involved in the action.
Yet you didn't feel at any point kind of like the threat of having that many players at the bomb site.
Which is a great, I mean, it's a great work with the utility that Team Liquid had. The smoke to block vision, the Molotov to pull people out of the position in the corner. Yekendar's going to entry in with the MAC-10. Him and Elige get 2 kills to open up the B bomb site. They did lose Nitro on the other side of the map, but it doesn't much matter.
I'm sure Liquid, I'm thinking about this, but sometimes I feel like there is something... It could feel like a nice sense of almost justice if you have a really hard time on a bomb site on your own CT side, you switch to the C side, and you're like, all right, let's do it to them again. Like, let's do the exact same thing.
Yeah, let's show them what it's like.
They do still have the Deagles and the Scout on Holzerk, so they're going to make their escape with that, but means Liquid are going to be in the lead, 9-8.
Yeah, but it's nice being able to keep, you know, some points of danger and damage for Complexity in the next round with 2 Deagles with head armor as well. The Scout on Holzerk we know can do some work, so it's 3 things that Liquid have to be mindful of into the next round.
How much?
And you could hear even the communication. We just killed the B guys. They won't have anything. So
yeah.
I would look at Liquid to maybe go back towards this B bomb site.
They might would and boosted with it, so you should flash this.
Complexity seem to know as well. And they've got the same read on the other side, so obviously much worse on the weaponry, but maybe they can try and preempt it.
No, but they are putting Grim here with the Deagle, who's got some of the armor as well, so bringing over one of those powerful weapons. We'll see how it goes. Good first kill. Dink from the USP, cleaned up by the Deagle, but then the AK-47s respond. Oh, Nitro's taking a lot of damage. I think Liquid might just get forced away from this, although Nap opening things up from behind.
Yeah, could have probably had that kill on JT as well. I'm kind of surprised that Complexity actually come out trading evenly here.
I mean, we heard Team Liquid say, hey, we got the B guys, they don't have anything. And you heard Complexity saying the same thing, like, hey, they killed the B guys, we don't have anything. Let's shift over and get a flashbang for the board. So good communication, good ideas for Complexity.
Yeah, and now they're backing into the bomb site again. Ready for it. They'd actually walked away. OC not able to transfer it. Floppy, great Deagle shots coming out. Not even needed with the headshots because they're all so low on health. Elige as well. Could be a 3rd one for Floppy if he finds that opening. Elige showing himself, and surely that's going to be calling in a teammate. It's Fang with the Scout. And even if not, they actually had a Molotov on Fang as well, so they could have done a lot with it. That is a great early start here.
You stop Yekendar, who's the first player in with the MAC-10. Then you dink and force Nitro back, who's the 2nd player with the AK-47 trying to challenge. And you've done so much damage. Nice, easy cleanups for Floppy with his Deagle at the end of the day.
Well, you hear them all the way from across the studio. Good times. That ties it up and puts a lot of trouble on the side of Liquid. Grim with the double opening spray down. Naf and OC both out of it in spite of a flash setup there. He was just ready. So this is horrifying for Liquid. If they lose this round, they're going to be in trouble. Certainly on the money, and they're going to start to fall even probably 2 rounds behind at that point in time. Maybe even 2 or 3.
Maybe even 2 or 3.
Org on the side of Holzerk.
Ooh, we like that. Fan of the scoped weapons. It's a little bit more quiet and calm for Team Liquid as Yekendar and Elige are going to work through the problem at the B bomb site. A silent boost over the boards. Grim off to the right, but his attention is also pulled towards middle. So timing is everything for this play. And Floppy's just staying tucked into the beam in the back and quad.
We could find the kill on Floppy, then maybe there is a way to roll that into an actual bomb plant, but man, they need to be quick about it. If Floppy gets any kind of a shot out here, that might be too late. Ooh, Grim's pushed up close as well, and the smoke up, it's making it very tricky. JT's out of the round, but Floppy drops the bomb on the ground. 40 seconds, and now they should be realizing Grim comes flying through the smoke to take down the lead. And Nitro, not a lot he could do in the middle here.
Nice composure from Floppy, just staying pinned down. Grim coming over as well. Triple kill. He got the first 2 openings. What a huge round for Grim. Massively impactful. And that's going to put Team Liquid back to just pistols.
Yeah, even a bomb plant would have been helpful. Fang almost catching Nitro. Not that far away from finding him where he shouldn't be. Yeah, there we go. Nicely done.
Awkward. I thought Nitro was going to win that fight. I'm not going to lie to you.
Probably, I mean, yeah, if he tried to come up the stairs, definitely.
I thought the missed shots Nitro would react in time. I was waiting for the moment. Just waiting for it. This is the good opening. The first kill and the transfer over. Immediate dinks on a NAF and OC and easy cleanups. And then Liquid with Yekindar and Elige pressuring up the B stairs. Just not enough resources to flush Floppy out of that position. 1 round lead. A single, alone Deagle on NAF.
We've seen some good Deagles today, but I feel like this is even compared to some of the earlier stuff, it's asking a lot, you know.
Especially against an AUG. Gonna have a field day. You've got Fang close up as well if they try and stream forward you. So Liquid want nothing to do with that. No flashbangs, no smoke to take away any of the angles. Liquid's gonna readdress back to the B bomb site. What an opening day for Complexity in Group B.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people, probably, you know, most of us in front of the camera today, we were saying, yeah, but it's NAVI, we're that simple, all the rest of it. I mean, this Liquid team have been looking really powerful, so that they don't have the same issues here.
Right, I mean, look, you can put the asterisks onto the NAVI victory to a certain extent with Complexity, but if they take out this Liquid, then, I mean, all of a sudden you kind of, they get a victory that can back up that win, right?
Yeah.
And then you have something to really go off of moving forward.
It's actually looking so cool. Grim, his 18th kill right there. Which is, well, I think one of the only things they were lacking earlier was that there weren't really a lot of people to support Grim in terms of the scoreboard. But the second half has changed that. Looking a lot better. See Fang, JT trying to catch up to him, so he's getting a little bit of support. 11-9, and the 21st round is coming up. Some rifles back on the Liquid side, but man, we need them to do a bit more damage here at the start of the second half. They can't go on that long break that they did in the first half. They really need to slow down Complexity, or this map could be over sooner than they want.
Yeah, it really could be. Especially on this T side. Especially with how confident Complexity's looking at the moment. So patience at the base of A ramp as all the smokes and utility is utilized. No pressure towards B either. Liquid just happy to let Complexity use their nades early. No damage being exchanged as well.
This feels like one of those maps where if you take, you know, if you put on your CIS Counter-Strike glasses, it's gonna be one of those maps where if you lose track of where the T's are, you could really be in trouble, you know?
Yeah, look at the utility with 55 seconds left. Look at the difference in the nades that both teams have to work with. Fang is forced out of his advanced position. Floppy's caught in an awkward engagement. NAF is gonna win that out, and that creates space for Yekindar to move forward. JT's got one, but is it enough to pull them back?
Ooh, through the smoke and Grim on the follow-up. They actually had the perfect opening here, Liquid. It was looking amazing, and now they're in trouble. NAF very low on health, and OC, he's got some health here, but they're running out of time too. 27 seconds. I can't believe.
Yeah.
I mean, they had almost won the round on the double opening.
JT with one, Hulzerk with another through the smoke, and Grim shuts down the mid play that NAF was trying to activate Yekindar into. This is a last-ditch effort to get into the B bomb site. They don't have time to get slowed down either. They cannot really stop for this engagement. That smoke is brutal. OC, I think you got to call the round off almost to a certain degree, but the flashbang is perfect. 5 seconds of the clock. That's bomb hitting the ground. It was all over. The AUG sings in the round, and Hulzerk has a triple kill.
Woo! All right.
That got spicy.
It did get a little bit spicy, but recovering from that kind of a great start here. 2 kills going the way of Liquid, and then just in a matter of, what, like 3 seconds, They get 3 of them back. That's crazy. No bomb plant being allowed either.
No, and that's going to be frustrating for Team Liquid. They look so clinical on their T side on Barrage. You give up a 5-on-3. You hand it right back to him. Missed shot from Halzerk. They're trying to chase him down, trying to pick up the pace, and I think they're just going to hit the pause button now. They didn't get the fight they wanted. They know utility and reactions are going to start streaming in. So Liquid stopped cold. 1 smoke for Team Liquid to utilize.
I like the attempt at trying to run him down. You know, if he makes a little bit of a mistake there, if he's either just gets stuck or feels like he wants to come back for a second shot, then maybe you have the speed to try and catch him. JT walking all the way out here, and when you know they only have pistols, I mean, they're probably not going to have a Molotov to clear you out, so the position is suddenly way better behind the sandbags. Still got Fang, got Halzerk even further back.
Yeah. Ooh, Fang, this is awkward. Is he gonna be ready for it? Smoke plumes. Nitro comes through. No one to follow it up. His death goes to waste. And JT, there's the pop-up at sandbags. Worst Jack in the box you could imagine.
Unless you were the...
Then you were the Jack.
I don't know.
You didn't know what to call it, did you?
No. I'm having such a great time.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you can kind of understand it considering how horrible of a time the past few months of the first half of competition of the year was for Complexity. It's, yeah, let loose.
Months, years.
We're all going to give you a pass. We know it's been dark out there. We know there's been some disappointing things. Have a good time. Laugh it up.
Yeah, they're super impressive. I really got to say, I probably had almost no expectations. I feel like some of the roster changes that have been happening throughout the scene.
I had expectations, but I wanted to wait and see what it was going to look like with Halzerk. I was curious if just the op change was going to be enough for Complexity.
All right, you wanted to be caught a little bit. You wanted like a different age. You wanted like.
I was playing hard to get.
All right.
You know, I want to see what you're bringing to the table before I start, you know, investing myself.
Smart. So are you ready to invest a little bit more now, maybe?
I got a second date.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm working to it. Well, that's great. I like that. I appreciate it. 23rd round. It's been 5 in a row for Complexity, and they're 3 rounds away from winning this map. Which again, I feel it's really worth repeating. Yeah, maybe you can make some excuses about the NAVI situation, but this would really cement a great opening to the last fall season for Complexity, which is really cool. We'll see if Liquid have what it takes. They've already shown, I think, earlier today that they really can bring it back even when they're a little bit behind and falling a little bit flat. So do they have another return in them?
I think the biggest problem is just the hole they started in on the CT side. That 0-6 hole is just so brutal. Like, yeah, you can recover from G2 when you're down 0-4, but 0-6 on the kind of the easy side of Vertigo, or the easier side of Vertigo, is a very difficult thing to come back in. Look at the money, too, on Complexity. Multiple buys behind any round loss that they take. Defense is starting to shift and get aggressive. They're starting to push up in middle. That's going to be Fang with the fast flank down ladder. If they get the kills, though, Liquid, the flank might not matter.
Yeah, the timing is everything for this one, and they are watching for it. Naf, though, a little bit off on the crosshair, so should still be able to win the fight against Fang, and he will. That's excellent. 5 versus 3. And Grim looking to take the battle. Nitro right on the other side. Halzerk's going to find one with the AWP, but there's smokes everywhere. I'm shocked that he's pushed forward, and eventually he's going to be found. Feels like maybe a little bit desperate, and eventually they're going to win the round, only losing a single player.
That's a great win, not just for finding the win in the first place, but eliminating all 5 players as well. No opportunities for everyone to save. I mean, with that flank coming in, everyone from Complexity had shifted over to actually fight for that round, and they never got out of the mindset. Double digits for Team Liquid. They're just 3 back. Timeout called.
A little bit scary. If they lose Naf on that, like holding that flank, it could be a very, very different round. Good defense from him.
You can always rely on Naf to be watching the flank. He's so good at not missing those kinds of details, because that could have been a calamity. Second timeout for Complexity.
We'll see. One small step in the right direction here for the Liquid side. But ultimately, they are really far behind, and This round, I think, was open. The last one was opened by Yakinda, so maybe he could do that again on the ramp a couple of times. Elige and OC top fragging on the Liquid side. They have the kills to sort of back this up. If you look at the scoreboards, it's not like Liquid are really far behind, so even at a 3-round gap here, it feels like they are having an output to match what Complexity are bringing to the game. Also, looking to find anyone here. Even if you didn't see anyone, just that's also a little bit suspicious that there's no one at the bottom of that A ramp yet that he could spot.
I think this is a map where the later stage of this map is one where we can see Halzerk really kind of make his bones for this Complexity squad. He's going to get plenty of attention at him in the later stages of this half at A ramp, and with that AWP, if he can be impactful, if he can find kills, find some openings, make sure they don't get free access to the top of the ramp, then you'll see kind of Halzerk with the impact that Complexity's hoping he was going to have when they bring him into the team.
That would be a fantastic way to try and just outright win the map if you suddenly get that off on the CT side and you just get a couple of great defensive kills.
We saw how much of a nuisance it was for Complexity on their T side. That was one of the initial defenses that got Liquid back into a couple winning rounds early, was the double op setup. NAF and OC both started having success, and that just chewed up the attack.
Wasting a little bit of time here maybe on the Liquid side. 35 seconds on Vertigo. It's not the end of the world. That A bomb site is right next to them, so they can still make it, but want to still be careful. Running low on grenades as well, and a little bit of a forward move here. This is something that Liquid try to do themselves, but now Complexity are doing it, and Grim will at least get the kill. 19 seconds on the board, and JT, that's almost a running shot from Nitro. He does get killed immediately afterwards, following by Halzerk. You're right, 10 seconds on the clock, and OC, even if he gets the kill somehow, it's not going to help him out. Halzerk, great defense on the double. And it's another round here for Complexity. They're taking huge steps in the right direction.
Yeah, Liquid had the time, as you mentioned. It was starting to tick low when they began that attack. But once Complexity starts getting aggressive behind that smoke, it kind of falls on the lip at that railing, so it gives a little bit of an angle underneath it. Those are the fights. This one right here from JT to find one through the smoke. The Grim push as well. Those are the ones that are chewing time off the clock that you just don't have to waste and thinning you out. So then eventually you're just forced to kind of throw caution to the wind. And again, I mean, you got to say, Complexity did a really good job of reading what was coming. They only had one player at the B bomb site when that hit eventually does come in. Instead, it was silence on the map where they weren't confused whatsoever.
They knew. Yeah, they knew everything. Good stuff. And I mean, we talked about how uncomfortable it could be when you try to go for that aggression on the CT side and you get the timing wrong and suddenly you're caught in a weird position. But at least they got the right bullets off and they got the kills on Liquid. Put a lot of pressure on them. 14-10, moving into what could be some of the last rounds here of this match. Shocking result today. If you walk away and you check the scores later and you say, oh, Complexity? Oh, they took down NAVI and Liquid. it's not what anyone's expecting.
Yeah, that would be weird.
That's a nice grenade.
Nice beefy nade. Elige brought down to 62. Yekindar takes 20 points of damage. More utility being spent. Nitro is going to lead the way with that Tech 9. Utility dump from Complexity to slow things down, and there's the peek from Fang. 1 for 1, and Liquid's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, they'll take it, no doubt. Stuff, a lot of utility. Floppy on a mission. Timing is everything. We've seen it before. If someone's watching for it, you might just throw away the round. And walking around with a knife out, Elige, he's going to have a heart attack behind that one.
And remember, Floppy's had, like, no real pressure towards his bomb site for quite some time. We mentioned the read last time of everyone from Complexity shifting over to A. Well, Floppy's just like, all right, like, I ain't seen anything for rounds. I'm more than happy to push up and take the... Oh, my Lord. That's unreal.
We're going to need to see a replay. Kinda able to take down Floppy. Still, they can fight for the round. Halzerk, very aggressive. And he's going to be going down. And now that B bomb site is going to be lost. And they will definitely get the bomb plant down.
Yekindar's got a smoke to drop to buy time. Grim going for a big flank.
This is so awkward. It's a 4-on-2 that now has turned into a 2-on-2. JT's managed to sneak his way down. Can't see Yakindar under there. Do you want to go for the jump pass? That is so scary. And now they lose Grim on the other side. I can't believe it. Liquid somehow finding a way in a 2-on-4 to pick up the win. That could maybe bring them back. That should inspire Liquid a little bit.
And even if it doesn't, I mean, those are the rounds of your Complexity. When you're trying to close this game out, you cannot lose those. You're exactly right. You had everything you wanted. 4-on-3 here. This nasty shot from Halzerk puts him in a 4-on-2, and you still find a way to lose the round. What?
It's just so quick. Well done. 14-11, so in the grand scheme, there's still some space to work with, but the money on complexity is...
They could have done something a little creative with the money that they have when you look at Floppy with 5,300, Fang at 3,000, but I like this decision. Still 3-round lead to play with to kind of, that you got in your favor, a little grace period for you. Play the economic game. Make sure everyone's feeling flush with cash. Don't invest a whole lot and just move forward into the gun rounds. Or get a win.
That is probably an unforced error on the side of Elige. Probably didn't need to die at that moment. They pretty much had the bomb site, but they're still going to be getting the bomb plant and probably winning the round.
That's back-to-back rounds. He takes a frustrating death to Floppy. Last round, he was pushed up and walking back. Elige rotating with his knife out and gets caught. This time, didn't expect them to just be hiding behind the generator box.
But yeah, they had a couple of people at B, and then they had the triple stack over at the A ramp where nobody ever showed up. So I don't know. Complexity really don't care so much about losing this particular round. If they could do some more damage, though, that would be real interesting. NAF holding down mouse 1 and just getting a triple right off the bat. Not bad. They're going to be winning the round, Liquid, and taking a step in the right direction. But I still feel like there's some of that energy missing. It feels like even that 2 versus 4 didn't really get them excited, you know?
Yeah. That's you know, I think this team, though, I don't think we've seen them get kind of hyped up in the same way that we've seen other teams, in the way, certain way Complexity has been as well. They've been more calm and clinical throughout some of their wins.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Third timeout taken from Complexity. Trying to get everyone back on the same page, trying to get everyone focused up for the final hurdle. I think the tough part is, the weird part about feeling where this game is headed at the moment is that I still feel like Liquid on this T side haven't really found the solution overall. They've like found some ways to get out of tight situations and sticky situations like the 2-on-4, and they found some good kills, but I haven't seen anything tactically that says like they're outplaying Complexity.
No, that's true. Which is some of what we were praising them for earlier in the
G2 game.
Yeah, exactly. They looked like they were tactically really a step ahead. So let's just see. 14-12 the scoreline. The 27th round. Kinder hoping for an opening over at the B stairs, which is not getting at the moment. That's a great grenade on top of Elige and OC. Said it many times, but that bit of damage evens out the lack of advantage for the M4A1 on the headshot, so that's all you need.
A lot of attention at A throughout this half. A lot of silence from Team Liquid. They're going to try and catch the B defenders off guard. 2 players here.
All right.
He's up. He's ready. They still got to deal with the quad player. That's JT, who's going to be back there. They've got plenty of Molotovs for it, although he does get the first kill. That's Elige trying to make his play and jump over. And actually, JT's pushed forward. Oh, flashbang. Yekindar survives. Good save from OC, but they've got to get into this bomb site. Time is being bought by the Complexity defenders.
I look at Floppy, not even falling back, just taking an even more aggressive angle at the back of the bomb site. He can call it in. He should feel now, wait a minute, they're not really here. So Grim could maybe start to get back. You could see Holzerk and Fang over at the other side of the map. They're well aware that something could be happening. And that's partly because Floppy did take that peek after the whole engagement. So they have a good read right now. 30 seconds. Complexity do not need a nut right now to make this work. They're close. Nade runs deep. Yekindar runs right into it as well. Oh no, the timing is actually ridiculous. And now it's a 4-on-3.
At least the bomb's going down, then you got some options. Nitro needs to find an escape route before that smoke fades. OC with an AK-47 and Nitro both in the same position, taking fire through the smoke, and it all comes down to this. 4-on-3 retake for Complexity.
Oh, and it starts well. Grim with the opening. Floppy there, a little bit of a return. And NAF now on the ramp. And they're going to find out where he is real soon. 10-second defuse. That's very awkward, though. And NAF will win the first one. Keep spraying. Gets him through the smoke. That's absolutely tremendous. And now inside of the smoke. Oh, it's like he's going to get knocked down as well. A 1 versus 3. And that's a shocking victory for NAF.
Yeah, that's... how many times is NAF going to deliver it? What a tough win. If there's a kit, it's over. It is absolutely over. But the money situation for Complexity was so tight, they just could not pick one up.
NAF in classic style looking completely unimpressed.
Just another day in the office for nasty-ass NAF. Beautiful stuff. 14-13. 1 round difference between the 2 squads.
And look at what it does to the Complexity economy. This is so devastating. If they lose this one, Complexity, it's going to be heartbreaking for them, surely. Here we go. Flashes to try and get out the middle. Liquid. How much momentum could they build behind a clutch like that?
That's a deagle shot and a half onto OC. So a couple players brought low. These deagles can mop up some of these frags.
Yeah, they're within range, aren't they? OC's down there. He's not going to miss that shot. So this is starting to thin out the defense a bit.
This is where if you're Complexity, one of these players, you're hoping it's not seep it in, but that 4v2 they lost just a few rounds back, that's where we, at least as viewers and as casters and as fans, look at it and you kind of go, that's not good. It's where it all began.
Yeah, that's true. And then you lose another one. It's a 1 versus 3. It starts to build up.
Yeah, the hiccups. The intangibles that can just ruin your mentality. 2 rounds slipping away towards the end of this map that Complexity should have won, hands down. Good kills from Elige. 14-14. We're all tied up.
NAF must have really been doing a lot of work because he was anchoring that B bomb site with Nitro, and they were getting beat up a lot over there. And now he's top fragging with 23 kills, actually even outdoing Grim on the other side. So what a performance from NAF overall.
Yeah, well, here's that clutch one more time. If you wanted to see it again, 1 versus 3. Fang trying to provide some cover over the top. Floppy goes down. Hulzerk had to watch the other angle just in case, and there's just no time to recover and get the defuse. Heartbreaking situation.
And actually, as we saw the replay there, even with the kit, it would have been 0.45 seconds.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Crazy. Real crazy. Here we go. We're going all the way now. Getting our money's worth today.
All the rounds.
Yeah, I like it. There are so many new teams and new configurations. We need to learn about all of them. So might as well see the maximum number of rounds at the moment.
Graham, another solid performance. I think he ended against NAVI with 22 kills. He's got 22 here against Team Liquid, obviously, and 28 completed rounds of play. Leading this, NAF up to 23 kills. He's the one leading the server.
He's done a remarkable job, really. Very, very far back on that B defense, you could tell. They don't want to get caught anywhere near up close, so... A little bit more aggressive on the A ramp, though. Hulzerk making a couple of jumps there. Not going to be able to spot anyone, really. They're leaving Floppy alone. That seems risky.
It seems risky, but, I mean, look, it's kind of, I guess, a bold call to make at this stage in the game, but they haven't had to deal with too many B attacks from Team Liquid. The aggression down A ramp late in the round was perhaps a little bit more risky. NAF is going to find a gap to lurk out middle. He's going to catch nobody rotating over, but he's going to be able to wrap around the site very quickly. It's him against Grim, the 2 top fraggers for each team. Grim looks away, Floppy's blinded from behind, and it's all just the lone defender. The former Team Liquid player goes down in the smoke, and right at the end, Liquid have 1 single chance to win the map. They've stolen it away. They've stolen the lead from Complexity.
And look at the money as well on the CT side. That's even more devastating. They might have a lot of trouble, and Liquid should probably hunt this, right? They should do everything they can. Elige with a headshot. Hulzerk is going to fall as well. And it's 15-14. Liquid winning 5 in a row to get to match point.
This is nightmare status for Complexity. This one is going to haunt them.
The timing on the smash bang against Floppy is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, probably NAF has a massive advantage in that battle no matter what, but...
Well, especially because, remember, Grim's rotating over, and in theory, he's kind of... Someone's supposed to be watching mid, but he's also, you know, focused on getting into the bomb site a little bit more. And your attention's going to be split. And we just talked about it a couple rounds ago that we didn't really feel like Liquid had tactically kind of taken any real advantage in this game or had any kind of great outplays over Complexity, but they've certainly kind of stole the factor in the intangibles of the clutches and of the momentum. Like, everything just seems to be going in their favor at the moment.
And that's probably what's going to be replaying in Complexity's mind when the game is done. If they end up losing it, they're going to be thinking, man,
4-on-2, 3v1.
Yeah, we could have done it. We could have easily done it. Here we go, round number 30.
Well, and then we get to answer another question about Complexity, which is, can you mentally reset for the next series of games that are coming in the second half of the day?
Sure, that is a good point. We're learning a lot. NAF taking some nade shrapnel at the start of the round, down to a little bit, 68 health. Look at this. They did take a couple of steps. I wonder if NAF would have heard that. Not quite sure. They're going to be starting to rotate a little bit further back, though. And the rest of Liquid heading towards the A ramp. Nitro taking slow steps. Not really sensing anyone here. They don't have that much utility either on the complexity side. So if you slow play this one, Liquid, I mean, you could end up attacking a bomb site with almost no smokes left to defend it with.
Nav coming up to watch the rear again. Nitro gonna look underneath the smoke, trying to find someone at the headshot angle inside the bomb site. Someone peeking out. How do you defend this? Grim with the FAMAS. Oh, this is not an ideal weapon to be caught out in the open at a headshot angle. Nitro's got the first, 2 more swing out. Nitro got a second. I don't even know how. And Yekendar's stuck in a battle as well.
Oh, they're in a lot of trouble here. Flank is coming in as well. JT, I can't believe he's still alive here. And eventually, it'll be Naf to find the headshot. Only fitting. 25 kills out of here. And now Floppy, 1 versus 3. Liquid, they were so far behind in this, and now they've brought it back. 1 versus 3 for Floppy to try and win it. He almost gets the lead, but it is not enough. 16 to 14, and a great comeback for Liquid.
Yeah, what an absolutely magnificent run at the end. It all started with that 4-on, or the 2-on-4, I should say, from Liquid's perspective. The 1v3 from Nap, and here at the end of the round, they catch Complexity in that same nightmare scenario we talked about in transition to get aggressive at top ramp. And what an effort out of Complexity, but to have it ripped away like this is so brutal, so painful.
It is, but still in the grand scheme of things, you've got to say something to be really proud of for the Complexity camp.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, James is going to be ready. He's going to have a victory interview. It looks like he's got Naf with him.
Oh, yes, that is right. I do have Naf with me here. And, well, Naf, it's always pretty close when you play these guys. But were you more impressed this time around? Because it looked like they were going to take it, but you pulled off some nice rounds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're playing really well. I think they had some nice rounds and some good reads. And towards the end there, we're able to just figure out like the right formula to success to how they're playing. And they just couldn't handle it in the end, so yeah, we just got the win.
They couldn't handle it. They also couldn't handle your clutch, and if that didn't pull off, we may not be looking at this situation, mate. You really did deliver big on that one.
Yeah, maybe could have had OT, but yeah, no, I think that was just like a big shift. I think the clutch really helped momentum and everything like that. Confidence kind of just like shot completely up. So yeah, I think the clutch was very important.
Now, you've won your opening 2 games. Things are looking certainly good for you guys. Did you expect to be in this good shape after the Cologne player break, then coming back? You know, you've been in North America, you've practiced a little bit here in Europe. Are you impressed by yourselves at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think after Cologne, I think for us, Cologne was a very successful run, and we're proud of what we achieved there. And we knew that what we have here is the right thing for us for success, playing with Yekinder. And we still obviously don't really know too much about what's going on, but we just know that we have the right 5, and if we can keep this going, we can achieve things that Liquid achieved in the past.
Oh, big words, and that's what we're excited to see. Let's see if it does happen for him.
Oh my god, he broken or what?
It just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
For all my life, with 1.6 I didn't play this map, so...
Scroll wheel. Oh my god, he broken or what?
Scroll wheel, although I do use both, but I prefer the scroll wheel. Easier to bunny hop with.
I like B hopping, and you can't do that with spacebar. So I'm gonna say scroll.
Scroll wheel because you can like bunny hops. That's all. That's the main reason.
Scroll for sure. I have both. I have in space as well, but I use it really barely. So I use scroll, of course, more as all other players.
Scroll wheel just because that's what I've always used.
Scroll wheel in any game, no matter what. My spacebar is what I talk with in push to talk, all programs. So.
I think both are interesting, but just because right now I'm playing stretch, so I'm gonna have to take stretch right now.
I will say stretch because I use it more.
I tried out native some months ago, but in the beginning it was nice, but long term it's, I don't know, too slow, everything too small. So you go with stretch and you're fine.
I've always played stretched in my career, except the time where everyone played black bars. It was a time there where everyone had 10, 24 black bars. And when people started to go away from that, I switched too. And I've never gone back since. I really enjoy stretched overall.
It just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
Probably stretched. I've always played 16-10, and over the years I've switched to 4-3 now. trying to figure out what will be mine for the rest of 2021, but we'll see how it goes.
Ancient.
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 Ancient, just because I didn't like Train.
Train, because I really like this map before.
I don't like Train at all. It's like for all my life, even with 1.6, I didn't play this map, so Ancient is a new map. I'm looking forward to play it more, and yeah.
I will say Ancient because it's like new map, so.
I prefer Ancient because it's new and fresh and just fun to play right now.
I think it's fun with new maps. You get to build a meta, find new smokes, find new tactics.
Right, you're going up against G2 in this next game. Obviously, I know you're a guy who likes to prepare as much as possible, but with G2 changing in-game leader, is this a much harder task? Can you even prepare at all? Are you just looking at the game they just played and that's it?
We took Hooksy demos, all his demos, analyzed all his movements, and then we took G2 and then we tried to puzzle all this together. No, I'm joking.
You nearly had me there.
No, we will just try to focus on ourselves, but the map is Mirage. And they just played it, so we will try to see something from that game.
Okay. And try and make it work in your favor in that sense. But say, for example, right, you don't want this to happen. You're definitely going to hope it's not going to happen. But you lose this game, you're 4th place in the group. We know Simple's returning next week. Do you feel confident, best of 3, which I know you much prefer, you feel confident even with him coming back and being in that situation that you'll be able and good enough to be able to go all the way through?
That's something that happened in spring. Yeah. We lost to MMBR and Astralis. Then we won Liquid. Then we lost to NAP. And then we beat NAP again. I like this system.
So that's the one you're like hoping for if things don't go too well here. But how much practice time will you be able to get in with Simple when he returns? That's going to be a key factor, right? To be ready and warmed up as the proper 5.
Maybe 2 hours, I think. I'm serious.
Oh God, he's returning that late?
I hope he'll return 22nd, but looks like maybe not. Still deciding.
Well, hopefully he does return soon, but hopefully you get this game win here and you can make a little bit of a lower bracket run with these standings. I'll give you the best of luck, but thank you very much as always.
About 2 hours of practice is all Simple really needs, I think. You know, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But for now, we don't have to think about Simple because it is not that Navi that's in the server. Still Simple-less, things seeming a little complex as they did this morning. A loss versus Complexity probably didn't feel too good to start the day. Definitely caught them off guard as much as it did us. But here we are. The losers game between, as everyone expected, G2 and Navi.
Yeah, I know, right? What is happening? Well, I think the offseason with the roster moves, you know, it kind of begs some questions. And I think on the one hand, at least, you know, we're looking at the Liquid match versus Complexity that just occurred. You know, Complexity looked pretty damn good there. They definitely could have won that as well. So it's not like they've been too easy to run over. And I think teams are going to get better, of course, as the group rolls on. So let's see what goes down here in G2 versus Navi. It'll be on a classic map between these two teams, even though it's not the same rosters. Mirage will be a nice proving ground to recover the day. Let's see what they can make of it. So, of course, I think in the interview with Hunter, they mentioned something about... he mentioned about how they were kind of losing on mid, not having a lot of information, not playing for it, not bringing ideas, I think was the big thing. Oh, this one's fast.
SDY already out. Oof. He's looking for the player in sight, but Hooksy's already gone ahead and tucked into the marketplace. He's going to die to the Perfecto spam from bench side. So just playing up close. Nico tries to slide out. Didn't expect Bit to be right there on the window. We got a bomb plant and a comfortable 4v3 by the looks of things for Navi. Fight up close goes the way of JKS as Hunter slides slightly beyond that arch, and the bodies start to topple here for Navi. Things suddenly under question as Hunter connects a second in this opening round. Ooh. How about a third?
Yeah, nice one from Hunter. He's definitely a little angry, I think, from that previous match, and looking very good now. So We know about JKS on Mirage. So I guess with the spots, they didn't play Mirage yet. So that'll be interesting. We can already talk about that. So JKS, of course, infamously has made it his name playing A anchor on Mirage, playing under Balk, being very good at it. Very notable long-range spray, which I think saves his teams sometimes when he's playing on FaZe, when he was playing with the Australian boys.
Aussies.
Yes, at one point in time. Hooksy picking up over on the B side. And they are still leaving Hunter towards Cat, so there's not much shifts for them. Whereas when we looked at Vitality, for example, I think they suffered a little bit more with how much they had to move around with Spinks. They switched him over to Connector, and then they had they kept Dupree on Cap, and then Apex moved over towards B. And look at the amount of damage done right here for G2. So many players are extremely low.
Near collateral to that Galil spray inside of the Palace, but poor Perfecto just gets the damage in. JKS wants the Galil. Nice guy.
Yeah, a real top G.
Head Trick in the server. A name that, you know, some could be unfamiliar with, but if you've kept your eyes on the We Play Academy leagues, well, Head Trick does damage. And he slides out into the jungle right now. So he gets past that first fight. Nico, though, given a second chance to finish him, will do exactly that. And we're back into the 3 versus 3. So just finishing off the little bits of HP that were left.
Monasty's in a comfortable spot. And Electronic, you know, he really wants to win that, but his death allows the plan. Now, SDY up to the plate, and Monacy takes him down too.
Bits Tech 9's gonna have to be the difference here. That frag certainly won't help. 3/4 his health. 2 players that would die so easily, but Hunter's gonna stick that bomb the entire way. And Hooksy just gives enough cover to make sure that the retake comes through. 3 alive there for G2.
Yeah, yeah. So they're gonna have, I guess, some stuff. I guess it's good for them. They get to kind of reassess their Mirage and what they'll do, what they can do differently, and talk about things. But so far, so good here for G2. Though I think they had that same start in their first go of things. That wasn't exactly enough.
But another buy. Navi keep it coming. Tech 9 to Bit.
Looking for the late clamp down on mid. Of course, they can hear on top of them at Cat, but that won't make a difference. The longer the wait, the less attention will be there from the CT side. As Bit begins to scale. He's got the full nade set, and this is what Bit does. He puts all the pressure on Connector while he works underpass, but they missed the window smoke and it denied Bit's vision coming out. This is a real big mistake. Some smokes are missed on purpose, of course. And actually, Electronic, even though this isn't a new move at this point, it's a new position for Electronic on the T side, playing inside of top mid. And when he first switched over here, there was clearly some discomfort with the angles where he was getting shot through boxes, not knowing when his body was exposed. So that can also lead into, you know, some missed grenades, even if it is just an honest mistake.
Honesty makes the first one easy, but Electronic's there for the trade. Good spacing for Navi. And the space between the Connector players and everybody else is filled full of Nico and JKS. So JKS, again, comfort zone, right? Still playing underneath Palace. Plug and play. Nico pops up, drops Perfecto. Things now become a little bit more one-sided on this offense, trying to come out from ramp. Head Trick slipping through Sandwich, almost catches Nico off guard, but Nico's tearing him up. And finally, he goes down to the hands of Electronic. 8 seconds to that clock, and he gets swarmed. Just not enough time and not enough players at that point. The 2v1 to G2, so another round that goes their way to start.
Yeah, kind of goes under the radar, but a pretty incredible trade there from Nico to get a second kill. And also the coverage for JKS as he's watching over top of the balcony. That's actually his third here. Yeah, this one's nuts.
Yep.
Head Trick had him for sure.
Especially with that element of surprise.
Yeah.
He was the one guy that got to slide out further from ramp, but it'll be a tough start.
Back to the pistols. Unfortunately, I think a lot of that came down to the window.
Oh, what you doing, bud? Try to dodge those flashbangs. Nico just pounces on his prey. Nico, pretty fiery start so far, Mirage.
Yeah, he's doing good.
I mean, he put up numbers earlier today as well, right?
Yeah.
It's to no one's surprise that Nico's getting kills.
There was this thing with Forrest for a long time where whenever he would get a new teammate, he would always like come back and form like massively because of just the extra boost of motivation. You see that consistently with a lot of players, but it stands out more when you got a legend like that, of course. So, Electronics' impact was called into question for sure on Overpass as well, because while Simple was on the team, for whatever reason, as soon as he started calling, he was also one of the best fraggers. If not, he was definitely the best rifler on the team throughout Lisbon, and even at Cologne, he was doing insane work. So that was a bit odd, but it is, of course, the next level of difficulty to have to call without your best player. The sad part for Headtricked was he was by far and away the best player on the team. Oh, I camped that out.
Okay, met by Perfecto's Desert Eagle, but no second there for Perfecto. Monacy skewers bid as well, but that third player does get around. Headtrick with the pistols, just enough. Hooksy, element of surprise, sweeps away the final 2 kills, and G2 gonna keep this strong start rolling.
I need one.
Yeah, nothing to complain about here. It's overall pretty good. Could definitely feel Navi looking a little discombobulated at the moment. So need to keep the head on straight. Talked about this before, but you know, missing grenades and stuff like that. You just don't want to lose rounds like that, especially you put all that prep work in, you talk through the freeze times, you organize an idea, and then it falls through because of a mechanical mistake. Never feels good. But they can survive it. They survived way more.
Finally, like a full-fledged gun round. Not a single Tech 9 in the hands here of Navi. Ooh, trying to bait out the shot. Monacy doesn't bite. Until he chops down on Bit.
Yeah, not a place you want to die. I mean, normally, again, you don't want to walk through underpass without top mid control for that exact reason. So Monacy can either get traded or stop from peeking that in the first place. But they were trying their best to shoulder him.
Some Young gets a little bit further. Monacy nowhere to be found. Actually get G2 excavating on ramp, going for some information, figuring out that it is completely clear. So doubles down on the B double up.
Man, look at this, G2 working. Yeah. They are no longer going to play without information, so they figured this out. They got a kill in mid with the play. Mid's wide open, and they've secured this huge flank coming out from Nico. Feels like it's only a matter of time. Look how many CTs over in B.
Hooksy with the jump spots, goes unchecked. Hunter ices out Electronic. Nico's already at the top of that underground entrance. So, I mean, these guys inside of apartments, they don't know it, but they've been corralled and culled like sheep. They get slaughtered. Navi down. Not even a single kill in a full-fledged gun round. And not only not a single kill, but at no point did that look like they even had an opening, let alone a chance.
Doesn't look like Navi to me. It's a great shot. I mean, they're kind of working really hard here, but there's lots of time on the clock in the first place. So could you have waited out the bottom con smoke that provided Monacy that ephemeral cover? Yeah, probably. They have tried to put pressure on mid, so there's definitely a refrag in store. Yeah, they probably could have. And then we fast forward to a situation where they have no chance, but it starts at the beginning, right? It's kind of the first mistake. It ends up being a snowball. So Blade will get involved with the communication off the timeout, inspire some confidence, get the team together. But it's the 5-0 start here for G2.
Sketchy pistols back in the hands of Navi as well. Headtrick on his own outside of the ramp. We get bodies into the apartments early on. Little gap there within the smokes. So Monacy with vision towards top mid. Sees nothing, and Sumdai Young, I like this. Quick activation, flash comes over, he decides to charge in. Insta-dink into Hooksy, but oh, accidentally reloads with 12 bullets in the gun. And doesn't have time to cancel the reload, draw it back out, and finish off his frag. In a world where he grabs that op, they've got a guy stuck on Arch, 3 more players inside apartments ready to pounce. Sumdai Young, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, he was already out though. You know, where was the attack behind it?
Yeah, it's like they didn't want to, like, maybe, I don't know, take the chance until at least the kill was confirmed, but I feel like they definitely had a chance there to swarm. Now they're not going to get a better chance than that one. No more utility, really. Single smoke for Bit, and then they just walk into the meat grinder that is Hunter and Hooksy. Easy does it. Finishes off, gets that bomb dropped, and it's just total full control. So at least this time we saw a Navi with an opening, but an opening that was very quickly closed once there was a, we'll call it a fumble.
Yeah, there's that mistake, and then maybe the spacing isn't so great. I mean, but look at the space, right? I mean, he has at least Hooksy tied up in this engagement, and he really wants this kill. And also, Hunter is in the site somewhere, but it's around with Tech 9, so this is where you should be in a swarm mentality more than ever. I mean, if you have a lot more guns behind it, maybe something slows you down, it makes sense. But Tech 9s, you should be running through those Molotovs, committing, trying to stay as close together, getting any trades that you can. Another missed window smoke, I think.
Bit never even comes around the corner. Great grenade off of Catwalk there from Hunter, but Head Trick will get an op kill versus Monacy.
Wow, Academy League going head-to-head.
Here we have it.
That's cool to see. Obviously, we've casted so much the Academy League. Head Trick is somebody that we know has been very good, and in this last season actually started opping for the Academy roster as well, so this isn't a brand new role for him.
JKS gets smoked out, and he's pinched right now. Sumdai Young on one end, Electronic on the other, and JKS not able to jump away from that smoke. So Hooksy gonna go ahead for the save. We've got Navi on the scoreboard. Helps when Head Trick gets a couple op picks. Cancels out Monacy inside of Connector, creates that opening to swarm into JKS, and sure enough, Navi capitalized.
Yeah, Monacy kind of gave him that. He ego peeked him, the re-peek, and Head Trick just waited patiently. Very sound round out of Head Trick. Super solid stuff. And I mean, he was putting like a 1.18 rating or something like that over on Overpass, a far cry from his second best player on his team. So no questions from this young man. Hooksy's been good so far. B-side's looking under control here for G2. I don't think they'll be too pressed about losing one round.
We saw a lot of double op out of Astralis yesterday on CT side Mirage, and it's not something new, but right to it is G2 here as well, right? So snipers in abundance here at the Blast Fall groups.
Yeah, it's map dependent, of course, but Mirage has lots of space for your operas if you want to have one holding down the B side alone and then one floating. They can go anywhere. Palace pick, inside a window, with a molly in the connector. It all works.
Give it up. Monacy, the soul holder. Hunter off of Cat. Almost has a chance there for Electronic, but Electronic shuts that one down. His hopes destroyed.
So what can happen here? It depends. It looks like Nico's falling back. Maybe he either boosts Monacy in the window or just sits in jungle and waits. They should try to look for some material, though, I feel like, before they lose grip on the rounds. JKS purveying the A ramp. And we can already see Navi's idea starting to come to fruition. But if they want to get this late attack on mid, I don't think they've scared the CTs exactly.
They're starting to peel over towards that B site miss stack. Not the right read.
Yeah, this
probably comes off JKS getting into ramp for free, but
I think there was a moment here where they could have had a tactic, but they decided to play blind, which is something that they brought up in the interview again earlier. And now they've just gamble rotated. Navi picked the correct site. They're going to know at this point JKS is in the A ramp if they get across to ticket, but he still has a nice place to sit and wait if his teammates can join him.
See if they do. Whether they just call this one quits and let Navi slide by with a second. Bullet goes right past JKS. Smoke goes right through the fire. T's go ahead and cover that one out. But G2 aren't falling away from this. Electronics taking a long con all the way through underpass, back around through apartments. Hooksy finally bailing on this B site as he's got 2 teammates up from Ticket.
I don't think this is a... It doesn't seem like a worthwhile retake. They have 1 smoke here, but they don't have window control. We're deep into it. Bit wins his duel.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to get a little desperate. Shadow spotted by SDY, and JKS can't quite clear the Palace player. So while JKS is going to be able to exit, Monacy just locked in. That ends up costing them 3 of the 4 players who could have potentially saved, and what felt like an inevitable second for Navi, sure enough, on the scoreboard.
That was, to me, trying to have your cake and eat it too. Like, they went for the blind gamble, and I think when they made that decision, if it ends B, they're really well fortified for it. If it ends A, they're in a really tough position to try to retake, in particular because of the fact they gave up window. When Bit gets into that position right by the murder hole, that's just hard to get back. It takes a lot of resources, a little luck, and sometimes a distraction to be able to get that kill, and you most of the time won't do it, but they decided to half attempt it. I think it went as everyone anticipated, and now they just have less guns. So maybe the wrong economic decision, but they still have a lead.
Slipping ever so slightly, not only with a lead, but also with another buy. So they're not in that dungeon economically just yet. Still definitely would have been a much more comfortable spot to walk away with those 4 guns early. See if they can recover here and now. It's not too late, and lots of presence through middle. Solo duel for JKS against Sumdayoung. He picks that one up, and we've got G2 right back to winning ways. 5 versus 3 very comfortably off of a strategy they decide to employ towards middle, and then a reaction over on that A site from SDY. His 9th death, not the hottest of starts from SDY today.
Yeah, they fought fire with this one, so...
He dodges the first shots, gets tagged up by the second burst. Bit on the hunt, decides to slide back. Look at the attention that draws over from G2. Which had like 4 players starting to lean towards B. Could have been a chance for these Palace players to pounce, but they opt not to. Things go silent for a second. He sees it yet again. This time down to a measly 10 health. Monacy tagged up as well. We start to see the blue guys get drawn back over. Nico keeping it locked into Ticket, pops up, catches Perfecto off, and then Monacy kills Bit inside of the apartments. So poor head trick, all that's left over, 1v5. It's a 7th for G2.
They've got kind of a great synergy here between JKS and Nico, where Nico is so good from the Ticket position. Very far away angles with maybe the best aimer. I think, you know, leave him there every single time. And then JKS under Balk, his complete comfort zone. Both positions are really secure in and of themselves. I think we saw Nico pop up to make sure no one could make that lurk play happen, which is great. Outside of that, one situation, you know, you've got 2 players who don't have to watch each other the entire time, which is super strong. So liking what they have going on over on the A site.
Almost timed perfectly.
That's a great nade, wow. Oof.
Hefty damage versus head trick. He's not having a good time trying to peek out from Palace. Nico scouring everything he can.
So is head trick posted now, or is he not peeking yet?
Nope.
No, not yet.
Keeping it tucked in, Bit. Ooh, nice. Quick snap there from Nico. We expect nothing less. But he walks right into the scope of Headtrick, who is eventually posted, and it pays off for him. SDY versus Monacy here in mid. Oh, nice jump up from Monacy. Perfectly placed, but JKS gets owned by Electronic. Up close and personal, that AK connects. He burns down to a crisp. And then the leg shot versus Perfecto keeps him alive on 3 health, but 3 health means 2 kills. And Hunter looking for the clutch as Head Trick gets ever closer. And Hunter comes at this weird angle.
That's so good.
So smooth on the jump back over towards default to give G2 another.
That was really nice. That was like the reverse twist. He could feel the peak coming out, you know, the anxiousness from Head Trick to try to end that round early. He knows he's been spotted already. He's taken a little bit of damage. Dealt with beautifully there by Hunter. Man, that bullet went through every bone in his body, right?
Nice second from Perfecto.
Yeah.
So cheeky.
It looks silly, but man, from Head Trick's perspective, that's hard to deal with. The perfect crouch jump there. So, okay, another timeout. Here for NAVI as they come to talk about things. That one looked a little bit more classic, I think. Letting Bit be the annoying part of the rounds from the underpass, you know, around the minute mark, letting everybody default and holding down both A ramp and Palace, keeping options open. I think we've seen some less ambitious defaults from NAVI, favoring a little bit more simple plays, but those haven't been the answer so far. 3 players from G2 over 100 ADR.
Love to see it. That's that core 3, right? Doing what they're meant to. Fast one from NAVI. Gonna pick up the tempo, hit this B site, try to bully Hooksy. Keeps himself pressed into the corner, goes unchecked. Mac 10 hops into the bomb site, and Some Die Young clears corner on Van. Hunter loses his teammate, and as he's set ablaze, he decides to fall back. He's got support on Cat, and JKS trying to get out from Market. But in terms of quick electric plays, NAVI straight into that bomb site, exactly what they would have hoped for out of the spawn. Modesty trying to find his chance, his angle, his first victim.
This one might already be too far gone. I mean, they have cat control, but they have no big flank. So many players still up in the B halls. No one felt like they had to jump out to help for trades at all.
Uncomfortable 4 versus 5, but we've seen them go for wonkier retakes. And this one here kicks it off. Bit answers up close with that Mac 10. Time starts to become an issue, but the kills sure aren't. Here comes Perfecto up from apartments, but that bomb is just way too far gone. And while Some Die Young's gonna die as he commits, so will Nico. Modesty the only survivor as Navi's rush turns into their 3rd round win.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That's the second time I guess Hooksy falls back to the van. And he's been good about just like trying to play it. He's playing it pretty standard almost every time, just dropping his van pillar smoke, falling behind it, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Sometimes I think he could probably be crossfiring with Hunter in a little bit more of like, not audacious way, but just active. And I think that's cost him on this one, but at the same time, it's going to happen sometimes. So far, Hooksy's been pretty solid, so the timeout's coming out early.
Every single player on NAVI checking their notes as this timeout comes out as well.
There are a lot of them.
It's crazy to think that 30% of the players in the server last year were in the Academy League. You go back 2 years, there's just no Academy players really active. It's really does feel like kind of like a, you know.
That's awesome.
A new system, a new route to professional play.
But you should stay in school, kids. It really works.
Yeah. Look at that. Man, remember when Counter-Strike players didn't have to read to be professionals?
Yeah. They asked Blade to write a 1,000-word essay in school, and he wrote it in 9-point font just to get extra words in to trick his professor because he had more to say.
Honestly, with a player down in underground. Windows not smoke, so Nico could come and help. But Electronic crosses back, will not be caught. Smoke goes down a second later. Bit starts to draw out a little bit of attention here. Nico rounding back around towards Connector. This is the worst buy we've seen from G2 CT side yet. Could be a real moment for Navi to crack through, and sure enough, Perfecto snaps JKS the moment he peeks into the Palace. Kovac brothers inside of this A site. They wait. Bit very much pinned into this corner, but he wins the duel versus Nico. And then m0NESY extends around Catwalk. And with nobody else inside mid from Navi, that's a chance for Hunter to come swinging out underneath Palace. He grabs one. Man advantage still here for Navi, and Electronic just ran through that B bomb site, so there they go. Navi pull off A.
Yeah, they do. And they're actually not even going to take it there because they've Electronic snuck up into the marketplace. Huxley's like, damn, the one time I'm not in B. That was a clean one. It was fast. It's, of course, they had a little leverage. Oh, wait. I mean, bomb's coming down super late.
There was a chance there.
Yeah.
There was nobody holding that. If Huxley had run 2 seconds, 3 seconds sooner.
He's still here in time, though, and he knows that someone was on default. There's still 3 up, but he might know Electronic pushed. Ooh, opportunity missed.
Yeah, head trick, nice. Keeps the peak minimal. m0NESY's going to come join him from Cat. It's Electronic holding the cross. Sure enough, Huxley walks right into it. And with that, it's m0NESY's invitation to walk away. Save that op. Oh my God, get out of there, brother.
Yeah.
Run for the hills.
Yeah, economically, they should be saving a little bit more. I think after he missed that first opportunity, it was already like a, low percentage play, but he was in a good spot early, so worth a try.
Yeah.
But fully committed, so
m0NESY gets away.
Money's no good here for G2. Chance for a 5th now for Navi.
Yep. Real opening on this T half.
This was the moment where they knew they had it. Only Bit could get this kill. Seriously. He's like so dead.
Yeah. Versus Nico of all people.
Yeah.
Manages to walk away with it.
Most of this half has been all about mid, but I think Navi felt like, all right, we've done that enough. Let's try to simplify a little bit. Now they're looking for pistols.
Got one op in m0NESY's hands. He's got so many players all around ready to swarm. But they're getting ripped apart nice and easily. Ooh, a little late response there from Electronic. m0NESY capitalizes, turns his attention right back to that A site, nails SDY to the wall. A third from m0NESY. Do not make this mistake, as others have.
Yo.
A shot as Perfecto jumps back. Bit looks for his opening over here, but now we've got Hunter with hands on an AK. And so m0NESY's 3 kills on this op, pushing him to 16 frags, is a very real chance for G2 to win a round they have no business finishing off. Bit is stuck in this corner. But the CTs have lost track of him. JKS, a victim to the MAC-10.
Yeah, Electric is an important point to hold, but it's tough when you've got to also try to escort your teammate out. And oh, m0NESY was done with that, but he doesn't get the kill.
Felt as though he had it. Can Hunter finish off what m0NESY got started? Bit jumping back into the site. Perfecto nearly caught coming out from apartments, and it's Bit's hit into the B site to recover.
He's getting those impossible kills. Yeah, that's the Bit we know. So beautiful work from him. And honestly, in a situation where it looked like Navi were playing a little scared, right? The way that they come out of Palace after seeing these pistols, as soon as m0NESY gets his first op shot, there's like 3 players in Palace. They do not scale properly. They're worried about getting out. They think they're going to get opt, and so the prophecy comes true. But
there,
yeah, Navi pick up and save it.
A 5th round win, as it should have been. JKS has Nico to help out. And then through smoke, catching Electronic. So double man advantage right away, but Perfecto blasts him through the floorboards. Bit's gonna use that chance to fake plant once, hopes the CT peek comes, but there's nobody there. We've got 3 players over here towards jungle and stairs. And the plant goes down behind triple. Bit can't get out of there. Uncomfortable post plant. Perfecto gives up his position in Palace. Wants to run over towards ramp, but now that that smoke goes down, Headtrick's not in any better of a position. He'll be given 2 flashbangs.
Oh, he's just gonna lamp him.
Chucks him over for Perfecto, who runs through with 2 kills quickly. It's a 10-second defuse for Hooksy, already down to 5. Headtrick comes wide, and Monacy ends him. So G2 will get away with that one. But for a second, Perfecto makes it sketchy.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can just change uniforms like that. Like you're in the post plant, but suddenly you're just execing A from the T side, lamp flashing over. It's a classic one. And they give it their best shot. It was a real valiant effort. This was a little sketchy from Bit. He tries to escape from his position on the side of triple. I think maybe he's worried about the CT retake coming in and him sitting in a spot like that, but maybe that extra time could have been their saving grace. So a mixed buy to end the first half. It has been so close economically speaking. Navi looking for some dignity here at the 6.
Gonna go quickly into this B site again. Last time it did work out. This time, Hooksy delivers 2 quick kills as they try to get beyond that van. So things to an immediate halt. Hooksy goes ahead, body bags a 3rd, and then further damage onto Headtrick. Hunter getting closer and closer, can't manage to put down SDY, but now there's so much support here that it should be G2 to just smoothly finish it off. And how about a Hooksy ace to end the first 15?
You don't do like the role play?
No. I'm the back of the coach with the old boys.
Jared, what were you first game you remember playing?
My old man used to play it with me. Destruction Derby on like PlayStation 2. That was the one where you just smashed the cars up. So that's the one that jumps out to me. And I actually bought a PlayStation 2 in, I think it was like lockdown or something, just to play it again.
Back.
Yeah, just to play it again. My dad, we played it together. It's not the same, but it was still good fun. So that's probably the first game that I can fully remember.
And you got to relive it as well.
Yeah.
Dave, what about you?
I think mine was, I got a birthday present. It was a yellow Game Boy, and it was a game called Donkey Kong. And I loved it. It was like the best present in the world.
What are you playing like these days?
Call of Duty, FIFA, they're my main 2 games. Bit of Fortnite, but it got too hard when, you know, everyone was building on top of my head. And I was just like looking around, like. Bit of GTA every now and again.
Okay.
Mainly for the few heists, and the races on there are fun.
You don't do like the role play?
No. So when you got the races on there and you got a few of your mates on, you got your cars just crashing into each other and just. I've got one mate that's proper tryhard at it, and we all just say, right, let's just get him. And we just get him and he loses his head every time. It's unreal. But yeah, FIFA and Call of Duty are the other main 2.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I've not really played seriously like that for a while, but I would say it's I had that PUBG for a little bit, a couple of years.
Good.
Yeah, it was good on the phone, and had the teammates. So it was like 4 of us going at it, so that was enjoyable.
Do you play anything like as the team with the other players?
Yeah, there's a few that have got I've got one as well, the travel suitcases.
Oh yeah.
So you can kind of just got the screen in, and you just literally take your PlayStation and controller. I know a couple of the French boys play Call of Duty together. I'm just on, take my headset, you know, play with my mates back home, so I don't know who else plays, but there's only a few of us really that kind of take them, isn't there? I'm a little bit old school, actually talk to people.
Yeah, you're like, I want to have a real interaction.
I'm the back of the coach with the old boys.
But you were saying you play Warzone most nights, right?
Yeah.
So how good is your skills in Warzone?
Well, but what do you class as good and what's not good? KD or?
Yeah, KD.
It's not amazing. It's over 1, which is, you know, a good start.
Positive.
It's about 1.2, I think it was last time I checked. So I thought for Warzone, that's all right.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Please smoke window.
You hold me under, Nico?
Yeah, but I can molly under actually from it.
Do it.
I go B.
Was already out dead. I'm leaving. Nothing mid.
Yeah, normal under spy KA. Are you with
I will
B?
smoke.
I will smoke B. I smoke B from backside and I rotate.
He's opening up still. Molly ramp? Need help.
I'm running ticket. Nice.
Yeah,
I'm running ticket.
Two apps. I can flash CT for you.
Flash, yeah, CT, in front of CT.
Flash CT now.
Dodge. Ups.
Dead.
Stairs and up.
One stairs. Stairs. Four pipes.
Nice!
Nice pair.
Smooth little Hunter 1v2 to add a round to the tally. G2 CT side looking good, especially at the end. Quick little hooksy ace to survive that rapid B hit. You know, the previous time they just overwhelmed him, kind of looked targeted because A site's shut down right now between JKS and Nico. But he delivered 10 rounds for G2 as they take to the offense.
Yeah, and I mean, they went B a lot, and I think most of the time he came out ahead, so that's a really good sign. Good one for the confidence. And now he's the entry.
That he is. Locks himself into the bench real quick. We leave 2 players inside of the apartments. Nice little 5v5 retake to kick off the second half. Electronic with the boost from Cat, catching Monacy. But Hunter trades it right away. Hooksy, oh, labored fight. And SDY inside of the market also finding a headshot. So suddenly from 5v5 to 4v1, JKS, the only guy who can do anything about this post plant. Feeling the pressure here from all directions. He'll be given the grace of a 10-second defuse, but it won't make a difference. NAVI, hold off.
Yeah, they do, and that makes this game worth watching now. We'll potentially get a close one. I think there will be a lot of pressure here on G2.
Yeah, I think we should actually.
So far, shaping up to be a banger. It was like a slightly messy first half, but lots of great rounds, I think, from both sides. Clearly, I think, especially because G2 had the one map rep, they got to attack a lot of their issues, and you could definitely see that they were prioritizing, like making sure to get information in that first half, and they were making that game plan to come to fruition. So what did G2 have to offer here in the second half on the attack?
Nico was looking for that headshot, but nobody presents themselves.
The hook's already in connector.
Trying to squeeze through. Ooh, Monacy's 1 AK comes out. Hunter follows up with even more damage. Poor head trick. He at least kills Hooksy, so that deals with the player up close. Creates a little bit of space for the rotate.
Oof, they're playing inside triple. He can actually leave this position if they want to. They have one in Palace. They can set up quite... Oh, a late volley as well, and a kill. Ooh.
Nicely done from Hunter. And he's not done yet by the looks of it. Wants to go ahead and turn this one into a jungle kill as well, but there's nobody here. Bit joins head trick deep inside a ticket.
They're locked out. Hunter's got the good spot. He could even stop him from leaving. Let's see if he gets the kill. No, Bit will take him out. That's info that they were getting out of this fight, so now everybody can run and hide, but it'll be a round one for G2 with just 2 rifles to work with.
Monacy gets the first kill inside Palace. Then there was a nice little bit of spacing there as, you know, we see the quick turnaround from Electronic, expecting maybe Nico to come out from ramp instead, but that second player in Palace just pops it all open.
I'm not really a big fan of how there's one player sitting on default and they don't have connector control, no A-ramp presence, and no Palace presence. It's not a bad spot to be in, but once he gets spotted, Hooksy's information, it gets called, and they've got nothing to lose. They just swing on him, so I think they could have definitely played that anti-eco a little bit better from a setup perspective, and now they're relegated to 2 guns themselves.
Bit. Ooh, 2 kills. Holds on. Monacy slides through with it. Navi working with lesser weapons and trying to do the same that was done to them, but Nico recovers it from Palace on the fallback there for head trick. His gun will at least get grabbed by Electronic. Creepy crawl from Monacy. Top connector goes the way of G2. And now Sumdai Young pressured position, but that's clean. Just takes the head right off Hooksy, gets bomb control of all things. And also on top of that, a second to breathe. A second to try to piece this together. Time for Perfecto to perhaps wrap around top mid. But he doesn't change guns. MP9 still good for further damage. Frag. Oh, they throw him back and forth. And Nico comes out on top, but there's the trade frag at the very least. So a 21-7 Monacy will be able to grab that bomb and try to close this clutch.
Yes, but this is the CIS Perfecto, or the CIS Zipix, I should say. And Monacy knows that. So the bomb goes down default.
Or not.
Yeah, a fake plant. And he's trying to figure out what Perfecto's next move is. So Perfecto's made it an enormous rotation, but he calls it the fake plant. He can now get closer. Honestly, he's just trying to figure this out. It's not going to be possible for him to know for sure, of course, if Perfecto left or if he's coming in slowly. But it looks like he's waited enough time that Perfecto's second-guessing this. Well, I can't believe that. After hearing the bomb get fake planted, Perfecto tried to immediately run over to the other site. Now he's got a way harder clutch to win. Oh, that's tough.
Damn.
But Monacy's not going up into Palace. He's going to play for the fight.
Putting himself into a position to potentially die. Perfecto making a ton of sound, though, so... Oh! What? He doesn't win the duel.
What? Yeah.
Exactly.
No, that's true.
Yep.
Okay, now we have to remember that the last info that Monacy had was Perfecto's A ramp. So as far away as he looked on from our perspective, he got there way early, and Monacy had no idea where he was coming from. Heard those footsteps a little late and could have tucked. Still would have probably had to take in the duel or do something really gimmicky and scared and play around triple and then fight afterwards. So I think from his perspective, you hear somebody running like this, then you think, okay, I'm going to kill him because he thinks I'm not going to be playing in CT. He's dead to rights, but beautiful aim from Perfecto to make the most of that FAMAS. And maybe a very key clutch.
Yep. Look at the reward it gives them. Assuming that this very quick push into the A site doesn't just swarm Headtrick and SDY, who waits for Monacy to back up, gets himself 2 kills with the FAMAS. Nico looking for something to shoot over top of Tetris. Electronic comes wide from jungle to kill Hunter, and now things have definitely gone south. It's going to take a Nico recovery and a Hooksy helping hand, but he decides to bail back with that bomb. 3 versus 2 here for NAVI, and they're just going to give a bit of space over towards this A site.
Ooh, this could be cool. The 2 IGLs of G2 Esports working together in the mid-round.
That's the move. Nico just stagnates in ramp for a second. It's given time for Electronic to get past default. He could just tuck into under Palace and hold. But he's not watching. He's looking straight up the stairs. Bit gets back to hold from jungle cross. That's going to be necessary. There was that little timing that could have gone the way of G2. Instead, Electronic on high alert. Nico right into the crossfire, and Bit picks up both those kills to keep Navi's little bit of momentum rolling.
Yeah. Playing under Balk there by itself is one thing, but that crossfire is pretty much too hard to defeat. So a good effort. I think it makes a lot of sense to go there. If they made a mistake, then surely he could have died, but wasn't the case. So well done here from Bit. Feels like, I mean, I think he's lost more duels than he's won, but the kills he's got have been pretty critical, so I'll give him that. A penniless G2 Esports here.
Very quickly fed to Headtrick and Electronic. Nico's got an answer. Quick pop out from underground. That's the end of Monacy. Now it's just Hunter to follow suit. So keeping 4 alive. Very comfortable position here for NAVI, and we've got a game on our hands.
We do. We definitely do. It'll be cool to see Headtrick upping here on Mirage on CT side. See where he works around. Of course, the thing about replacing Simple, besides the enormous, size 14 shoes, is just the fact that he rotates a ton, more than basically anyone else. And Navi are very used to rotating around him, giving him the space he needs and supporting him and all this constant ideas coming in and flowing. And Headtrick, is what we know from the Academy League, he's kind of a much more patient operator. He's actually more device-like, I think, than Simple, if we're going to compare him to 2 legends.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Tough comparisons, dude.
But he has that kind of stability in his personality, I think. So I think he actually might ask for less in that sense with where he plays. And of course, he's actually a new opper, so he can rifle just as well. This round, of course, he's dead. So he can watch.
A quick reality check. Hunter gets past that apartment smoke too. So him versus Perfecto. Yeah, big pickup. Hunter gonna capitalize on all this open space. Smooth 5 versus 3. While they're still looking for something to happen inside of middle, there's just nothing there.
Yeah, that is well done. especially with that B anchor kill. It's well done from Hunter, and could pretend to go for this. A lot of damage, but no kill fear from JKS. Actually, not the best game so far.
Despite what felt like a really good start, or at least like, you know, filling his role over towards that A site. There's so many iterations of teams that JKS has kind of been that super forward A player, and then it always seemed like sometimes he just wouldn't have enough help, right? But with Nico being that second guy behind him, I really liked the A site CT side from G2.
Yeah,
numerically, you know, maybe less kills for JKS, but it just looked like it set up Nico really nicely. Looked like Nico could rely on JKS to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think the stats don't tell a story. I think we saw definitely some good rounds in the first half. Whether it was because JKS was under Balk or because he got kills, but either way, you know, positionally, of course, he's always sound. We know that about JKS. Yep.
Now it's just time for him to find his groove on this offense.
Also, no one played under Balk more than Jax, so I think this is like a perfect style-wise.
That's fair, yeah. Very fair. I watched Jax play under Balk 15 rounds in a row once.
Yeah.
Probably more than once. Oh, smooth. Hunter already through connector. Wow. Electronic should be on high alert, but it's not like there's the, you know, most impressive A defense in position right now, especially with SDY going down. Nice response from Electronic. He's got to quickly snap that into Hunter, or else this round's essentially already done. Now, if the cross goes south for G2, Navi could still sink their teeth into this one. It's at least bought time for Bit to slide beyond ticket. Hooksy confirms it. And with the flashes, they stay honed in on him.
They have no
tagged
mollies.
down. It'll be alive until he goes for a fight. Or they connect with a little bit more spam.
Those smokes are going to come up. I think they should be planning to try to plant for connector. They just want the CT kill so badly. Oh, man. This is your worst nightmare, trying to scale from Tetris, but Bit gives them a kill.
Finally, they find it, but by now, Headtrick's ready to go for the op trades.
They're just out of nades, man.
Out of nades and out of the bomb site for the most part. Hooksy looking like he wants to go for the around the world back through middle. 30 seconds on this clock. Electronic and Perfecto both starting to bite down on the possibility of the B play. But at least Perfecto stays in underground, so him versus Hooksy could come back into the equation. Headtrick, what's he going to be able to deliver? 15 seconds, and he finds Monacy, the bomb carrier, at a critical point because somebody has to go and grab that. JKS sprints over, Electronic gets the kill from top connector, and sure enough, as it always seemed, this one may just fizzle out. The peek from Headtrick drops Nico, JKS follows suit, and sure enough, Navi hang on.
Let him know, Headtrick. Let's go. Another standout from the Academy League showing up here today at Blast. Well done. That's a big one. Didn't like that very much, though. I mean, they had their 2 smokes down. I feel like mollies obviously make a world of difference here, but I think that they didn't need to get obsessed with the idea that they needed this molly to kill Bit, because Bit can't stop the opposite triple plant on both sides, the middle or the back, and their smokes are going to expire. They had nothing left. I feel like they had to commit to trying to get the kill on stairs if that's the other thing they were worried about, but they just weren't willing to do it. And so they looked quite timid. G2 will call another tack to talk about things. That was definitely an opportunity lost.
You want me to come from under or top? I don't have a good...
Jeszcze z podwalą.
You give me a flash, maybe...
Nothing but one and done so far for G2. All in on this one. This would be a great chance for Headtrick and Navi to run away with some rounds. But immediately, Monacy waiting for that cat peek. Nobody in position just yet. Dangerous game, Some Die Young. Wait for the flash. It's perfect. The damage is almost enough. 95 off Nico's AK.
That was a bit too quiet for their liking.
Yeah, you could sense it. Now while G2 are entirely through middle.
Yeah, look at this slice through the A site, right? They've got someone on default, A ramp control, and CT. So they're probably in the past, and this just allows Hedrick to frag, right? He has no worry about the Palace peek. He can peek from Ticket easily. And it's all the G2 members in connector trying to work towards A, but I think they'll have to look for other plans. Oh, this is interesting. I mean, they score window, plus they're working up onto Cat.
But Bits calmed the hall, so Hedrick's just solely focused on the murder hole now. Hooksy tries to come through, gets caught off. Bomb down, confirmed by Bit. Nice shot from Monacy, point blank. Hedrick tries to go through murder hole and point blank. I mean, the AK comes out on top, but you've got 10 seconds.
Uh-oh.
At this point, it's a sprint towards the A site, or you concede, and therefore they're going to let this one slip past. Nice little, you know, quick, in terms of a 2v5, cool to get back something, but time really makes the difference here for Navi's 11th.
Yes, it really does. So obviously, this first flash tactic to get the kill, most of the time a team is going to have one person, either A ramp or Palace, so it's such a huge find to get that early into the round. And then again, you look at the slice they had through the A site, they're ready for connector. That's like the #1 thing they deal with. So once they get A ramp control, Hedrick goes up on top of Ticket, free frag for him. He does very well. The late rotation into window is one thing, but it's already at the point of the round where it's like, what are you even doing here? You know, you've got to be working on a site, so it's kind of fine for him to die. And the game gets one round closer.
Bit jumping around on catwalk. Hunter hears the audibles. 4 players stack inside the apartments. B's kind of, you know, they haven't given it too much love this half G2, so we saw them get in easily with the pistol. 5v5 in the post. Perfecto back on bench with nades in hand. Bit gets wind of it. Dodges the flash, turns attention back in. JKS, clean kill, but he's not able to get that second one. Monacy will off through the tippity top of that smoke. Electronic plays close, slides into Hunter, catching him off guard, and Nico tries to respond. Monacy, good angle into market. And Sumdai Young, 1v2. Tough players to take down in this clutch attempt, and he's not even gonna get the damn chance.
Wow.
Blindsided and smoked by Nico. They just slide through that B site pretty easy.
Yeah, such a nice attack. Flashes were great, the spacing is here. They're out and across the site, and Monacy hits a very hard shot here. He can, oh, yeah, okay. Perfecto's actually falling off of the bench. That's nasty. That's 600K.
Yeah, okay. Critical point to pull that one off as well. That's what you're hoping for. Monacy 24 kills, Nico 22. Stars align in that two-player hold. SDY finds JKS as they try to come out from ramp. Hunter very quickly up connector though, so that's a trade you take. And everybody else essentially from Navi are just cut off except Electronic. And if he's not able to get that kill, then things kind of seem too far gone, but he'll grab one before his teammates can even get vision. Smokes fade and they get replaced. Ooh, Nico on the garbage. Jumps up and Electronic gets him. Monacy not able to capitalize there, so Electronic man of the round so far here for Navi. Pushes Hunter into a tough-looking 1v4. Time is at least awkwardly ticking quickly. Navi, yeah, they'll find him nice and easy. Good move there from Electronic.
Okay.
Just using Hunter's jump up against him.
I could make a whole video about that round from Electronic. That was so beautiful. He smoked himself out of CT to stop anybody from supporting the missiles peak, and he gets this first kill. That's his own smoke he just threw. And then the flash comes out because they're trying to help him scale, and he ends up getting 4 kills. Gotta cut the cord, man. Everyone's been cutting the cord.
Didn't you just go back?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm also not pro.
All right. Yeah, fair. Fair. Damn. That one's gonna sting. reward of just shredding that B site in the round previous is everybody's got money, and now we've got G2 back with economic problems. Tense game.
It is. It's really good.
Yep.
I feel like if you didn't have a round score at the top, I wouldn't even be able to tell you who was winning. So back and forth.
Can you just run into the corner and BFs?
Let's see what happens. They both know that it's still up for grabs. And even though G2 are saving here, they're saving with a lead. Saw a vicious B attack a couple of rounds back. Got a lot more to work with, though. So Nico's one smoke in Palace. We have no nades on this side of the map. We'll see what the plan is.
Last piece of utility on Nico. Damn, not even a flash for the pop. But
I don't know if they just threw late window, maybe.
Try to get this mid kit. Oh!
All right.
Yeah. Utility's overrated.
Yes. All it does is block your opponents from seeing you, so okay.
That's 2. Monacy, that's 2. Hunter's already gotten through Murder Hole as well, so now they could suddenly go ahead and pinch this back into the B play. Oh, but Perfecto just turns attention in the nick of time. And you could see them kind of crunching the numbers and wanting to lean back towards B, but at the very least, they still have footing towards this A site. It's just bit back on ticket. Nico hands on an AK. Op shot confirms he's nearby. Monacy grabs an op in the meantime. So you've put Nico on an AK, which just went down. Thankfully for Navi. Very quickly dispatch of that.
JK's coming in on a slow flank. I mean, do they know about him? He's gonna. I think Monacy will see a gun here in a second. Oh, maybe not. Oh,
doesn't matter. Now he turns attention back towards Khan. Ticket player as well. An ominous threat. JKS grabs the A1S. They do not know about that long flank, but Perfecto turns it upside down, and Bit comes in with the op duel at the exact same time to give Navi 13.
I think either kill wins the round. JKS, he picked up a gun with not enough bullets. Instantly got turned. I think he ran out of bullets.
Oh, that's an awful feeling.
Yikes.
I mean, that's a great feeling right there. Trading out your teammate as well with the second deagle kill. Huge moment for Monacy.
That was big as well. Can we recuse JKS a little bit here? Did he run out of ammo? That seemed like it used every single one, but I'm not exactly sure.
I feel like we owe him a double check.
Yes.
We got to double check.
We are kind of doubling down, though. I mean, maybe it's only worse if we find out there were bullets, but I think he did run out.
Monacy in position. Missed shot versus head trick.
Too fast for his own good.
Happens.
Tie game, folks. Full strength buys coming into round 27. And already mid-control 1 here for the T side, so what's gonna... Ooh, nice nade in response. Unconfirmed damage. Oh, still impactful. And Electronic with another sharp one, man. He's got a cannon today. I say today, actually, Overpass wasn't that great. He's back. He's back to Lisbon, Electronic. In this map. He just had a warm-up map earlier.
JKS started that spray with 8 bullets in the magazine. 8 shots is what he picked up. Technically enough. But less than half. Unlucky. Bit ready for the window jump up. Hooksy doesn't drop down just yet. Playing a dangerous game with the clock here in round 27.
They have such a nice position, and they know they have to take it to the next level in just a few seconds. 3 players here on A, occupying all the best spots. And Nico going to flash for the connector peek into jungle. They're going to hear this, though, and Bit gets his kill.
Hunter gets his trade at least, and Electronic's right there to do the exact same thing. A double from Electronic. Finally, an answer here from Nico. 2 kills. Doesn't have bomb just yet. does have time to run and grab it. Problem is, now they hold the cross, and sure enough, he just can't get back into default.
Ooh, well done.
Electronic again.
Yes, man. He's got laser beams.
Here's this Bit versus Hooksy kill. That also very crisp, very clean. Quick trade from Electronic. Doesn't go too far out to expose himself to ramp.
How sick was that? Not only did he not expose himself to ramp, he didn't expose himself to Nico and Palace.
Yep.
Got into the side of default, so that was beautiful. Sectioning out all the angles, all the different fights. Beautiful target selection. Great awareness.
And Navi have a lead.
And he's a father.
SDY. Top stairs peek. Nobody inside this A site. Ooh, this timing works out for G2. Oh, plus that should have been an opening kill, but Head Trick comes wide with the op kill. m0NESY catches Electronic's head. Big scalp to take. SDY to half health. Nico dangerously close.
Good cover.
m0NESY and Hooksy into the 2v3. But damn, did G2 ever pounce? Before Navi could commit anybody to inside that bomb site, Smokes made it kind of weird. Bomb nearing that halfway point. Hooksy's position confirmed. Perfecto and Hooksy locking horns over towards CT spawn. And it's only m0NESY left. He gets the first in the 1v3. Catches Head Trick towards top stairs. Looking for the second kill. Looking to hang on, but it's not going to happen. And with it, Navi 2 match points.
That's one more on a long list of really hard retakes here that Navi have pulled off. Clutch kills. Coming out with low time to spare. Oh my goodness gracious. There are some very close situations with what seem like free kills that have not worked out that well here for G2. Last timeout called. I mean, with a plant, I gotta say, surely still a chance to buy. I'm not sure how good it's gonna be. But it's time to get focused. Let Navi get a little bit too comfortable. I think they're the ones who are going to come into this match with more self-doubt, right? Of course, missing such a big player from their team. But 2 rounds to go to get to overtime here for G2. It's entirely possible. What a map for m0NESY. Looking for 30.
Not the first 10-5 half on Mirage that just wasn't enough so far in fall groups. Navi not even letting G2 get consecutive round wins in this second set of 15. A, the intended target yet again. First contacts Electronics. Hooksy from bottom connector though. Very important trade. If you can get more than just that one, though, that's the money kill. Oh, and Nico takes the dink and still rips SDY off that ticket booth. Hooksy looking for a more comfortable position, goes into the extension, and that is a clean headshot versus Bit to keep G2's hopes alive. Smoke top con, bomb down, nice and easy, 30-round game.
Oh, that changes the tie totally. Hooksy right there. It would have been 3v3.
Perfecto thinking about it.
It comes down to if they have the money to buy next round. They probably do. They even have the op as well, but of course they would risk it if they try to go for this. They won't die in the post plant. Man, it's 2v2 with half the time still left on the clock, but everybody's already receded into their apartments. And now, okay, G2 back in the game. Something that's also been noticeable is Hunter really aggressive lurks. Feels like he's got Vaseline on the bottom of his shoes. It looks like he's walking faster than everybody else. I don't know how he's getting into connector and all these timings. But that's worked out, and Hooksy takes his place this time.
Big round. This second kill on Bit, that was so clean.
Yeah.
But I mean, this.
Yeah. The small crosshair abuser himself. That's massive. Ooh, this group is so close.
Yeah.
Everyone's so good for each other right now. And this exhausts everyone's timeouts. 4 use for both teams.
We go to overtime, it's gloves off. Coach is out. Bare knuckle brawl to the end.
I've always felt as though Blade has the highest win rate off of tack pauses of any coach in the game. You can see how much he's involved in these moments.
It's decent enough. Hooksy relegated to the MAC 10. Other than that, full-fledged G2.
Oh, man.
Back to B by the looks of it.
They had a piercing B attack, 6-7 rounds ago. Perfecto's been sharp, however, in a position to see flashes, fall back into position, not dropping any grenades.
Ooh, runs and runs all the way back. Headtrick comes in with the kill, but that MAC 10 from Hooksy, that's the entry for G2. A second op kill off of the catwalk.
Okay, they've got electric control. They can get out into the site. They're making sure to be careful that Navi don't try anything, but it looks like we're about to transition into a retake, and Navi have the advantage slightly.
That op disappears from Cat, doubles back around into the marketplace. We've got 3 players in market and a late electronic play off Cat. Headtrick doing everything so far for Navi. It was Hooksy with the ace to end the first half. Well, it may just need to be Headtrick or we go OT. Electronic starts to run up through the arch, tries to draw attention, does so successfully. They've just got to finish off Hooksy, who will not be able to stop them. It's a full house between Headtrick and Electronic to give Navi 16-14.
Wow.
And G2 finish 4th in Group B.
That was special. How many retakes was that?
One too many.
Oh, that's a tough one. Obviously, they could have won, right? This one was as close as ever. But that was some clutch out of Navi. That's well done. And shout out to Headtrick.
Little burst of energy there from Hooksy as well, trying to go for the hard B entry, but close is not good enough. We pass this one down to James Banks and Navi on the sideline.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got SDY with me here, and well, it was 10-5 down. It was very back and forth, an intense game. But that took a lot out of you guys.
Yeah, what can I say? All my homies hate me, Rage Boy.
Hopefully not, it's a team game. You guys did the damage. Headtrick at the end there with the AWP as well, put in the work to save that B push coming through. But this was a back and forth between 2 teams that don't look too comfortable. Did it feel as uncomfortable as it looked?
Yeah, sometimes it feels really uncomfortable, especially for me, like on the A side. Like, it's everyone has own playstyle on this map already, and it can, as you say, this can go back and forth, and it's really hard to predict what other team will do. At least I feel it like that.
And in terms of the mental strength right now, how are you guys feeling? I saw Blade using a lot of timeouts. A lot of good stuff normally comes off the back of that, but also you're seeing not as much excitement even when you guys won that game.
Yeah, it was like release more than excitement, And as you say as well, every timeout we have a game plan behind it. If we take timeouts, it's the reason why we take it. So.
And you've got a long set of games to go. You're now going to be facing off against Complexity again. Obviously, I know Blade was not very happy with how the first game went down. Do you feel like you guys are in a better position to get some revenge now?
Yeah, I think we need to get this revenge because otherwise we're going to losers or something.
Yeah, you go down to like the second bracket on the Gauntlet Stage.
Yeah. So we have to win the whole scene, and we will do our best.
I'm sure you will. SDY, thank you very much. And good luck throughout the rest of the games. We'll have to see what happens next. It's a crazy...
As close could be, an absolute nail-biter between G2 and Navi. But Navi, they are the ones to slide this victory in their favor. I do want to go back to that final round because I think it kind of tells a very good story of that game. How on earth did Navi manage to close this one out finally?
I know. G2 had many keys to close that door on Navi, but you have to give it to Navi. The fact that they were able to fight back in all of these rounds, the fact that they held their nerves much better than G2 in these very tight, clutch situations. London said, I can make a video about so many of these rounds. Well, hell yeah. There were a lot of very tight rounds. That's a good example right here. It's a 3 versus 4 bomb. You can see on the side of Navi how disciplined this is, how they play together, how they wait for each other. Here there is a commit, but we see the trade is going to come as fast as possible. Hunter saves it. From that 2v2, Jacob, I thought G2 had done it. I thought it was overtime.
That was a proper game of Counter-Strike. A nail-biter that came down to the wire, to be completely honest. It was a back-and-forth affair, right? And you see the last player here as well for Navi surviving with very low HP. And it felt like that throughout the entire entire game, that all these clutch scenarios, all these 2v2s, 1v1s, 1v2s, it was the small, I wouldn't call them mistakes, but lack of getting the kill, lack of finishing off the rounds that cost G2 this one, and eventually, makes them finish fourth in this group, which is to me a massive, massive surprise. I know we came in, didn't really know what to expect from Hooksy, didn't really know what to expect from JKS, but the fact they finished fourth in this group stage is not really the start we were hoping for.
Yeah, I think it is very fair to say that it was a surprise. And James used a word in that interview to STY as well, kind of fairly on both sides of the equations, but uncomfortable. And it did kind of feel that way for both sides. I feel like you should be looking at this and going, it should have been closed out a little bit cleaner.
Well, I mean, definitely, you look at this game and you don't see two teams just going through the motions of the plan that they have prepared. This is not what was happening. We could see teams trying to spontaneously fix the mistakes. They were seeing the weaknesses they were spotting. And at that game, I think we have to give praises to Electronic.
Yes.
The man that we called out earlier in the tournament, we said Simple isn't here. He's going to have to do a little bit more, which he hadn't done up until that point. But you rewatch his City side and the impact that he had on A, how he was kind of filling the gaps. He was moving about. He was always in the right position. To me, he was the artist of that second half in the defense of NAVI.
It was a beautiful display coming out of NAVI. As you said, showed a lot of cohesiveness in the game as well, stuck together and fought their way back into it. On the other hand, you look at G2, and already now, we only watched them play a couple of times, but the T side seems to be a bit of an issue, especially here in Mirage. They fall flat. You spoke about it, right? Coming in, being Hooksy, a new in-game leader, having to navigate the team in English, not a native language for him. And then on Mirage, right? What if we went to a map like Nuke or Overpass, where it's even tougher to do? So the fact that already early signs showing weakness on the T side, I could be a little bit worried for G2. They may need more time than we initially would have thought. A couple of weeks is not going to fix this. It's going to take a couple of months, I believe.
Yeah, obviously just a strugglesome period for G2 coming in with their debut with their new in-game leader, Hooksy. But let's get a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
Hooksy, obviously you guys coming out in fourth place is not what you would have wanted, but you just faced a NAVI that even without Simple Right can still show up and still have full strength. But what do you make of that game? Because you were up 10-5, you had a great first half. We were looking like you guys were going to close it out quite convincingly.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that our CT side is better right now than the T side. I think it's way easier to adapt to the CT side, and yeah, obviously not what we were dreaming of when we thought about our start on our first event, but I think there's still a lot of things we can take away from this and a lot of things we can learn, so it's not wasted at all.
And that's what it's all about, right? Coming back stronger when you're looking at what you did here. But overall, you just played, 2 official games. There's only so much you can do when you're looking at this, right? What would you say was your biggest learning experience so far just from this G2 ride?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I think that throughout the bootcamp and this event especially, I think I learned a little bit of what path I should take. I think that it's obviously a big challenge to lead personalities and players like this. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but more than it's new for me,
Yeah.
So I think I just, in general, learned a lot about actually being a leader, and I think we will show up and show a much better performance next time.
And that's what it's about, right? Get a bit more time. We got the elimination stage. We're coming in next, so you still do get to play. And if anything, that means more games, right? So we'll take that as a positive. More games, more practice. You come back stronger.
Oh, I love more games. give me more games, then we will learn more, and then we'll be better. So yeah, for sure. I'm still hopeful for the future.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, of course, it is important to reiterate that it isn't Heartbreak Hotel for G2 just yet. This isn't elimination. It just leaves them in a more, I guess, a difficult position going into next week's elimination gauntlet because they are in that last seeded place. So 1 loss and they are out of the competition.
Yeah, look, the road is not going to be easy, and hell is paved with good intentions, right? G2 tried their best here against NAVI. I just wanted to quickly say, you could at first glance, think that the T sides from G2 against Liquid and NAVI are the same. I don't think that's the case. I think it was extremely uninspired against Liquid. I think they just completely hit their head against the wall. Against NAVI, it's more about finishing a couple of rounds.
Sure.
I think they were a bit more inspired. They were a bit more creative with the ideas they were bringing forth, and this is good for Hooksy and G2 that they just didn't stall. But yes, they were missing that closer. They were missing that kill, that clutch that just pushes them over the edge.
We'll get to see them play Thursday next week.
Yes.
Thursday next week, and a lot can happen from now until Thursday next week. You get a couple of practices in, you get a couple of learnings from this game as well. He's speaking about that. Of course, we want to play more games. Of course, this wasn't as great as we would have hoped for, but you can learn a lot from these losses, and hopefully already by Thursday, when we see them play again in a best-of-3 scenario, it'll look better for G2.
Yeah, and that's very important to know. It's going to be best-of-3s going into next week as well. So we're guaranteed to see a little bit more than just Mirage coming into things as well for G2, which would be really, really cool. But I do want to get your thoughts on the other new member of this G2 squad. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Hooksy, Na'Vi because it's very important for an in-game leader to be coming into the squad and seeing, how stylistically he's going to be approaching things. But JKS as well was obviously under the microscope for G2.
I'll have to be a little bit careful here because I did say coming into this one that I feel people in general overhype JKS a little bit based on the stand-in performance he had with FaZe. Arguably the best stand-in performance I've ever seen anyone have.
Yeah.
But prior to that, he wasn't playing a lot of Counter-Strike. His last venture in Complexity, he didn't really look like the old JKS. So the fact that he was supposed to come in and hit the ground running for G2, I didn't really see that coming. And as you see by these stats as well, he was struggling massively today. Couldn't get it done. I absolutely love what Nico said coming into the first game as well. We know JKS to be this known quantity. We can leave him alone. We can leave him on A side of Mirage and he will get it done. Today, he didn't get it done. So we need to give JKS some more time. But this is early signs of a bit of weakness from him. And that was not the start he was hoping for.
Look, I agree. This isn't a good start for JKS. It's not a good light to start his career with G2. I do think that he's a player that will play better and better as the system around him makes more sense. Right now on the CT side, if you're G2, I'm sure that there are some situations where all the T's aren't crossed, the I's aren't dotted, and it's not exactly sure what he's supposed to do. I think as soon as he's got clarity about what the hell is going on, he'll make better decisions, he'll play better, because right now, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, he was particularly talking about, I believe, the T side in an earlier interview as well, saying, CT side is some similar positions for him going forward in some of the maps, but the T side, and that's kind of what we've seen on paper, just that strugglesome period for G2. Obviously, for Na'Vi, we're going to be seeing them continuing on to play in our later matchup coming up very shortly. But I do want to talk about Complexity versus Liquid as well, because that was going down earlier on today. Liquid now in the final of this group. Complexity, they were so darn close to closing this one out on Vertigo, though.
Oh, they made Liquid sweat for it.
Yeah.
They made Liquid fight for it. You start that game, it's a 6-0 lead for Complexity. And at that time, I have to admit, I think Liquid were being a little bit complacent, maybe a little bit too much bravery and courage based off their first victory. They allowed Complexity to come back in a few of these rounds. Then you have a great comeback from Liquid, again, powered by Yekin there on that CT side. But the end of it, I mean, it has to be a heartbreak. Complexity had the keys to heaven. They had all they needed to be in that top 2 minimum in the group.
Complexity may have lost this game to Team Liquid, but they're starting to reassure my belief in this project. That's 2 good games in a row now for Complexity. I think it's safe to say they should have won this game against Team Liquid. They blew it. We're going to see a couple of clips later on where we see what the big problem for Complexity were. But despite this loss against Team Liquid, they now played 2 good games in a row against 2 quality oppositions, something we haven't seen from Complexity in a long, long time. So this whole, reiteration of bringing in Hardcirk and bringing in maybe a little bit more of that European flair, giving the guys some more time as well together, it looks to be paying off for Complexity.
Yeah, let's talk about that kind of turning point, I guess, for Liquid coming into the later stages of that game, because these were some rounds we feel like, Complexity should have been closing out on this eco play.
Yeah, we call them eco play, must call them heartbreak play. Really, that's what happened for Complexity. 2 clutches back-to-back, where I personally think that this is where Complexity lost the game completely. 14-11, of course, is the first one of them. It's a 4 versus 2 that starts beautifully for Complexity. They have all the keys where they need to, and unfortunately, they're gonna just a little bit overplay the situation, overstay their welcome. You can already see here the difference had been made. It's a 4v2. The scoreline is 14-10. It should be over. A little bit of curiosity out of Floppy. I think it killed the cat and it killed Floppy as well. He could have played it safe. Repeak coming in from Ozek at the AWP, and then suddenly a round that was promised to Complexity turn on its head, and the experience from Liquid shines through. Once they get to that 2v2, you're not going to get it away from your Kindar and Nafly. That was the occasion for Complexity to score. And now, worst case, after that, round 27, it's going to be a 1 versus 3 for Naf. Nasty ass Naf. Again, he plays it great. I can't really fault Complexity too much here. I think that commit probably is an issue. I don't know why he's diffusing instantly in the smoke. The timer was quite favorable. He could have waited a little bit. But these 2 clutches, you put them back to back. This is the difference between a W and an L.
Yeah, they should have won the game. Let's be completely honest. Complexity should never have lost these 2 rounds. The first one, fair enough. That was well done by the Liquid players. The second one, Nafly, you say you don't want to be too hard on him. Of course, when you win a 1v3 like Naf is doing right here, that's just exceptional. But the positioning coming in for Complexity were horrible. As you said, hitting the bomb, sitting on the bomb from the get-go, even though there was a lot from the timer left as well, horrible. You got to figure out where he is, and then you played a 1 against 3, and you are bound to win that round no matter what. Complexity got to feel hard done by. They didn't get the win right here. But again, overall, it was a great experience for Complexity. The problem for them is they didn't win the game.
Yeah, no, there's kind of, I guess, heartbreaking. Now they're going to be having that rematch versus Na'Vi coming up very shortly. But for Liquid, that does leave them in the grand final of this group. I think this is a really good position for them, particularly, coming into Cologne. We thought, is this maybe a honeymoon period with Yakinta, making it pretty deep into that playoffs and the grand stage as well? But I don't know. I'm really happy with what we've seen of Liquid so far.
Yeah, I think we kind of lost sight that a amidst the chaos of this group and all the roster changes, they're actually the ones with the most, I guess, veterancy in the roster, if I can put it this way. Of course, Simple not being here with NAVI changes, kind of shuffles the card for the CIS team, but you have G2 with massive roster changes. You have Complexity just bringing in Halzerk. That leaves Liquid and Yekinder. They already know what the hell they're doing. They've been together for Cologne, so they're using that to their advantage.
The thing for Liquid so far in this tournament is that all the win conditions are working for them right now. Yekinder's had a great game. Elise has had a great tournament so far, and we saw Nasty as Neff going crazy right here as well. That is your three main characters within that team. Then you have OC as a fourth, supportive AWP star, if you can phrase it like that. You look at the lineup right here and you think to yourself, if those four pieces can work well together, there's an awful lot of firepower within Team Liquid. Nitro, we haven't even mentioned his name throughout this tournament so far, and that's a good sign for Team Liquid because the rest of the guys right now is overshining him. So positive early signs from Team Liquid coming out of the break. I can't wait to see more of them.
Yeah, of course, if all those cards are falling in line at the same time, it's going to be really deadly for any team going up against them. I'm also loving the fact that now we're back in the studio. The teams can see each other as well. We've seen these the glass like going frosted and unfrosted between the rounds as well. But man, I love the trash talk that Yekinder's giving his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of Counter-Strike, right?
Great.
And this is also a part that a character like Yekinder is bringing to the table. Some of these intangibles that we're talking about. When we say Jax is a funny guy, he brings a lot of energy. It's also great to have someone with you that's going to banter the hell out of your opponent, have some fun, maybe alleviate a little bit of pressure, shout around. I mean, I did play with Apex for a while. Man,
if you like it now, wait till we get to the elimination matches. Wait till we get to the best of threes where something is actually at stake. Wait till we get to the games where you either qualify or you're out of the tournament as well. That's when we get to see the emotions.
Yeah, we will be seeing more of Liquid later on today in our final game of the day, but we must find them an opponent first, and it is going to be a rematch on the cards between Complexity and NAVI. Complexity taking the W earlier on in the day on that map of Overpass. We're going to see if they can do it again, perhaps on a different map though. It's coming up after this.
So Floppy, I want to start off by looking at the fact that this, I feel like, is a time we can now get excited about complexity again, right? Does it feel that way for you? Because you seem more pumped up. You guys are having these great games. You know, the first one against NAVI, the close one against Liquid. What is it like being in complexity now?
Yeah, I think especially bringing the hype is Fang. I think you guys can see on the stream a lot of this guy's like hyped up the whole game, and I think having a new addition to the team is always fun too, and kind of like that honeymoon period in that sense. So it's always a little bit of fun, especially with Halsey. This guy's a beast too.
And he seems to be fitting right in. You know, in terms of personality, I see he's like a little bit more out there, a little bit more confident. You know, he's not kind of one of your reserve Scandinavian players. But how has it been just the first few times of him?
I mean, he's the mullet man, dude. Like, he's practically American like the rest of us. So, well, me and Mike, but yeah.
So he fits right in for sure. Now, looking at that Liquid game, it was so close. And I want to touch on the thing where NAF got the clutch right. It felt like it kind of broke you guys at that point when you kind of had the game in your hands. Was there a bit of that in it? Because I'll look at old complexity and I'll say certain things where I can just see you guys look unhappy. But I'm asking this question this time because I know it hurts when you lose a clutch like that, but you didn't seem as down as, say, past games when I'm looking at you guys.
Yeah, I think we lost 2 crucial clutches. It was a 2v4 and a 1v3. And, I mean, stuff like that happens. But I think we're just too new with Halsberg. So it's something we can actually talk about and discuss what we could have done differently versus, like, having the same problems just happen over and over and nothing's working that we can fix it. Whether we talk about it over and over but nothing changes. So that's, like, a bigger issue. But, yeah.
So you're confident this time, right, that you can come away from this now and you learn something from it? And is that something where you guys have already discussed this and already looked back at this game, or you just focused fully on what was happening with the NAVI game?
Yeah, literally right after that game, we talked about those 2 clutches and what we could have done differently. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't have to really be a big thing either, like emotionally, whatever, just having a discussion about the game we just played.
And in terms of when I'm looking at the mentality of you guys, even when you guys lost that game, right, I know it was very close, but you didn't seem as frustrated as in the past as well. Do you think there has been a change and a shift like that?
Yeah, I think that game specifically, like, we knew we could have won versus, like, other games we played in the past. So I think with Halsberg, yeah, it could definitely be different. Just we need to play more games, and we can tell.
And you're going up against NAVI now again, right? You've got to run it back. And we just saw a bit more of an in-force NAVI for sure. But I guess the confidence is still high. You already kind of outgamed them one time around by changing it up. So you feeling full confidence now?
Yeah, I think especially because they're not playing with Simple. Like, you gotta mention that. Like, that guy's a beast. But I think Headtrick's definitely a really good replacement for him for now. In terms of the operable, he fits right in. So I think, like, yeah, we can definitely compete with this NAVI.
But it's interesting what you said there, right? Obviously, it's Simple, he is a beast. But do you sometimes go into a server, maybe do players go into a server, and you know he's there so you don't do things that you've just done in the other game?
No, I mean, I think that's kind of bad to think about it like that, but you still got to, like, do what you normally do, but I think Simple will just capitalize way better on certain mistakes other teams make, so it's just something to look out for. He's like the X Factor. Essentially, he's the X Factor.
Well, hopefully you guys can get it done again, but what do you think this time around in terms of the map pool? Have you done the veto yet?
We're not, well, as of right now, I don't know the veto, but we know what it could be between 3 different maps, so we're pretty confident what it's going to be.
Do you think it could be Nuke? Because obviously they banned it out last time, and I was actually thinking that was one that we picked.
It could definitely be Nuke, but I think because it's such a strat-heavy map, and so it's kind of hard for any team really to pull out as many strats as they can in such a short time period. So especially after a player break when teams are coming back, so it's a bit hard to play Nuke.
All right, we'll have to see how it goes. Floppy, best of luck, man. You've done it once already.
Well, we know the veto, Floppy, and we know it's going to overpass yet again. A rematch and a carbon copy. Well, maybe hopefully not for Navi's side of things, because they did struggle the last time they played 16-9 in only 2 rounds on that T side.
Yeah, talk about a show of intent for Navi to allowing overpass to go through again. I thought the first thing they would do is kick it out to the curb, play at different maps where they obviously have a stronger performance, as we have Justin against G2. But Blade and Electronics say none of that. Absolutely not. We're going to play overpass again. We know how you beat us the first time around, and we have all we need to fix it on air.
It's a sign of the limitations that Navi will have with Headtrick as well. They said it coming into this tournament. He's a stand-in. He's not going to play with them next week, most likely. And the fact that they know they have 3 bans in every single game here, given the format, they probably haven't played more than 3, maybe 4 maps in total, right? So the fact that they leave Overpass in there again is a sign of, I guess, limitations to what they can choose. And also more so, you know, what we know Blade to be so strong at, adapting, right? They've lost once already today. They probably, as you said, figured out, okay, what didn't work, what went wrong, what can we do differently this time around? And that is one of the the specialities of Navi. You never see them play a bad map twice in a row. At least that's what it feels like. Whether or not that has something to do with Simple or not, well, I guess we're about to see.
Yeah, of course, Blade and the gang have had a couple of hours to be sitting down, you know, reviewing what went wrong with that game earlier on. So, Maniac, what was it for you? What was kind of lacking from this Navi side? Because we were saying it was kind of I don't know, just uncharacteristically not the Navi style where they were taking many risks.
Right, I think they were a little bit too passive on their CT side. If you look back at the first half of their first confrontation, Complexity were able to win 6 out of 7 last round in the first half. We were talking full gun rounds. We're talking domination, right? But as you can see, I think Danny had a very great breakdown he brought us in the past where there was a lot of map control that was given away to Complexity, and now we were kind of reacting to what was going on. And I'm hoping that this is over. This is done with. Also, this is where the kind of place-by-place head trick to Simple really comes into play. On the A side, we know the space that Simple can take. We know the initiatives he brings to the table. Can we hope for head trick to do exactly the same? Might be a bit too early.
Keyword is space for me, because you're spot on, right? There's a reason why the T side on the Overpass is so tough to play these days. The Uppers out there are so good at taking away space. They're so good at shutting down the toilet area, shutting down A-long, shutting down basically everywhere they're going with the AWP. Do we really expect Hetrick to play the same brand of Counter-Strike that Simple is, you know, where you kind of put fear into your opponents, you're shutting down a certain part of the map and you're forcing the rest of the team to go to a different part of the map? That's not going to happen, right? We saw Complexity, the T-side on Overpass last time around. As you said, it was strong, and I'm afraid we get to see it one more time here. Not because of Hetrick is a bad player, he's played a great tournament so far, just because he's not the same type of player as Simple.
Yeah, that was specifically what Mahone was breaking down earlier on, was just the strength of Complexity on that T-side, the aggressive moves they were taking, kind of like a two-pronged attack to both sides of the map. So if we're continuing to talk about the strengths of that Complexity roster that we saw earlier, what are you hoping for them to be repeating? Same stuff, or hoping for a few new tricks?
Look, there is this philosophy in Counter-Strike in where you cannot win a map the same way twice.
Yeah.
And I would be very surprised if Navi lose to the same playstyle again and again. For example, Complexity kind of avoided Bit on their first half. We know Bit to play in that connected area a lot, and he's a multi-kill machine over there. He wasn't really tested too much. I'd be surprised if he don't see the light of day this time around. I think he's going to have much more impact. And if he doesn't see anyone, I'm hoping he's going to get out of his way to go for information, not just establish dominance, but just go for it really. Navi, they have a lot of tape now to work off of, and as Jacob was talking about, they're one of the best teams to know what they did wrong and what they have to do better now.
To me, it comes down to space. If they're giving Complexity all the space in the world, as we saw in the first game, I believe Complexity can win the game more or less in the same way. It's you know, I guess half the battle on the T side is just getting into the toilet area, getting into A-long without dying one or two members of the squad. So for that to be said, you know, one of the things that was so strong about Navi on the CT side on the Overpass, especially with Boomage as well, he was always out there on B short taking map control, Simple on A taking map control. So there was nowhere to be left for the opponents. This time around, though, I expect Navi again to be a little bit more defense, and perhaps that could be enough for Complexity to get all the space they need to and then win the game more or less in the same fashion. Because I agree with you, with Simple on the squad, they couldn't have done this twice.
Yeah, just to reiterate as well, this is crucial for both sides of the equation to be making it deeper into the Gauntlet, which is next week. That is the best of 3 elimination matchups coming out later on, because if you lose one in that first set of games, you are out. You are moving to the depths of the showdown, which would be an incredible surprise to see like Navi there.
Correct. Whoever loses that game ends up in 3rd position for their group, and that means step 1 of the freaking Gauntlet. We already had the bracket before. We saw that G2 was on the way to a Vitality clash as well down there. These are only great teams, right? There's not going to be an easy way back into the Gauntlet. You win that series right here, and you avoid to have to win 3 best-of-3s to make it to 4 finals.
Yeah, crucial for both sides of the equation to be coming into this one hot. We've already seen Overpass playing out earlier on today, and it was Complexity to take the W. Can Navi come back swinging? We're going to find out in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. The rematch set to begin, and it's the purest rematch you could hope for. We've got NAVI, we got Complexity, and they're going to go back and duke it out on Overpass. Now, the problem is if you poke a bear in the eye and then the bear comes back, it's going to remember exactly who you are. So if you're Complexity, you've already poked NAVI in the face, and now you're about to get torn to pieces. That's what I think's about to happen.
Okay, like Leonardo DiCaprio. DiCaprio?
Yeah,
DiCaprio.
Wow. Never did win.
Well, we'll see. I think the thing is, the first map, there's a specific thing, and that was that in the first half, there were, I think, like 4 clutches.
Yep.
That I remember that Complexity won, kind of just over and over again. And then the other thing that I feel like is also not going to repeat is that Electronic had a really rough map. Such a better map this time, and before the break was in peak form, so I kind of feel like that's not going to happen again. I think Navi have every right to take this to Overpass again, and it feels like a good pick for them. So we'll see if Complexity can prove that they can really beat down Navi and do it twice.
Yeah, shake it off. You know, you got battered, stand up, whop them. We'll see. Complexity to the T side, already very quickly through the short water. They're going to hit this B site. They got nobody to their left. It's 2 players in Perfecto and Electronic down here on Monster. And, oh, Electronic quite blind. Catches JT at the very least, but we're looking at a 4-player post plant comfortably for Complexity. Bit and head trick coming around from Graffiti already. But what can they see? What can they find? Nobody seems to be showing face at the moment for Complexity because they put that bomb down, and now they just need to hang on. Jump spot elicits a couple peeks. Now, they saw Floppy peek from default, and Grim just shot a bullet. That's 3 players' positions confirmed. Now you just got to kill them. That's the hard part. They decide to swarm towards head trick. Knives out. And Fang will finish what Grim starts.
He didn't let him get it.
How dare you, Fang?
Oh, he was out of bullets too. That's $1,500, man. You know, that can make a difference. Even do it for the money. But hey, that's gotta feel good. Simple just tweeted out that he had a call with the boys and he called a pistol strat for them.
Okay.
I'm gonna assume it was a T-side pistol strat, so we'll see in the second half. But maybe we can name the strat Simple. You know,
we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we'll see if it's.
Damn, he's calling from abroad.
He's calling from abroad. Yeah.
Simple as
phone a friend.
Truly is omnipresent.
Yeah. That was good though. Vicious attack.
Yeah, they knew what they wanted.
Yes.
They got it. That flashbang as well just completely deletes any chance that Electronic really had. Still manages 1, but it's just blind fire with the Berettas. Grim would have had more than a MAC-10 had he been allowed to second knife. But he'll let that go. And die inside that smoke. JT tries to take the place of the front runner. Both the MAC-10s down with nothing. The 5-7 of Electronic, 2 kills. 5-7 of SDY, 1.
Oof, and they had no one coming up late long, so look at Fang, right? He's stuck holding this and hoping that someone peeks him.
God, what a tough spot.
Teammate to the back. Man, I mean, obviously going A is just going to be pretty hard. Electron doesn't have to move. He's got a teammate beside him.
Scout shot even connects. Fang, 1 kill up close. That's it. Navi just absolutely whomped him.
Yes. They created the concave around, like a setup around the back of Dice and Optimus and Long. And, you know, if there was no one Long, it's a whole lot easier. But with the amount of time left on the clock, of course, Complexity could have tried to get control of that area, come in late, but they just had no odds when it came down to 2 players. Nice shots, though, being hit from Navi.
Hey, man, you highlighted it right before this one went live, right? The individual level of Electronic, stark improvement from map 1 to map 2. He just shredded 2 heads inside that bomb site.
Yeah.
MP9 from Bit. Nice second kill. Finds Hauser on the fallback. Goes back at it for Floppy. So 3 MP9 kills, nice and easy for Bit. This force buy nets them absolutely nothing. Not a single point of damage done. Grim, full-fledged 1v5.
And no damage. Yeah, no damage done this round. With some attempts. Bit will be pivotal. He's going to try to take control of Khan a lot of the rounds. He'll get tons of action. And he also, I don't think he actually went positive on Mirage versus G2, but I thought aim-wise, And maybe we had some favorable spectating going on because I feel like whenever Prius is watching him, he was getting a nuts
Prius,
frag. Yeah.
Prius bias.
Then Prius likes Bit. Prius and Bit heart. Yeah. You can tell.
Bit tucks into the connector. Fang said after the win over Navi earlier today that, you know, a win versus Navi is still a win versus Navi. No asterisks, no matter what. And he's got a valid point. But then the fact that they get to replay the exact same map in the exact same day could definitely take some of the, you know, legitimacy out of that one.
Yeah.
Especially in the fashion, right?
I think you did misquote him a little. He didn't say no asterisk no matter what, right?
I did add.
You did
yeah,
add.
I made that part up.
That's important to, yeah.
But the gist of it was, of course, you know, it's still going to do most good. It's just nice to get a result out of the gate.
No, yeah, he had a point there, man. It's still better than some of the teams that he's lost to, you know, in these past few months. It's not been a good run for Complexity recently. So, yeah, it was worth being proud of. Absolutely. And as we've seen already from this last map with Head Trick, I mean, he's been awesome. And I think the coolest part is that, like, he's just playing his style. And we've watched him play for seasons on Navi Junior, and he's playing a lot like he does there, which I didn't think, you know, I thought he would try to alter a little bit, change things up, maybe fall to the pressure, but he hasn't really.
Between now Bit, Monacy, and Head Trick, right? I brought that point up earlier where Navi and G2, there's 3 players from the Academy League, but that's not just 3 players from the Academy League. That's 3 players from Navi Junior specifically. Very good scouting process going on. One of the organizations that says, you know, Blade actually has his eyes on both rosters, and I see why. He's feeding them right into the main lineup and proving their worths. Turns out Blade knows a good CS player when he sees one, but that's an excellent grenade bouncing off of the side of short. Poor JT down to 51 before he sees a thing. Flash behind the wood.
Hey, not too shabby. Oh, shot missed here from Head Trick, holding for the stairs peak. One comes out right below it. He's got some help behind him. Interesting because they don't actually have to move in this position, and they might just think they're hunting down an Opera, but they're not.
Bit keeps it nice and clean versus Grim. There's the connection from Head Trick, so his op finds.
That was cool. I mean,
third.
You know, they had to understand that they still had a really good position, even though they didn't have cover behind them. Wow, what a peek. Head Trick is not holding wide at all. Just a pixel. And
Dang now.
Floppy doesn't give him anything.
Didn't see the player back truck. Oh, but he turns it. And there's Perfecto peeking out from Banks, so we've got a floppy clutch in the cards. Perfecto already on the Banks dumpster. Oh, what? Floppy sees that one coming. Cuts it down to just him versus SDY. Didn't catch him on that cross. Little jiggles. Pixel peeks. He gets the duel he wants, but lesser health, and Some Die Young sticks the landing, denies Floppy his clutch.
Down. A nice try. You know, this man has made a magic sometimes with his clutch rounds, and overall did a lot of work here, actually, before the clutch even took place. So nearly the 4 frags. Calls up Perfecto, top of the bin, but SDY deals with it. That's an interesting keyboard that Electronic has.
It almost looked like a membrane keyboard.
Yes, it looks like an old office keyboard,
nice
right?
Flat.
Whoa! Oh,
damn
man.
Windows.
Round started. We can't comment on that anymore.
It's gone.
Off limits.
So 4 straight from Navi off of losing pistol.
You know, there are still some top KZ players that still use membrane keyboards. Wow.
It's because KZ doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, they need a sponsor.
Well, I thought maybe a foot would be spotted, but no, JT gets away with all 4 limbs, all 10 toes.
I like this call from JT. I mean, they're clearly going to set up for a full B exec in a second, but they're making sure to hold on to their default at the same time. So
The walkout starts to take place. It's moving at a pretty good tempo, but the flash comes up from Perfecto, and he does a lot of damage.
Very nice indeed. Electronic sliding by, finishing what Perfecto got started. A ton of damage from Perfecto. Good supporting flash from SDY off Graffiti. And that's what they've been doing now back-to-back rounds, right? Last time it's the double peak from Electronic and Perfecto into short. This time they just do it deeper over on Monster. Both times they call out where Complexity are in fact stacking. Bit nicely timed flank, but he doesn't finish Fang. Grim hits the dirt, 10 health in the 1v2, and not fast enough to stop Navi from finding themselves on fire.
Yeah, well, yeah, nice timed flank right there. Some good attempts. The walkout was interesting. I don't think there was flash support behind it from the T side, and the CT's clued into it. As soon as their smoke came up, they gave him a second, let him get comfortable, and it looked like they were about to turn that corner, but Navi were clued in. 5 straight on fire. Back to pistols here for Complexity.
Ooh, timing there almost for Grim, but he runs right into the nade.
That was an and one right there.
Yeah, out. Alley-oops himself.
Will he hit the flick? The diagonal flick upwards when the head pops up.
Nope, never even sees it coming.
Someone dies in this story.
Bit trying to control that off. Good idea.
Fang has played nuts today. He's been getting a lot of great kills. And even a couple moments in this half so far where it's like, oh, great flank on him. Good awareness. And then he turns around. He's ready. Twist, Nafly, Fang. That's all I'm going to say.
Quick answer from Perfecto. They tried to press up close, but Perfecto cuts it down very easily. Follows through. Fang, nothing further after that one. So Navi get past the Desert Eagles and the Tech Nines, and despite Fang's best efforts from long, as the 3rd best Canadian player.
Yeah. I mean, who else is on the short list? I mean,
Hexed. He's up next.
True, Hex is up next.
I mean, we haven't seen him play in Europe. We haven't seen him play at Blast yet, but
yeah, there's the hashtag.
Hexed is next. Evil Geniuses.
I made a deal with him. That
Hexed?
Yeah, because he said, "Follow me back." I don't know if he sounds like that. I said, if you win a series at Blast, I'll follow you back.
That's fair.
Yeah.
A series, including best of ones, right?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, fine. I mean, it's not going to be easy. A lot of good teams here.
We would know what he sounded like if he'd sign up for some content, but he made Cirque do it all this morning.
Yeah.
So, got my eyes on you, Hexed.
He's a one trick. He's only good at CS. Wow.
Here we go.
It's been a few minutes since Complexity have won a round. See if they can turn that around.
It's rounded out by. They get past the deep molly quick. But Connector, dangerous game to play there, Grim.
They've got Bit, though. He's kind of activated now. And Head Trick is still holding this. He falls back, but Bit doesn't need a babysitter.
It's so clean. Now he does turn his attention away from Grim as Head Trick falls back a bit. So he gets left on his own. Not quite able to skate around that corner fast enough. Still, man advantage secured thanks to Bit and some very quick rifle work. Here's the off shot from Head Trick. Misses the mark. JT, with a double of his own. Channels his inner Bit. And JT, known for his entries, goes hard into this A site. Electronic, he's got a gap to work with. JT stranded at the moment. Floppy slowly creeping in from this long B flank. And he's gonna time it properly, so it seems. A little bit of space here as Electronic extends outwards, and it's Grim to end it all. So 2 kills to Grim, 2 kills to JT. Complexity find their second win.
Yeah, I think it was actually 3 for Grim and 2 for JT right there.
Ooh.
Well done. Yeah, they look sharp. I mean, JK can shoot like that. I mean, they've got really no issues. Beautiful. Hetrick did miss a little bit this round. It's noted. It will be noted. He's had enough success. I feel like it's fine to point that out. Look at that keyboard.
It's just so flat.
It's so flat. Is he playing on a membrane keyboard? He's also a 1.6 movement player.
But also,
it's entirely
I feel like
possible.
nowadays you can get like membrane-style looking mechanical keyboards.
No, what I meant by that is not that movement players are poor. It's that they actually prefer membrane keyboards.
Okay.
Yeah, and electronic isn't poor.
No, it's not.
So it could be preference. We're not poor, okay?
I prefer the term frugal.
We just don't shower.
That's why they gave us rivers. A little bit of damage there. Fang doesn't give a damn. It's fast past the flames. Much heavier presence from Navi down on this B site. And it's not just going to sit back on the other end of these tunnels. Electronic already starting to pry into short. But because of that forward presence from Bit, and with Headtrick inside a connector last round, looks like Complexity have been conditioned to take this one slow. They drop the smokes, and they crawl their way towards bathrooms as Bit backs up.
He heard you.
Smoke's about to fade.
So what do you mean, I back up?
Yeah, I go where?
Yeah.
Cuts down JT, so he won't be able to add another multi-kill to the tally, not this round.
Can't find him.
Potentially going to throw Fang up onto the flower pots again.
They're kind of chilling, right? 50-second mark, no one to rescue from the bathrooms. Rifler safely back on site. Rotations are all fine. Very tough situation here for Complexity. Floppy's in an interesting spot, but his team isn't close to him. This is that beautiful setup we saw in the last rounds.
Oh, but he's turning around.
Great trade potential, yeah.
34 health left over, though, and he's pinched. Stuck between the long peak and that last bathroom's player, Perfecto. He's inside sight. Bank player doesn't see him, and he controls the spray. With so few bullets left, he gets that second kill to Fang, and that just sucks the life straight out of Complexity because Floppy's trying another one of those cheeky B to A flanks. No time for him to recover this one. Perfecto lets Fang go by, stops bomb, ends it all for Complexity.
Yeah, hard for Complexity to read. A third rifler would have been there at that moment. Normally, you have the double rifle setup in the bathrooms, maybe an off at bank watching long. They didn't see that. I'm not surprised they don't fully clear the truck in that situation, but this is Perfecto's golden ticket, and he will not let this slip, so really well done. The trade was possible, and then Floppy's flank actually could have been impactful, but not going to be the case today. Really nice moves from Bit, though, man.
Yep.
This has been a clinic from him. 14-5 already.
Damn. 9 rounds deep. Picking up the slack in Simple's absence.
Yeah. Some of the best riflers of all time play this position, you know, controlling con, pushing up towards stairs. It used to be electronic. Now it's Bit. Used to be Fur. Used to be Rain. Hungry riflers.
Nice turn back. Perfecto commits to the spray. Only finding the one. Fang, third man in, trades it out. SDY's back, stuck inside Graffiti. Electronic burned away into short, so that for a moment stopped Fang, but he just died with bomb inside the water. Bit keeps it quick. A second, perhaps? No, JT can't finish that one. And with SDY being able to tuck back into cover, suddenly JT feels surrounded, and he is. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Navi continue to rack up round wins.
They've figured something out. These impeccable timings on the monster swings over and over again. And it doesn't feel like a Complexity being incredibly obvious, but they are just checking it at the right time. They hear this flash, and they already have 2 here, which is the problem to begin with. You try not to come at a monster if you think they're, you know, in this 2-player setup. But we've already seen Navi, first of all, they had 3 players on A the last round. Now the double monster setup 2 times in a row. They have a good feeling for what Complexity want to try to do. tactic call. And it's a situation where, you know, Bit's walking around the bathrooms with no help, but getting multi-frags. You can't just leave that part of the map. You do have to try to push him back. That should be the easier part of the round. Easier said than done, of course. There's a lot of good fights for him to take, but they can't just pretend like A doesn't exist just because he's playing well. More on that next round, though. Just going to try to pull out an eco here.
Floppy tagged.
Ooh, it looks like they are game planning back to work. He's going to set a record if they keep doing this.
Comfortable lean back from Navi this time. Complexity going to be checking every corner. Bit doesn't tend to let them get this close. Head trick shaves one off, but Grim, nice answer back with the scout. Still, players starting to move up pretty quickly into the A site. They take Sumdai Young off of Graffiti. They bring Electronic up as well. Once upon a time, Floppy spamming through Monster, but that's been pretty quiet as well, so justified A stack.
I'll give Long a little bit of love. Look at Bit just standing out in the open.
Come get some.
Wow, not a care in the world. He knows he's better right now.
He's going to go extend outwards, tries to hold on to the bomb control. Last bullet, finishes Grim, and sets up Electronic to close it. So 3 kills versus the Pistols and Scout for Bit.
It's about to be a reference game here for Bit. Of course, I mean, not a most staunch competition, but it is a revenge match here.
176.
Wow, 176.
11 rounds in.
I'll take off my shoes to count that high.
How many toes do you have? I could use a couple.
Yeah.
Buys back. All right, Complexity. What else you got in the tank? Not quite the glorious game that they started the day with, but Floppy, his chance to recover that, and it gets shut out by Electronic. Support's there. We got the wall bangs coming through. Floppy with just too much to handle, and Bit right back at it. Complexity, no, he's never too far. But he keeps it fresh. Drops bomb again. Being set up nicely. SDY's got the flashbangs for days. B site, A site, doesn't matter. His assists are all over the place. And Fang finally puts an end to the beast.
So he can die.
But never for too long.
All right. So they're showing Long a little bit of love here, which is great. I think this has been underutilized for sure on these A hits, but down in numbers is just another problem. So we'll see they do off the back of this. They've been mauling the back of dice. Does Fang come forward through the smoke? He does. Oh, but SDY gets to hear it all.
Yeah, he got hit by that.
I think he could have chilled in the smoke for a second.
Grim, not going to get any closer, so Halzerk looking for the 1 versus 4. Flashbangs pressuring him, 30 seconds to the clock, and he hits the first shot, critical. Goes for that bank peek, but a quick tuck from SDY keeps him out of danger. Now he's just going to rush this one outwards. Halzerk hears the run-up. No scope for you, good sir. SDY jumps up and over, gives Navi yet another.
Yes, they'll take that one. Man, they got to feel pretty good right now. It's tough that this map isn't going well, of course, for Complexity. They're about to clean house, right? They came so close to taking out Liquid, 14-11 on Vertigo at one point. Maybe even a little bit better than that. And now in the rematch on the same map versus the same team, it's not looking quite as clean. Still a few rounds potentially left in this half. And for me, I think this is the map that feels the smallest these days versus the M4s for the T side. So I think you feel pretty good. 5 rounds.
First one's good. just suffocating. Every time they try to get to this B site, they're met by aggression, peaks, consistent pressure. And yet again, it gives them man advantage. Grim pulls away from Monster with Halzerk, moving that bomb around towards A.
Yeah, they might have a tempo here. I mean, Fang's about to turn the corner on long, and they just showed tons of presence towards B. They've got a lot of attention from the CT side, still waiting for Monster. And you can see that they need to retake Monster, so they re-smoke the back of it, and then they'll come and clear out the close angle. They need to get a full visual on this, so they're about to do that now. But in this moment is the time to attack for complexity if they're reading the map correctly. CT start to move in. Oh, Bit spotted maybe.
See it. Shadow advantage. Bit gets Fang. Ooh, but the nade finds him. Nice utility there from Halzerk. This time he's got an assist in Grim on this bomb site. But Halzerk gets flanked by Electronic. Cut out of it quickly. Grim, chance to line him up, but they're so ready for the peak, and it's just Navi who are way too sharp for complexity to handle this time around.
Yeah, there's something special about being, that being Bit's 20th kill. Even spotted right there, they have him. They're lining up the perfect shot, and they still can't kill him because he's just so accurate at the moment. What's his HSP looking like, I wonder?
Grenade damage has been immense versus Ts and CTs this round.
Yeah, you want that one. I mean, that's that peak and that chance came because they got long control, got all the way up to the corner. So that was kind of good, but just didn't get the kill itself. Another great flash. Wow, these supporting flashes for Bit have been extraordinary.
SDY, baby. He's got the utility covered. That's now confirmed. A site, B site, and connector. He can do it all.
Yeah, the worst part is he plays in con and he gets out. No one kills him even leaving.
Just disappears.
You got to find him again.
Man. Vanishes like a wisp of smoke.
Yeah. And now he's setting up for a play where he can flank around long if they leave this unchecked, and they haven't been going here a lot. Some pressure on B.
Floppy trying to do his best, feign a little presence, but catching Halzerk like that outside bathrooms is big. Bomb now in the dirt as well, so JT backs up a second. Gonna let Floppy come and join him. Trying to clear Banana from this side of it.
It's kind of floating here. I mean, he doesn't really need to be watching like this, but okay.
Yeah, it's an open door for Floppy to take down a big scalp. Still, a 2 versus 5 in round 14. JT looking to get his feet onto the bomb site. Ever closer they get, and SDY and Electronic, despite Bit's inability to get one this round, it's still Navi easy.
I think he just plays like that because, he feels like the round's already won.
There's so many players on site anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Do whatever the hell you want.
He's just trying to be closer to the action if possible. But that's the kind of bravado he's earned today. Again, great work there from Headtrick. And the makings of a beautiful, pristine CT side to kick off Navi's revenge.
It's definitely the kind of result that just wipes the smile off Complexity's face, and Electronic wipes 1.5 off of the monster push. Grim's got a double kill. They still have to deal with Perfecto inside water. He's gonna play inside this smoke with 2 kills. Maybe they let this slide. Oh no, they're looking for him. They tag him, and sure enough, Floppy ends it. Head trick from inside the heaven smoke. But Bit's gone unchecked. He's already up on short.
I let him disperse.
Grim getting off that bomb site's pretty big, or else you'd have Floppy and Halzerk just corralled between what's left of the CTs. Oof. Just a third. That's all they're fighting for. A third T round win, if possible. Head trick, nice quick scope into Halzerk. Drops down with time being limited. Tries to close this distance, and Grim, he's got the audio. All he needs. Point blank. The op just doesn't have time.
Wow.
No, sir.
NT.
Not enough. Beautiful shots from Head Trick to close out the half, but it is Grim with 3 kills and Complexity 3 rounds as they'll have to take to the defense.
I couldn't even see him. What the? Let's go flames. To be right now. Window and B.
Smoke AC. I might. AC failed smoke. Can smoke on the right, we double swing. Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Was Zaibu. Bomb is not for you. No kit, man.
Parle France, regarde des faux, je regarde des faux. J'ai le spawn. Je regarde des faux, y'a rien. Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement, entrée.
Ouais.
You can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was on HP, yeah? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, one Can you check from time to time short and be up silly, I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement.
Pour un spawn.
What's up?
Prends bien l'appart, Kematou. Check again, il est. Planting.
He's checking.
Planting. Matou, t'as une mollo. I have CT.
One CT.
I can flash CT.
TTT, right side. Left side, ticket.
Cache toi.
Défaut.
Ticket last. No,
I
hiding
hold
ticket.
it. Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la deadcam.
Peut-être pas.
Nice!
Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind.
Bang.
Mola.
Out,
Down.
Low.
Dead.
Okay.
We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys, we're 3.
Let's nade sandbags. Right.
I smoked the one.
I'm picking with you now.
I'm dead.
Nice. One off. Nice.
2 ramp.
One more.
Ramp, 1 more. He's looking Ivan. Nice. Ramp.
Nice. Wait. Rush B.
Okay. Nice.
I bait you, Jackie.
They're not coming.
Not. They want.
Yeah,
they want. They're in.
That tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through. Xbox.
One dead. I'm full blind.
Xbox.
2 car.
Tunnel.
Nice! Sick!
Smoked.
Smoked.
Monster.
And so we bounce back into what is, to be blunt, a beating. NAVI just mopping the floor with complexity at the moment, but it will be complexity to switch over to that CT side. Maybe this could be the saving grace, give us at least a little more to talk about. But for now, the only thing we can really look at is Bit and his 22 kills over the course of that first half. Electronic had his moments, Headtrick had some nice clean op shots too, but it was Bit who just dominated that upper forward A site.
Seriously, man. It was a beautiful game from him, and full credit to his teammates for throwing a number of excellent flashes. He was everywhere all the time.
SDY gets out from Monster, but he's very much on his own. And he's got 4 CTs busy at the moment.
That's very annoying for them. Because again, you know, when someone makes these presents, you have to physically clear it. You can throw smokes and stuff, but it's not quite enough. So that ties you up for a bit.
We see that now. They just went off of the flash to peek down Monster.
And meanwhile, it's a full A attack getting ready.
Yeah, poor Halzerk. He's got a lot coming at him. Fang and Grim will be the first 2 to scramble up, and Fang's already behind the truck, so a little more comfortable than Grim per se, but point blank, Bit connects with the Glock. SDY still floating around down towards B. Floppy, fond of those B flanks, but this time he falls victim 2-1. And it's man advantage here for NAVI with that compromised backline. So JT's completely out of this retake until he can deal with SDY, if he can deal with it. In the meantime, his 2 other teammates start to push out. Grim, a 1 and done, and that flank's good for 2. SDY really ends this, and with a pistol win on top of that first half, it looks like NAVI are sprinting towards the finish line.
It does feel like it, surely. And at record pace. A nice shot there on Floppy from SDY. Jumping away, hit that upward flick, and And not only did he feign presence out Monster, but he re-aggressed with the B side to make sure he was a part of this exact from a distance. Oh, yeah.
I love that half-second pause as well.
Made sure to aim.
And he lands it. So Grim MP9, 4 Desert Eagles. It's about all complexity you're going to be able to offer us in this CT side. Forced to the very end. Ooh, and Grim goes down nice and easy.
It's already a very good anti-eco shaping up with the long control coming in very fast. No scout there on the A site to stop him from, you know, holding shift and W at the same time. And they're going to find it open. Perfecto can't be on con duty right now. But SDY is right here to collect the eco frags. Eat him up.
Turns back and finds Fang. Honed in on him. Floppy grabs the MP9 from Connector. Head trick, his chance to grab a couple. But that also gets shut down. So these pistols are doing enough to at least give themselves a slight chance of a retake, but no kit, only a smoke, and no information as to where Navi have gotten off to in these post plants. It's going to be a desperate run at this A site. And unfortunately for them, Perfecto connects it quick. 14 to Navi. And we're talking about a Navi that was mere rounds away from ending this group in 4th place. Now, they'll be staring at Liquid for a chance to come in first.
That's the Navi I remember.
Yeah, it is.
You know, this last year, Navi, they've just been winning way too much. This is more classic. Still winning, but taking longer and making it look like they're about to lose.
Taking their time, getting in the reps. But unfortunate place for complexity. They'll come through with the deco. Save some money. Swing those hand cannons. It's the right stack at the very least. You got 5 players on this bomb site. Weird things can happen. Fang kicks it off. Electronic, that's 4. And an anti-eco ace is stolen away by Bit. Electronic does the heavy lifting. Bit gets his 24th. Mere moments away from the end.
Well, I guess the last fun thing that we can watch is now Electronic is in the running to overtake Bit in this game in terms of kills.
Damn.
But he would have to ace.
Yeah, but look at that. Blade runs right to the bullet point. Bit's got the fresh information. Have to ace. Watch Bit and Electronic literally run. Who gets to fight first?
Yes. They're so pretending to be serious right now. This is all about the kills.
They're glued to each other, and they might both die to Fang if he can find timing on the flank. Yep, sure enough. That's a way to end it in Bit's favor. Assuming that the rest of Navi can recover, and so far so good. They've got Hauser pinned into the corner. He's not alone there. Grim very much next to him. Perfecto very dangerously close to these 2 CTs. Bomb gets moved along, down long.
Oof.
And there's not much left of Hauser. 15 health, but now they don't know about Grim. He catches him off, goes for the second in bathrooms, and Head Trick is going to keep this round alive. A 3v5 to end Complexity's chance at continuing a CT half? Maybe. It would need the 1v2 clutch, and it looks doable. Floppy, known to be on the flank, sure enough, wrapping around bathrooms, and Head Trick plants on the appropriate side of Dicebox. He's got less health.
Oh, and the smoke to make it look like he could go long. And now he can play it from CT, clear out CT, come either back to bank or go up the other side. Plants open for him. Floppy bites on it, walks around, and Head Trick, he may have done it.
Head Trick piecing this one together. Playing with what feels like years of wisdom. Tucks it in perfectly. Floppy runs out, gets double dinked, goes down, and Navi, salt in the wound, insult to injury, a 3v5 to close a dominant rematch. The exact same map, the exact same teams on the exact same day, and a total contrast in terms of results.
That was extraordinary. It's going to feel good for him. Again, a great day of CS from Head Trick, I think. I just want to keep pointing that out. coming in from the academy. Look at how much taller everybody is than him. This must be very intimidating, and he was leading the way even when they were losing. So super big credits to him for stepping up.
He is stomping on the shoulders of giants, is Headtrick today. We hand this one down to James and Blade.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got Blade with me here, and well, Blade, I know you said you wanted to fix some mistakes. This was more than just fixing mistakes. This was domination. You must be very happy.
Yes, pretty confident game. I told you that we made too many mistakes last game, and I will just speak about this. And we tried not to anticipate the same, and basically, it was much easier to play now the same map. With more confidence after win versus G2, and we were lacking a lot of individual performance from Beat on first map on Overpass, and now he was much better. He was confident.
He looks really confident, but I also want to touch on Headtrick, right? He's come in, you don't expect him to put up symbol numbers, right? But he's doing a very good job. How have you reviewed it so far? Are you impressed?
I'm impressed in terms of his experience and in terms of his age, right? And I see a lot of mistakes, but I make a discount because I know that he, in terms of thinking, decision making, I'm not used to this. That's why I'm like, oh, not good, not good, not good.
Well, sometimes you've got to give some discounts, but you've got another game to get ready for. But before that, Blade, I've got one more question to you that's coming from the Blast.tv viewers. They can bid on there, and they had a choice to ask you some questions. And they want to know, which active map would you remove to have Tuscan added instead?
Vertigo.
Vertigo. Ah, that was always an easy one. Bye-bye, Vertigo. Let's have some Tuscan.
That was an absolute sprint from the side of Navi. It may have been the same map that we saw taking place earlier on, but it could not have been a more different result. 16-3, and a more characteristic Navi, I think it's fair to say, that we were expecting coming into the full groups.
We're back from the upside down. We're back into normalcy.
Nature's
We're back
restored,
into the logic
it's
world.
healing.
Exactly. Nature is healing, as you say, Freya. Listen, we had the Navi that we expected, way more proactive, taking charge, Bid being out there, having the multi-kills, traumatizing complexity early on in the game, and dictating the pace, which is what I expected in the first game, did it in the second.
You saw it from the get-go. You saw Bid with an MP9 going down to underground and just laying down the land, you know. We talked about the space that complexity got in the first game, the fact they were able to get control over underground, toilets area, etc., and then execute simply on towards the bomb site. They weren't given any space whatsoever here by Navi, and that was a big change in the game plan coming out from them. So well done to Navi. They made complexity look like, I guess, the old complexity, which isn't necessarily a compliment, but overall, when I look back to these guys, you know, they played 2 good games of Counter-Strike. They were 1 round away against Team Liquid from actually, you know, qualifying into the final match. So despite that it ends on a bit of a rough tone right here, I still think complexity can be happy. The problem is that the fashion they lost right here, that's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad look for complexity, but then you do look at this scoreline and go, you know, Simple isn't in the mix for this team.
No.
But I love that we saw this resurgence from Bit, because you were posing it, Maniac, the overpass that we saw earlier on. They were kind of avoiding Bit in terms of sort of attacking towards his area of the map, and the space that Bit managed to get, the impact that he managed to get as well. Yeah, what we would kind of expect.
Bit had a much lower impact in the first game around. I think JT and the squad did a very good job avoiding him in that first game, and Navi made sure that they couldn't avoid Bit as well. It also speaks a lot. It speaks volume about Glaive, about the Navi squad as well. Their ability from map 1 to map 2, that being overpassed the first time and second time around, to fix out problems, fix out solutions. And I was surprised by the face that Navi shown in that first game, that they lost to complexity, but then this is a great reminder of the quality that they have, and this is the argument that I was bringing forth. Sure, Simple isn't here, the best player in the world isn't here, but there is so much depth, so much resource in that roster that this should be enough of making an easy way of complexity.
Yeah, and then it just fell a little bit flat for complexity, because you're right, they were trying to avoid Bit, even in this game as well, but every time they went through Monster, you know, they got completely shut down by Electronic and Perfect over there. We saw that a couple of times in the first couple of bar rounds. They tried to flash through, they tried to do it execute, they tried to do it fast, but didn't really work out for complexity, unfortunately. So it wasn't like JT and the boys didn't try out, but nothing worked out for Navi whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, complexity.
Yeah, I was going to say everything worked out for the side of Navi. I do just want to point towards Electronic in the equation here as well. We saw him, you know, having just a slow start to the full groups, but he completely powered up coming into things as well. And we can't forget, you know, he is now in-game leading for the squad too. And we were really impressed with, you know, him taking on this role, what we saw before the break. I'm glad that he's kind of, you know, powering, resurging stepping back up into this.
Yeah, and it's to be expected from a man of the quality of Electronic. We have to realize that he had to play today without his superstar, and he is still relatively new to his role. And I'm sure he had equations to solve that he had never really foreseen. Like, how the hell am I supposed to play these rounds when Simple isn't here?
Yeah.
And of course, I do want to talk about Hetrick just a little bit. He filled in gigantic boots, gigantic shoes in name Simple. I think he impressed a lot of people. I think he put out a very positive message out there, a very positive impression. Let's be clear, no one here is even considering Hetrick could replace Simple, never ever, and it's not even the point. It's way beyond the discussion. But the thing is, it's a beautiful platform for Hetrick to showcase his talent right now. The way he's playing here at Blast, going up against Complexity, going up against G2, now he's going to face Liquid. Maybe some people out there are just having a look at him. How is he playing? That kid is interesting. Maybe I want my future to have that face right here, cute little face. Maybe it's right there. He's putting himself on the map.
I just want to reiterate what I said before we even started the games today, that Hetrick, of course, he's not playing to take over Simple spot, as you explained right here, but perhaps there's a conversation to be had about Sunday Young spot. He's currently just a stand-in until after the major, and who knows what's going to happen with Navi during the major. Of course, if they end up winning, they're most likely not going to make a roster change. Sunday Young is going to stay, but he hasn't really had the best start, I'd say, individually speaking for Navi. The team is still thriving. They're still performing with Simple on the squad as well. Electronic playing well, but Hetrick, with the way he's been playing so far, and especially what Blade said right here, the fact that he's very mature in his decision-making, not making any mistakes. You saw in the very last round here as well, winning a 1v2 clutch where he completely outplayed Floppy in the 1v1. He's showing a lot of maturity on the server early on, and I like what I see. So maybe Sunday Young is the one who has to watch his shoulder down the line.
Yeah, I love the fact that Blade, we know he's been talking about the fact that he's been keeping an eye on this Navi junior squad. You know, he knows the players really well. We've seen a hell of a lot of talent coming through that Navi junior squad as well. And I also like that Hetrick, you know, we haven't seen him trying to replicate that Simple style, because that was something that we were saying coming into this. You cannot try to be Simple. Don't try and kind of fill those boots in the sense of that same stylistic approach, because I like that we get to see what his kind of personality and gameplay is about.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And I think that the positions that he is filling also means that he cannot just be hiding in the shadow, right? He's in positions where he is bound to fight. He is bound to be messy. He's bound to get muddy. And I think he kind of took the challenge by the horn, and it went fine. I just wanted to add on that Sunday Young discussion. We have to be careful not to be blinded. Had Hetrick stood in for Sunday Young today, maybe he would be at the bottom of the scoreboard, because these two players are having completely different games, different challenges, different tasks. So in the position that he has been put in, I think he's doing fantastic. I think he's getting the kills that he's supposed to, not giving a lot of kills away. Would it be in Sunday Young that takes different qualities?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just moving on to the discussion of complexity, of course, it is the end of the line here at the groups. They do move into that third place seeding for the elimination gauntlet heading into next week. But as you were saying, Jacob, yeah, maybe despite the 16-3 loss for Navi, I don't think they should be too ashamed of the other games they played, obviously taking down Navi in that first game. Incredibly close versus Liquid, although they did let it slip away in those final moments. I wonder whether there was a mentality impact coming into this game as well.
Maybe, and maybe we saw the consequence of slipping that game away against Liquid into the Navi game. It's felt like a team that all of a sudden lost all that confidence they were playing with in the first couple of games. The problem is the consequences are right here in front of you, right?
Yeah.
They hit the jackpot. What do you mean they hit the jackpot? Look, they could have played against...
No. No, you have no idea.
True.
You have no idea who's coming down in that bracket, and they have to win three.
Yeah, maybe they should end the lottery.
I know.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a tough challenge. Just to reiterate, obviously going into next week, that is all going to be best of threes. And yeah, where Complexity are finding themselves, that does mean one best of three loss. They are eliminated. They do move to the depths of the showdown. I don't want to throw any shade, but Complexity definitely familiar with the sort of terror of the showdown and what can happen there.
Yeah, and we come back to the discussion we had in these clutches against Liquid and the consequences, cause and consequences in Counter-Strike. You can be at one point in time in the day 14-11 up, 14-10 up. You have a clutch that could kind of push you into the top two of your group. In the end, you lose that clutch, and now you're in third position, and you have to go through the gauntlet all the way.
The problem for Complexity is they have to win 2 best-of-3 games at a minimum, maybe even 3 in order to qualify for the fall finals. And that's not likely for a new team. That's not likely for Complexity, who we talked about have not beaten a European opposition ever since February before today. So maybe hit the jackpot in terms of the bracket. The first game against OG, there's a possibility for them right here. You don't know who's going to come down into that second round of the bracket. And if we get into the last chance qualifier as well, it's going to be mixed up once more. So unfortunately for Complexity, they were so close, as we spoke about. One clutch against NAVI, they would have found themselves at least in the next stage of the bracket, perhaps even all the way up there in the bottom. So there's a long way to go now for the Americans.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate result for Complexity and a tough task coming ahead of them, as we can see in the gauntlet here. But before they do depart from Group B, I do want to get a few words from Fang.
I've got Complexity Fang with me now, as you will finish third up in this groups, and you have to go a rematch against Navi. I just first want to start with this kind of focus on going back to Overpass, right? Obviously, they have a part to play in that veto, but in your eyes, do you think like that was a good decision overall in terms of what someone can learn from it, or were you just so confident in it that you wanted to go for it? What was the decision making behind it?
Yeah, I think as a team we're just really comfortable on the map. And honestly, they just played very well. I think it's been a long day for a team and stuff like that. And, we had a good result at the start, but at the end of the day, they're, like I said, they're a good team, and they proved it in that match today.
And obviously, when it comes to this overpass, though, things started off even better for you because you get the pistol round and we think, okay, look, complexity, and we saw you guys, you were hyped from it as well. Then NAVI do what they do and they hit back, right? Could you notice and could you see some of the changes? Was it harder to adapt to?
I'd say so a little bit. I think on our part, we just did a poor job at communicating like how we want to peak our trades and stuff. We weren't really trading that efficiently, so that definitely played a big part. I know Bit, he took advantage of that. He did a really good game. So
yeah. And then overall for you though, right? This is a better performance than we've seen, right, in recent times on complexity. But Halzak's only just come into the team, so how are you taking it overall? You just go review now, come back strong for the best of threes, and would you feel more comfortable there?
Yeah, 100%. With Hakan, I think we just need some practice under our belt a little bit. But just in general, in the match setting, it just feels a lot better. So just getting that, that confidence as a team again, and proving that we can obviously beat a team like NAVI, and just learning to do it more consistently and actually following through.
But I think it's not just beating NAVI, right, but also how close it was against Liquid. Good stuff overall, and I'm looking forward to seeing you back at the Gauntlet, mate. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, full force, just looking ahead for the side of complexity. Gentlemen, any closing thoughts before we do get into our final match of the day?
I think Complexity have played better Counter-Strike than I expected. Yeah. I have to be honest, I came in with very low expectations. This is not one of the teams that I would put forth in the fall finals in the Roll Arena. Maybe they make a lie out of me. They have a gauntlet to go through, but a better Counter-Strike than I had expected.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a positive outlook for Complexity today. Again, one round against Liquid, we would have had a different story. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, but that's also in line with what we kind of expected, I guess, coming in. So overall, a positive day for Complexity, despite it ending in a pretty rough fashion.
Yeah, definitely a fair showing for them going forward, and we're going to be seeing more of them in that gauntlet next week. But we do need to crown our champion of Group B to see who will be getting that top seed going into our best of threes next week. It's going to be NAVI taking on Liquid, and it's coming up after a short break.
Hi, my name is Refresh, and I'm facing at.CEST in a game of CS Screenshot. The first thing I noticed is like the wood / the plank material, and it kind of reminds me of Overpass.
Oof! Straight off the bat.
It could also be Vertigo, because there's a lot of like construction sites and building stuff.
I'm honestly thinking about Vertigo because it's a construction site. I feel like that would go pretty well. The question is where on the map that is.
But I think I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. Overpass on B side.
I mean, what is that on the floor though? All right, let's go with Overpass, and then let's go with T-spawn. No. Yes. No. Is it? Okay, go with T-spawn. Overpass. I don't think it's there though, but.
There we go. Yeah, easy.
Really? Oh, that's a tricky one.
This is actually kind of annoying. I mean, on Asian there's like a similar like B logo, but it's not ancient. It's too gray for that.
Oh no! What in the world is that? Just a gray wall, and then like you have to remember like the texture of the way the sign looks.
Vertigo. Yeah, I'm gonna say Vertigo, but a little bit of me wants Inferno B as well, but I think it's Vertigo around the B lobby area.
Well, okay, I'm gonna have to go with Inferno on Banana somewhere.
Oh, it's on Asian, but it's another place.
OC, you've come into this and you guys are sat there going on the easier of the routes, less games to play overall. But I want to just come back from how you feel coming back after the break, because for me right now, you are like NA's top hope for an AWPer. But I want to see how you feel about that. How do you view your position at the moment?
I'd say I'm definitely up there. I don't know. I still have a lot to work on for sure, but playing with like everyone on the team, they have so much experience, so just every day is a learning experience for me, and I feel like I've caught up on some things, but there's definitely still some room to improve on, but I think I'm on the right trajectory. I think if I just keep doing what I'm doing at the moment, then I think, yeah, I could become, someone that could be a force. But, we'll see.
You're so humble, but I would definitely say I feel like you are getting very close to that point. But in terms of your own development, right, obviously the team helps you out as well. But what do you do individually to get there? Because we keep looking at, we keep seeing certain games, we start to think, okay, look, OC's looking real good right now.
So before I had more of like I guess I wasn't like too in-depth on like reviewing like my decision-making, my positioning, whatever. And ever since I joined Liquid, that's something I've been really focusing on, is not really, just death matching every day, but actually like reviewing like your mistakes. And, I do it individually, but I like to sit down with like my teammates. I'll ask them, sometimes like, hey, can you watch this with me and watch it back? Because sometimes they'll be able to see mistakes that I won't like recognize or something. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. But I don't know, just keep. I'm just playing, every day. So. Hopefully it takes me somewhere.
I love it. You're so chill with it all as well, but I also get that that kind of idea when I watch you play as well. Even in the clutch, even when you've got the pressured situations, you're very focused. Is this just your whole attitude?
Yeah, I feel like the pressure doesn't get to me too much. Like, of course, it's almost impossible to just like not feel it at all, especially if like at Cologne, like there's an arena in front of me. Like, of course, I'm gonna like feel something, but I feel like I'm pretty good at controlling my nervousness, or my nerves. And I don't know, like even on like extra salt back then, like I was in a lot of clutch situations because I was usually the one baiting last alive. So yeah, I have a lot of experience in those situations, and I think I just get in this like mode where like nothing else like I'm just fully focused on what I'm doing. Nothing outside the game matters, so yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a lot of experience being in those situations.
It's a good skill to have for sure, though. But with Daps coming back, right, and coming into coach, what has he been able to do, not just for the team, but for you as well individually?
Yeah, he's super good at like pointing out our mistakes, and he's very like straight up about it. He's not going to sugarcoat it, and that's something that I think some players would probably struggle with, is like if someone's just like, hey, like pointing out all your mistakes, they could feel like, I don't know, like they're doing everything wrong. But I think he's very good at balancing like, hey, you messed up here, like you should be doing this, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, he's also very cognitive of like how the players feel. And he just really wants us to improve. And yeah, he's been helping us a lot with our gameplay and just like our mentality-wise or attitude-wise. So yeah, he's been a super big help so far.
Positive stuff for sure. Now, okay, if you probably looked at the beginning of the day and you saw that game between NAVI and Complexity and you go, oh, I'm facing NAVI now. Okay, not too bad. But we just saw the other side of it as well, right? So were you watching the game? What did you take away from it? How are you feeling going into that matchup?
Yeah, honestly, it was kind of a surprise to me that, I mean, I didn't know what to expect with Complexity because obviously they have a Halzerg that just came in. Yep. And yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I thought, to be honest, that NAVI was still going to take it. But yeah, they really impressed me with how they played. And the second time, I think NAVI definitely like watched back the game or like talked about their mistakes, and yeah, they kind of took it over for the second time. But I still think like Complexity, like they had a good chance, or like I think if they didn't maybe pick like the same map again, then it would have maybe been a little closer. But it's NAVI. Even without Simple, they still have 4 different other players that are world-class players. They know, everyone knows what they're doing, so it's not too hard for them to slot in an AWPer especially. So yeah, I'm not like surprised that NAVI like was able to bring it back on the second time, and yeah, we'll see how the matchup goes against them.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. OC, thank you very much, man.
Yeah.
Good luck.
The North American Waves have flown through the bracket so far, but now they turn to face their final opponent in the side of Natas Vincere. Very excited to see how this one is going to go down, but I am very impressed with what we've seen so far from Liquid. Great to get to hear a bit more insight from OC as well, because I wasn't expecting them to be coming in, you know, looking maybe as good as they did in Cologne. I kind of maybe questioned, is that going to be a honeymoon period?
Well, you know what? I thought they would be a little bit cleaner. I thought Liquid had to battle through to be here right now. I'm not going to take anything away from how they closed game, because I do agree once we got to round 27, 28, 29, that's when they showed us their best Counter-Strike, but they've been put through battles, put through hardships. G2, that was 16-12. We obviously had the Liquid complexity situation that we talked through before. That was also a very hard game, so it was through sweat and blood that they actually made it here. Not as easy as I might have expected.
I don't know if I expected it to be easy for Liquid, but again, you know, the game against complexity is the one that put me in doubt, because I agree.
It wasn't easy, huh?
It wasn't easy at all. They should have lost that game, to be completely honest. NAVI saved them big time right there with the clutches, with the 2v4 as well. But the fact that they were playing so well against G2 is what I'm keeping my hopes up for right here. That was a great performance from Liquid. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen NAVI play well, we've seen Elise play well, we've seen Yakinda play well, we've seen glimpses of OC as well, and we don't even mention Nitro, which is a good thing for me, because you want to highlight the stars of this team. It is North American Counter-Strike, and you're setting up your individuals. And so far, we've seen all individuals within Team Liquid shine.
Well, let's continue to put Team Liquid under the microscope a little bit more. Because Danny, we do have a moment with you. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so I have an example where Liquid, I actually think they have a bit more teamwork than we're used to normally seeing. And I have a round that kind of shows exactly how. So here we're going to see this round between Liquid and Complexity, obviously down 6-0, but they still have things outside of just individual skill. And here's an example of that. So what we're going to see here initially is just that there's going to be a 3-man push towards this B site. They're going to aggress towards B. And what I actually want to talk about is the way they handle the other parts of the map, A ramp and middle. But more particularly, we're going to be focusing on how they handle middle after this aggression. So first, we're just going to see that they're going to aggress towards this B main area. Nap's going to get the kill. And once he gets this kill, this is really what I want to highlight. It's this moment here. Now, typically when Ts see that CTs aggress this B main area, usually means 2. So what that normally means is that these Ts, as they come out through this mid area, they know that that space is empty, because it's usually the B player as well as the mid B player that are going to facilitate this push. So they know there's going to be more space there. But what Liquid are going to do is that they're going to have a counter for this using these players who are going to come back towards middle. And we're going to see exactly that. So what Nitro's going to do is that he's going to line up utility that's going to land, or he's going to line up this utility that's going to land just over this wall here. At the same time, Yakinda, he comes all the way back towards mid. Nitro, he's going to throw that flash, and that flash is going to pop it's going to pop right about here over the wall, and it's going to push Grim off this angle. And what that does is it allows Yakinda to peek from this middle area, and now they can play in a position where they can fight for middle. And not only does that flash come through from Nitro, but this Molotov comes in as well. This Molotov here lands right about here. It lands right about here, and it forces this player here to either move forward or fall back. But not only does that Molotov come in, he also comes back with a HE grenade, and that nade finishes this player off who's getting Molotoved. So it's really the utility and the teamwork that I'm starting to see a bit more from Team Liquid, and I think this is a really good sign of things to come.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Yeah, and that was a key turning point, I guess, for Liquid coming back into that first half after a really hot 6-0 start from the side of Complexity. And I think that keyword teamwork coming into things, of course, Yakinda is donning that Liquid jersey for a bit of a longer period of time, not necessarily going to be a permanent fifth member for them. But it's nice to see that kind of synergy coming out of the side of Team Liquid again.
Yes, because it's one of the category where we are ready to give them the upper hand over NAVI right now. Again, if you're just joining us, not playing Win Simple, having Hetrick being their 5th or their sub currently. So you can just imagine that the team play would not be at the highest level, whereas on the side of Liquid, they've had a bit more experience with Yakinda and a bit more polished protocols.
The way the Liquid players are speaking about Yakinda makes me happy, but also a little bit sad at the same time. They always describe him as a player that is coming in with a lot of knowledge. He's helping them a lot, and he's calling, especially Elise, you know, in the interview before, he said that he was a very smart player. I played with Elise for a year, and he's never once in his entire life called me a smart guy. So the fact that Yakinda can come into this lineup, you know, 1 month into the venture and say that he's a smart player, that he's helping them, that he's bringing a lot to the team, is a good thing for Liquid, and maybe that was the signing they needed.
And just a bad thing for you, Jacob. It always comes back to Jacob Pimp.
So what does that say about you then?
I'm a plank of wood, apparently.
Is that why you're standing here? Should you even be standing here? I don't know. You brought up a good point, though, Matthew, just becoming back on a serious note, about the knowledge that Yakinda will have up against some of these CIS sides, and that was kind of a talking point for you in Cologne. So How are you viewing it coming into this?
Yeah. If we talk about a clever player, obviously, wow, comparison to Jacob. I'm just kidding. Look, one of the angles that we can look through this game as well is Yakinder's intrinsic understanding of CIS Counter-Strike, and also coupled with the fact that Electronic doesn't have all balls, all arcs, I guess, to play with. He has limited solutions, simplism with him. So what do you do when you have limited solutions? You go back to your roots. You go back to your deeply understanding of Counter-Strike. And I expect Yakinder to kind of know what kind of Counter-Strike he wants to play. And I'm sure he'll be a voice in that game for Nitro as well. Do you have anything to say, or should we ask Yakinder?
I'm going to simplify it a little bit right here. I think in terms of raw firepower, in terms of what we've seen so far from Team Liquid, they have more strings to play off. Navi obviously have stepped it up a notch. Perfecto have been playing decently bit with a monster performance there again. But you look towards Team Liquid, you have 4 players that I expect to step up in Nav, Yakinder, Elish, and then OC as well with the AWP. Again, the hat-trick OC duel that should tip in the favor of OC. And I think, you know, in terms of raw firepower, in terms of raw skill, in terms of raw experience on the server, I'm leaning towards Team Liquid, which is also why I expect them to beat Navi.
Ooh, we end up on Dust 2 as well. You talked about OC, surely a player that we have to put under the spotlight. I think like he's kind of sleeping dormant under the water right now, but his evolution, his improvement as a player is quite clear to me. I think he's getting more and more exciting to watch, and he's going to be one to follow here.
Well, it does come down to Dust 2, our final battleground of the evening. And for one team, their chance to grab the Group B crown heading into the Gauntlet, which is next week. Will it be Navi, or is it going to side with Team Liquid? We'll be finding out with Connor and Mo after this break.
One final game to crown the champion of Group B. champion as a temporary crown holder, of course. Once the Gauntlet gets going next week, then we'll figure out who's going to the fall finals, who's going to the fall showdown. But for now, you guys can stick around with us, Scrawny and Launders, for the last BO1, Team Liquid and NAVI. And NAVI, they've taken the long road today. They got rid of G2. They got rid of complexity with a sweet taste of revenge. In fact, they are on the exact same trajectory, the same story arc as Astralis was yesterday. Now, it's time to do what Astralis did. A nail-biter, a 16-14 close, perhaps, here versus Team Liquid, but Dust2 will make that difference. It's NA versus NAVI for the final map of the day.
NAVI brought a little bit of banter on Twitter about it too and said that they lost their first game just to eliminate G2.
Oh, well, you know, at least they still made it. Top 4 is not bad.
Ever since they sold Monacy off, they've turned up the heat on him.
OC, a couple Berettas as its immediate tunnels presence out of Team Liquid. It costs them one of their players. That's poor Nitro calling from the sidelines. But in terms of map control, yeah, Team Liquid successful in denying Na'Vi what they originally wanted, and instead, CIS team has to head back through spawn.
Yeah, normally you get the upper B tunnels for free, so this is going to be kind of annoying for Na'Vi, but at the same time, with so much time left on the clock, they can still do anything. Dusty is quite a small map on the T side, and they can make a lot of quick rotations if they'd like to. But here's Yakinder on the other extremity, with his eyes peeled.
Oh, I love this spot. Elige just plays inside that smoke, catches him off guard, but unfortunately, millimeters off a second headshot. Big pickup for Yakinder to catch Electronic like that, because suddenly now Na'Vi, they've been corralled into the open, and it was a 3v3, very quickly turned into a 3 versus 1. We saw good things from NAF today, but with 62 health and 3 enemies ahead, it's a tough place to be. Taps versus Bit and goes down. Bit, who absolutely chewed up complexity, spat him out, and has hoped to keep that momentum going into the final map of the day.
Yes, he was a serial killer on that last map.
Not the good kind.
No, it's like the Kellogg's kind, or yeah. No, he was That's why you give him the P250. So heroics out of him. And obviously, okay, now we can take upper B tunnels, no problem.
Scout in the hands of Yakinder and OC. Elige, point blank Desert Eagle, but Perfecto's not too far away. So good trade frag into the tunnels. This time Na'Vi do get some footing inside tunnels for once.
I think underrated, but in the academy we saw like some of the most innovation as soon as Dust 2 changed. You know, you've got like a lot of young minds working on like an updated change. They're going to bring tons of innovation and try stuff, and I think that's where Monacy brought a lot of cool tactics and stuff like that. And of course, the Na'Vi Junior play it a ton as well. So Headtrick's going to be comfortable here for sure.
SDY manages the cross, nice and easy. No connection there from OC, but Yakinder's got a scout that can connect.
Wow, that was sharp as Japanese steel. Beautiful shot from Yakinder. And then they'll kind of toss him over to OC. So it's your turn.
Let's see what Liquid's offer can provide. Damage versus Bit, that's something. That actually primes Yakinder to come back off catwalk. So these two scouts doing everything
They are
thus far.
tethering, yeah.
Once Elige kicks it off with the Deagle kill, it's gonna force Na'Vi right back to the long play, but
oh, what a shot.
Very nice. Nitro dropped out of this one. Flashbang for the cross. A single smoke to try and get over. More damage done by Yakinder, I believe. Unless OC managed that one. Either way, it is scout damage piling on top of scout damage.
Man, these shots are filthier than a Jersey dumpster. Man, no, it's just been crazy. Non-stop scout headshots all round long. There's not even room for strategy. It's just, you show yourself, you try to get a little info, you pay for it every time.
You need nothing
Full price.
This is SDY going down first. The top mid kill that was helped by OC connecting first versus Bit. Okay, it was OC catching Headtrick on the corner. And then this was also an OC tag from CT spawn with the assist. So OC 2 assists on Yakinder's 3 kills.
Yeah, that was ruthless. And it's not one you want to overanalyze because it comes down to really ridiculous shots. At every moment there where a scout shot misses, there's so much time where you can just start scaling on something, whether it was crossing mid, getting up cat. But they got punished over and over again. So 1-1 makes it super spicy.
Perfecto ahead of the frag grenade, but still behind the molly.
Yeah, no damage. That's positioning right there.
Finds the aisle. Head trick missing scout shots though. 2 missed chances. SDY not gonna miss with that dig though. Yakinder gets popped. And Nafly hopes to rock what is the push out from tunnels. Tech 9 at a distance goes down first. But Perfecto with footing inside this bomb site. He's gonna try to call everybody over. SDY could find timing here inside top tons.
They know he was... I think they know for sure that his rotation is here, unless it's super late into the tunnel, so they smoke him out.
Good call. That lets Nitro face towards site, but smokes on smokes. This could allow SDY to come back into the equation somehow. Also pushes OC into an awkward spot because he's trying to retake 1v2 with a scout. So now while this smoke fades for SDY, so will that of Team Liquid. Oh, he runs out of bullets. 35 bullet magazine, not enough. Tech 9 turns up, gets the frag at the very least, and buying time is bit. They're gonna try to charge him down. They've got the kits, they get right on top of it. Nitro, it comes close. Oh. No, sir.
0.32.
Navi right back at it.
You got to stick, but oh, yeah, it was super close. Just got to hope. Got to hope Gaben gives it to you. That's, I don't know if they had the extra smoke from the player on site. I actually don't think they did. Oh, yeah, this is just a couple of ticks away. I don't know what Blade would have said there, so I have nothing funny to say, unfortunately. Yeah.
Out of material.
Deep molly into mid. The biggest irony about this change to lower this block to block off vision is it just elicited way more utility in the beginning of the round and way more opening duels being taken somehow. Leave it to CS players to find a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way. On Dust 2, old habits die hard. So we go back and forth. That one was still very costly. You can see the effects. Triple Galil and a Scout still for head trick. So definitely a justifiable buy here. Hell, Liquid come out with better guns overall. Opt even for OC.
It's decent damage, but they've successfully transitioned up Cat. And we get a reshuffling of the CTs, but a 4 lean towards A means, you know, not the best site for Navi to go to. Set up smoke, and in response, one to block him off from Cat. Navi don't like this. Oh, but OC will be gifted one as he pulls a goalie on the B site, comes to mid, and falls back into site.
That's good damage too. Nicely done from Yakinder. Sets up the CZ of Nitro so nicely. No longer a limitation, but after that one shot, Yakinder's kind of been off the mark with these players pushing past Cat. There it is, back to headshotting ways. Perfecto, next up, Nitro grabbing the gun and icing out any hopes here from Navi for converting around. So back and forth indeed.
That was great. I mean, lots of good responses. The smallest risk being taken there by OC leaving the site. But with the doors flipped, now you can defend the site from outside of it, as long as you don't think Ts are setting up for some kind of full exec. You know, a lot of times teams are walking out and then smoking it when they get to the double stack at the end of the tunnel. So it's pretty safe, actually, to just chill here. And they also confirm... Oh! It's like that, huh? Damn. Okay. So, yeah, they did get a good feeling. I think they had some audio as well to tell them more than one player was up on the Xbox. They could feel the cat play coming in. And now on the mix by, it's Navi with less than ever. We've seen 6 shots coming through from both sides on the scopes, but Liquid may be even more impressive between Yakinder and OC.
Ooh.
Another one?
Perhaps.
I feel like a big OC map is coming.
Yeah, it's about time.
The scout shot, the op shot we just saw.
That flash is good. Just as he throws out the incendiary, so luckily they don't get past him as he's blind. Instead, we get this very kerneled offense from NAVI. Everybody grouping up inside the tunnels, ready to go. What do they have to work with? Double flash into smoke. So get that smoke down on the doors. If even. They run right out to NAF. It's only one from NAF. And OC comes out from window. So door smoke not too problematic just yet. He holds off, but oh!
Blind.
SDY goes for the Akinder fight as they're waiting for OC's flashbang. And then Perfecto just holds it all the while. 2 versus 2. Elise tries to take the fight on his own, and that's going to leave the IGL and Nitro in a 1v2 clutch because Navi have just forced their way through that B defense.
Yeah, that got real messy.
Nice timing from SDY to jump over top.
It's not done, though. Nitro has info kind of on both players at the moment.
Gets tagged.
Ooh, gives him a smoke to cross. And his job gets a lot more difficult. Also on 10 HP, you think maybe he steps away from this, but he walks forward into the smoke. SDY will finish the job. Took out Alish as well. And I think, you know, Alish could have waited in that position. Had an angle on one, but it got a little messy for him trying to find the second fight. I feel like this hold should have come through, but 3 kills from SDY. Very convincing stuff from him.
That it is. Again, he's got Perfecto holding the window. The smoke had the doors, and he just decided to take things into his own hands. Flies down on the car player. So 5 rounds, no consecutive round wins. And now we can say what we did about Navi, which is Liquid with the worst buy yet.
Yeah.
Navi were in the same boat last round and miraculously pulled this off. Unfortunately, we're talking no armor and only 1 flashbang on Alish. Just picked it up as he ran back through CT spawn.
They're perfectly comfortable out here inside a middle.
Oh, no way. No.
Oh, the shot gets missed. Hetrick's got a full kit and an op to worry about.
OC, yeah, that could have been the big one, but how about Alish's Deeg?
Well, you just saw them leave?
For a moment. Bit actually comes right back at it, making a ton of sound. Alish can't manage. Bit just ready for that angle somehow, some way.
That's tough. No silent drop available from up there.
Right.
Try to get it in the sight, but still a great shot here from Bits. They've established.
And then, of course, with the guns down on long, it's a, you know, tantalizing save here for Liquid. They'll hold on to the AK.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a great idea. It's refreshing to see Dust 2. I don't hate the map.
Me neither.
Yeah. I don't think it's amazing.
Man, I saw there was a Reddit poll the other day, which was, which map should Tuscan replace in the competitive map pool?
Oh.
Do you know what the highest 3 answers were?
On the poll, I'm going to guess Mirage, Dust 2, and Overpass.
Which, Mirage, Dust 2, and Vertigo.
Really?
Really?
People are turning their back on Vertigo.
Dude,
I like that.
At that time, I would say Dust 2 and Mirage had like thousands of votes. Overpass had like 300.
Wow.
I was kind of shocked.
Yeah.
And I like Overpass, but I also realize it may be time.
The thing is, you know, talking is easy, but when we look at where people are playing,
true.
You know, they're leaving Overpass behind. These are fair weather fans that are voting. Where they're spending their time? Mirage.
Mirage, yeah. I say shake it up. Take 2 out at once.
Okay. Which ones?
Overpass.
Done.
And Mirage. Or even better, take out Overpass and just release a new Mirage the day of. You know, why's it gotta leave to get reworked? Just rework it first.
Yep.
Nothing but tunnels control here for Navi. Decent early damage. But you can see that, you know, goes both ways. Yakinder tucked inside CT spawn, doesn't want to give over that 5v4. NAF kind of stranded at the moment inside B. It's going to have to be a big play from the Canadian.
I think Yakinder's got a clue. His CT rotations are so good. When he knows, ooh, a play's coming out.
Really? Low health still delivers. NAF trying to find his pocket. Little sanctuary on the side of that smoke. Yakinder trying to draw attention. NAF getting tagged up by Bit, who saved him last round by killing Alish off window. And this time creates that little bit of space, right? At the very least, bomb down, but a 4v3 the way of Liquid. They've got a smoke and an incendiary for the retake, but they still have Bit pressed up close. He swaps over to that M4 as Nitro gets ever closer on this flank. SDY having just checked it seconds ago, and Nitro's gonna walk right into his angle, delivers the headshot. Molly on the feet of Headtrick's gonna make things awkward. It's the Navi Academy players left up.
Wow.
And no op connection, but time is of the essence. And Bit backside almost lines up another couple
They got a
kills.
kit?
Doesn't even matter that he goes down. No time for Liquid, no round for Team Liquid.
They wasted all that effort from Nitro. What a shame. That was some beautiful mechanical work from Nitro straight up, right? Because his first peek is perfect. The shoulder peek to bait the op shot, that is so much harder than it looks. Played that to perfection. And Yukinder even gets this unlikely kill. It looked like Electronic didn't have a flash, so he used a smoke as a fake flash to get out. Oh man, I thought he wasn't going to say something, and that's like when you almost sneeze.
Like, I haven't seen someone control emotions like that since the Doja clip.
Yeah.
But it was just extra oxygen for the pop-off. Oxygen. Brain fuel.
Yes. Ooh, this little one-way lineup.
Nitro's such a nerd.
Yep.
He's also got nowhere to go. He's got Yukinder by him. OC not too far off either.
Nitro thinks tomatoes ruin sandwiches, and he's right.
Yeah, it's not a bad take. Smoke for the cross. Nitro still stagnant. He sits. Doesn't even move. No twitch.
Oh, the longer this goes, the stronger that. Oh, the cover's perfect. Wow, OC positionally right there. Saves the day.
Right in the pocket between those smokes.
And now it's like too slow to get up towards long.
So.
Whoa, there's a scramble. Bit's been serious on these entries.
Try to sprint at Cat. Nitro changes positions, gets tucked into the goose. Yukinder raising the red flag, goes down, and that is beautiful between Pit and Perfecto. Two insta headshots, but OC, he comes so quickly up behind them through the fire that he burns, but takes Bit down with him, pushes us to the 2v2. Elige, low health, makes things awkward. And with not much economy behind them.
They have so many, they have the grenades, they got. Yeah,
they'll make a run.
I think they got to.
Now with that, there's no smoke to put on top of the bomb.
Yep.
They use both to get out. Perfecto sitting right on top of it, has Headtrick to cover him from long. Headtrick playing the Molotov as well. Insta-kill in from Perfecto. And NAF now way too difficult of a route to get back into that bomb site. So it's Navi's 6th on this T side.
Yeah, man. Dude, the shots in this game are unbelievable. It's one of these games where you just got to feel bad. Anybody who doesn't frag really hard, it's because you don't stand a chance. The entries from Bit are extraordinary on this T side. 2 MAC-10 kills on the B site. This rifle entry and the cover from Perfecto.
Almost blows his teammate's head off.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
This snapback, I mean, what is going on in this game?
We didn't even get to see what OC saw when he ran through that fire for the commitment.
Right.
Bits. Yeah, Blade's proud of that one.
So, Liquid will call a timeout. I think it's all good. Of course, the B players don't really know what happens on A, and the A players don't really know what's happened on B, but just got to assure them, A, that was close. Nothing to be stressed about. And I think they just take some time to talk about money, just stress to further the round. And I think OC said that, he kind of implied that, like, tactically speaking, Daps isn't taking that much control of the game. And I think with Yukinder coming in, we've also heard from Naflight interview, Elige interviews, that he's bringing a lot of ideas and power to the structure of Liquid. And Mahone had a great breakdown earlier to display that.
As he does.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
No one knows.
So we got a slight investment. I think ecoing on Dust 2 it's one of the more fun maps to eco on. It's fun, you can run around.
Yeah, Dust 2,
Fast
Inferno.
Cat me.
Speaking of which, NAF already trying to get his teeth sunk into T-spawn. And Electronic, who's 0 and 8 right now, is busy handling utility as NAF gets closer and closer.
Oh, this is kind of huge because he's going to see the bomb in a second. They might jump.
Oh, he's going to take a second. That's going to give him vision on SDY, but the bomb actually goes top mid.
And I think he knows now that's 2.
Oh, NAF. Oh, there it is. Pulls the trigger. Won't be able to snap it back. So his original victim of Electronic gets his first frag.
Hey, he got his. That was huge. Minute up, and that was a moment where Navi are trying to, like, you know, put a guys on what they're trying to accomplish here. So it slows them down a little bit. They got to reset. I wonder what else Liquid have found out. But all the while, they've maintained upper B control, recollected the bomb, made sure the guns haven't been taken over, so those can be dumped over, I think.
As good as it is, it's also like a second of unlucky. It looks like they're all going middle, so he's, you know, if he's behind those boxes, for example, or still back around that T-spawn corner, he could have maybe gotten 3 lined up in those doors, but can't take anything away. Nicely done from NAF. See if the pistols can finish it off. OC slides wide, doesn't dive, not in the first peek, but will not be able to escape.
Oh, but there's 2 in B. They're splitting towards him.
15 seconds as well, so time is critical. Nitro, he's keeping his head tucked, decides to pop up, gets blasted, and so does Yakinder. A 1D delivered, but Navi with another.
Easily another situation that could have fallen. Got the most out of that, but Nitro got popped super quickly.
See, right here, had he just stayed behind those boxes, no chance, head trick sees it. Still, nice 2K. Confusion sinks in.
From where, though? It's one of those, I was just watching that moment.
Yep.
Oh, he actually passed through the smoke. Whoa, Bit is very close. And he can get underneath the A-site player if he has the timing. Flash comes. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Wow.
Flashback for a second. Thought maybe Bit could get cross, but nope.
That was definitely a worthwhile tactic. I was close to getting there. If they didn't flash, he might have been able to walk up, but he had no idea what they were watching. Still, long control here.
Liege drops down, gets closer. Yakinder takes his place up above. Flash comes out from the CTs. Oh, what a lineup that could have been. Oof. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Instead, Elige is killed. Nitro playing on top of those sight boxes. He's got teammates all around him. He's just trying to see something. In all of this smoke, in all of this dust, comes up with 2. Point blank versus Electronic, and a 3rd kill from Nitro on site to give Liquid their 3rd win.
Like he never left. Like he never left. What a move.
You see, he felt so comfortable there because there was as many smokes as there is in Valorant.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
All those utilities.
Yeah, in Valorant, he would have, yeah, he would have had
Blue
too
in the
much.
sky or something?
Yeah, who knows. But this is Wolf.
Yeah. But this is Wolf.
That clip is all time.
Pistols swapped around here from Navi. A door wide open for Liquid as they have double ops over top of Glocks. And that nade is hefty. 3 Cs.
What?
Thick.
Oh. Yeah, true. Okay. That was kind of meta. Wow. I took a few extra calories to process. Well, they don't know about all the damage, but they probably have an idea. Look at this setup. I've never seen anything more closed.
Ooh. And Elise just missed the chance to line him up, but spots it nonetheless.
The cool part about the setup is they can push off a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, full tunnels presence, so. Navi don't know it, but these CTs are everywhere.
Yeah, Navi about to get consumed by this CT setup. OC bails back, delivers a second kill. Won't find that third as Perfecto's Deagle connects, but they've lost their bomb. So any hope? Ooh, wow. Not all hope is lost. Perfecto. Nice couple of Desert Eagle kills, but regardless, Liquid survive with 3 as they secure 4.
Yeah, in a game like this, there's going to be some kills that happen that way. The good part is for Liquid, I mean, they've leaned B all the correct times, whether it's Yukinder over there to help out, the 2 B setups, 3 in total. I mean, that eco round, they had him lured into the site, so they've got an idea of what Navi want to do. Could just be lucky gambles. But it's better to be lucky than good.
Wise man once said. Kinder on an island, bottom middle. Smoke grenade should indicate it's possible. Nice jump there. Won't be punished though, gets away. Bit takes control bottom mid instead. Ouch, Nitro down by half health. Smoke / door spam from SDY, well timed.
How did he see him there? I wonder.
Felt him. These B players feeling the squeeze.
There's some Monacy level tricks, I feel like.
Two ops in play, of course. So, OC here on ramp.
Well, look at this. The correct lean again with Goose in play. It's perfect to stop this kind of attack. And they miss their molly. Oh.
Unleash peeks out, sends some shots down range. Yukinder finding Perfecto in middle. So that's one of 2 ops popping off. The second still in position. They're getting closer, but he didn't see him. 2 scoped in. Alish comes wide with the kill, but they lose long control. Now Alish suddenly in a world of hurt. SDY and Bit chew through that setup. It looked perfect.
It was.
And they were getting their kills, but
those
poor
kills
OC just goes Cyclops mode and doesn't see the player on the edge of scope.
Yeah, those kills were just about free. Nafly's going to be scratching his head one more time. It was looking good, boys. What happened? And it looks like they're still pressing up for the attack. I mean, leveraging the pit kill would make a world of difference, but bomb halfway ticked, and at least they can try to hold their fallback, but it's even going to be hard to kill them in the post plant. Nafly goes to CT spawn to spot the cross. Not even. Grabs the op and leaves. And they'll let him have it. What a tragedy. That's a tragedy. I would define that as a tragedy because there were 2 kills. If either of them were gotten, that round was probably over. And they got neither, and both were gimmies. It felt like good crosshair placement in the door, of course, would have won. This situation where he scoped up and someone just crossed while blind.
Yep. And also while Alish comes out, but not quite far enough, right? Alish catching the guy to the left and not the one to the right.
Actually, 3 favorable exchanges for the CTs, and they don't deliver on any of them, so unfortunate. Got to stomach that. Part of the job description, though, these days.
Yeah. How well can you recover? Double ops again. Both on the same angle. There's not much in here for Yukinder and OC. It is very much long control from Navi and Bit. Passive as can be outside tunnels.
The faster you clear tunnels, the faster you can stack A.
Luckily for Liquid, Alish and OC not too far off. So as the utility starts to bounce around long. Nitro sounds the alarm. And we've got 4 players from Liquid on this A site. Still cross looking secured, but well-timed Molotovs should let these smokes fade out. SDY finds the one pocket that he can hold on to, still costs him half his health. But they may assume that that ramp is already clear. Alish, his back turned to 1, this time does a bunch of damage. Electronic picks up kills. No connection there from OC. Everybody's tagged for Navi. Naf, nowhere to be found just yet, as again,
dude,
what goes down?
This is Shakespearean, the level of tragedy that we're witnessing here. I don't even know. They had another really good setup, and maybe they aren't promised this round, right? I mean, maybe this is still a situation where Navi know that they could push upper tunnels and get the stack going. They can still potentially win, but like none of these kills going their way. It's got to have NAVI confused. Look at the HP bars.
I almost want like a...
Oh, this move is sick.
Smoke.
Oh, with that flash as well. Okay.
All right, Bit clears Cat. Electronic the other two.
That was pretty sneaky.
He knows how maniacal that is.
Yeah.
Damn. All right, Navi. Starting to pull back ahead here, putting as much of a gap between them and North America as they did versus Complexity.
There is like this moment where if you're, 5v5 and about to clash, when Alicia's flashing through that smoke, you do that because you have excess people, right? If you see the cross smokes come down and you're defending the site, there's not enough places to stand to defend that site properly. So what's better is to get it down to like a 3v3 or something and go from there. So Leash comes through this flash, only gets one, close to getting two, and then Electronic kind of comes through with the same energy and flashes through the smoke and it's easy. Oh my God. I think he just went for that. Wow. But it's answered back instantly.
Sometimes.
And Yukinder goes up into mid. Wow. All right. And he gets sent a message.
Yeah. Yeah, a little ambitious
that
one.
That was brash, yeah.
But trying to make a round-winning play because he was one of two weapons.
Yes. No, don't get me wrong. I liked it. Uh-oh.
Leash tucks his head down. He's got Nitro to help through mid doors. But it's looking like double digits Navi. Yeah, Leash peeking right in before that smoke plumes. Naf tries to clip the heels of Head Trick, but that's just going to push Navi back towards that A site that they have so consistently been able to take over, regardless of how many bodies Liquid throw at it.
Yeah.
A belongs to Navi.
This half has been kind of a coin flip, I feel like, but full credit to Navi. They're hitting X Factor shots. They're coming through. Cohesion's good. Spacing's nice. Tried a lot of different stuff.
Bit not quite the hard carry of Overpass versus Complexity, but still strong performance.
There was a moment when the grenade drop change happened where Kerrigan said that he felt like Dust 2 was going to be the map that became the most CT-sided. And then Alexi had that, 1,000 damage utility half on the CT side one time, and it was like, thought it was going to happen. And that didn't become the case, but I think where he was for sure correct, that's still true to this day, is that when the CTs have a lot of money, they can more easily streak because of dropping HEs in spawn.
Right.
Because you can nade mid, you can nade cat, you can nade long, all from the spawn. Nobody even has to go, like think about Inferno. If you want to drop nades over, you got to go over to the B side, drop them nades, and you can only be responsible for that one half of the map. But on this, one CT and CT spawn can nade absolutely everything except for B tunnels. So the problem for Liquid is they've never really had too much money here. They've kind of been struggling to just get two in a row. They haven't been offered up that advantage. But Navi are for sure going to use that against them if they get the opportunity in the second half.
Electronic slides out pretty quick. Minute 30, and there's already two players through these doors. Elige better be wary. Flash off the mark doesn't bother Electronic one bit.
Where did it even pop? Was that in the middle of mid? It looked like it was in front of him, but had a piece of cover to his left.
A brick blinder. With it, Navi man advantage. So gunning for that 11th terrorist round win. Sick recovery from Electronic as well. I believe he was like 0-7 or 0-8. Putting in the work. Navi putting in the pressure. Up cat they'll go. They catch OC trying to cross back. At least he takes Electronic with him, but yeah, it's just right there. Bit glued to the shoulder of his teammate. Gets dinked by the M4. Yukinder, he's got himself more damage done, but there's that long play from SDY yet once again. And NAF versus SDY to close the half. It's not that of Liquid. 11 rounds on the offense. Navi, just unstoppable.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peeks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the dream team versus the super team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final. NAVI taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, NAVI!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Yeah, they're trying to go long. They're trying to go long.
I'm doing a one-way sight.
I still have all of mid. I still have all of mid.
If you want, you can come close CT. I have double flash.
Smoke long.
I'm ready to flash.
Wait, we're gonna go in like 10 seconds. I'm dropping this one then.
Flash, actually. Flashed above Goose as well. Boom. Three.
Flashing above Goose again.
I'm only car.
Three on the wall, three on the wall. The other one's long.
I'm calling long,
wall.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm blind.
We're crossing. They cross. I'm gonna start some smoke.
Give me a cross. One ramp. Dead ramp.
Long
dead. Flashing Goose.
Nice.
Ramp.
Star.
Ramp.
Nice, Nick.
Thanks. Good flashes, guys. Nice.
Quick and easy Nitro 3K there with his one-way smoke, but that was the flash in the pan in terms of Liquid's success across that first half. 4 rounds, one of them you just saw replayed. Other than that, it's Navi all day.
It is. It was close though. The scoreline does not represent how close that half was. So I think Liquid are definitely fighting. It's just that I guess should have been the good side on paper. I think they still, it's Dust 2. It's not like super unfavored towards them. But it's going to take some work, and I think Navi's spirits must be very high. So we'll see. SDY spotting from the back of the site. He was getting a lot of clutch kills. He was the one causing the tragedies over in half number 1. As the odds sway heavily over towards Navi. It was close as ever in the beginning.
I even want to say Liquid favored.
Sorry, no, it was Navi favored just by like 0.10 as the favorites, but
times have changed.
Yes.
Ooh. From downtown, Bit connects to Yakinder, but meanwhile, Liquid able to get themselves across long. They've got footing on the bomb site. SDY still sitting behind smoke. Nade comes deep from spawn. We just had that conversation, and you can see the impact. Nitro taken down to 35. Ooh, good gush. OC ends electronic. Wow. Sumdai Young keeping it crisp and clean and quick. And Nitro trying to hang on here, but it's going to have to be NAF. And down he goes at the hands of the USPs.
Jesus.
Another pistol round win for Navi and another strong start to this half.
This is one of those games where I'm not jealous of these pro players, man. Like, they have no time to live. I guarantee you watch any of these demos from their POVs, and it's just like, you're not even seeing anybody. You're just dying. That's crazy. Oh, these shots are ridiculous.
Wow.
Even survives the gush. Hard game. Counter-Strike, very hard game. And this is where you feel that pit in the bottom of your stomach if you're Liquid.
At the very least, they get that tag. So, Perfecto, one of 2 top fraggers on NAVI, sitting on 60.
Giving him space here, letting it be quiet. This angle has worked from day one in CSGO. It's always been, even on old Dust 2.
War never changes. Bit waits and waits, and nothing comes through just yet. Beyond the minute mark we go.
They've got a good amount to work with here. That is Liquid.
Range fight, but Bit sees more presence than that one player. 3 confirmed in mid still.
That's a big smoke counter. I don't know if they're prepping for any kind of long presence. They still got 1 in tunnels. It feels like they were thinking about a B split for a second. 35 seconds. Decisions will start being made. Kinder going for the Freiburg drop.
Falls down through smoke. Bit ready for that one. Nice and easy. And they're going to try to get back into that B split, but with Yakinder already down, Bit, he can turn attention fully.
Bit got the kill.
That's crazy. Just through the side of the box. NAF, though, trying to hang on for dear life, but a silent Electronic sneaking back around Plat to cut off that push from tunnels. Not today. He shakes his head and just scoffs off Liquid for another Navi round win.
Dude, Bit controlled the whole flow of that round, just with his slight positioning changes, his smoke in the mid doors as they smoked CT.
I want to see this one.
Eyes on, and yeah,
through the edge.
He just needs a snapshot. No, no, no. It's my mid. Yeah, hopes dwindle now.
Damn, what a day for Navi. From losing to Complexity to start the second season, to running it back versus G2 Cole themselves, and now...
Like when they lost to MIBR earlier this year in the best of 3.
Right?
Yeah.
Yakinder's got something to say about it. Desert Eagle straight to the face of Electronic. That's an M4 picked up. Oh, not even. A Galil.
Oh, it's a trap.
Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker. Bit tries to run up from CT. Little mid-throw Molotov keeps them stuck here in the no man's land. One player is able to get across, but it's not the bomb. OC now looking to join him. Elise tries to come off catwalk. Bit looking for the kills in sight. And Nitro also with a Desert Eagle. We saw the back and forth start at the beginning of Dust 2, and this one leaves the door ajar. OC with the Glock of all things. But the MP9 at this distance puts NAF on 3. OC 21.
Oh no.
Perfecto, 4 points of health. A single bullet from either player, either gun. And it's anybody's round win. Unless NAF can play that time, but Perfecto...
He didn't see him.
Yeah, he still has just enough to get this defuse through and give Navi 14. 2 away from the win.
That was tough. I guess he just had to get that kill. What a 1v2 for Perfecto. That goes to worse.
Ow. Legs were clean.
See, and that's one thing why you want to have your scroll wheel for a jump, to do the jumble jump on Xbox as fast as Yakinder just did it. I gotta throw out some mouse wheel propaganda. We've been losing a lot of fans lately.
What a sick experience this is for Headtrick. Sitting around some of his region's best. His old teammate in Bit.
And just carrying them.
Yeah. He's got Blade coaching behind him. You know, it's a good day to be Headtrick.
His pants are too big. His shoes are too big. But he's perfectly comfortable in that chair.
Expectations high. And absolutely owning. Not quite to Bit's pedigree, but hell. There's only so many kills to go around. OC, yet again, damage through the doorway. But Electronic will live nonetheless.
It's one long scroll. You see that?
One long John.
Sometimes it sounds like you're sleep talking.
Oh, long John. No challenge yet for Head Trick. Kind of on his own. He's got SDY down long, but...
No, they're trying to set the trap. Come mid B. There's only one here. Nope.
Love this too. Bit switching sides.
Liquid seem a little bit confused as to why Navi are not giving them any presence inside of middle. But they're tired of overthinking it. But, ooh, SDY gets the long kill.
So comfortable.
And there's a rifle behind Bit. They probably saw him first.
Another 30-second squeeze for Liquid to try and piece together a T-round win, but no dice, no opening, no chance. NAF gets blindsided by Electronic, who was just buying time back plat. Nitro, 15 seconds, 1v4, and dead to Head Trick's op shot. That is 15 Navi.
Man, that's tough. Here's the first one. SDY had a great recovery and performance today.
Yep.
Struggled a little bit earlier on, but nothing but clutch kills in these last two games.
Kind of like config from yesterday. Oof. There we go, OC.
He's been usually tagging him. Now he gets a kill.
To the head.
Yeah.
However, it's not just about that opening kill. You see Navi kind of fizzle out at those 30-second marks. Maybe the war machine moves faster with man advantage. We'll find out. Not too far off with that one, but Electronic keeps it clean. And if Yakinder thinks he's chasing one player, he is wrong. Two members of Navi fall back. Yakinder chases through, and Electronic, the left-right, rope-a-dope, hot swap, and it's man advantage Navi. They go back towards long. That's where Elige comes through with a kill, but singular at a trade frag again for Navi.
Oh, and it's OC left alone here on Cat. NAF flies inside the B site. I mean, he can make something cool happen, but they're already starting to flank his teammate.
Yeah, OC's surrounded. He's got that bomb, so we'll see if the timing can work out for NAF. Bit. Oh no, neither kill. Now OC needs it all, and Perfecto turns it on him as Navi turned this group upside down. From 0-1 to start the day to a finish in first place. The placeholders of the crown in terms of Group B. Will they be able to solidify that spot at Fall Finals? We'll find out next week. But it is Navi on top at the end of the day.
That was an inspirited performance. We got some great CS today. I mean, the games have been super fun to watch. All the roster moves have delivered in some way. And we've also got James ready to get a little bit more out of this game. Take it away.
SDY, yes, he's trying to fist bump from a distance because I've grabbed him before he can do that. Respect is certainly needed, but there wasn't much respect on the server in that one. SDY, this was another convincing victory. Just everything looking good, everything feeling good?
Yeah, we're feeling really good on Dust 2. Like, it's for sure our main map, that's why, probably.
Now, let's look at this fight. You play the opening game, you lose out to complexity. It doesn't look good. You guys have a talk, you rethink things, you get some more official time with Hedrick underway, and then everything starts clicking, right? And you guys made it look so good. You now top the group even without Simple. Is this down to that system that Blade's always talking about and just how confident you are of each other?
Yeah, the system for sure, and also the problems that we have a slow start in the beginning. Like, we wasn't focused enough to play the games that we used to play. A lot of mistakes, things like that. And when we came to the maps that we play the most, like Dust 2, it's getting easier there, so.
It definitely was getting easier as well. But I want to touch on just your opinion of Hedrick over this tournament, right? Because he comes in standing again. He's having to play on the AWP role. He's actually showed up and delivered. Okay, he's not having huge numbers, but he did a better job than I think what most would have expected.
Yeah, Hedrick for sure did a great job, and thanks for him for sending in on this tournament for us. Like, he focused on the things that he need to be, like rounds, basically his skills, and we don't need more from him than he does, so that's good.
And in terms of expectations when you came into the groups, considering you didn't have your full team, right? What did you guys tell yourself, like at the beginning of the day before you started playing?
We tell that just let's do our job, do our best, nothing will change, everything is good, all right, and let's go. That's it.
Well, that certainly worked, mate. You've done a fantastic job. First place for the group, so I'll let you go off and celebrate.
Thank you.
Clean as a whistle from Navi. 16-4 to be closing that one out. Despite opening up the groups with a loss, they managed to make the reverse sweep work, Maniac, and beautiful stuff from them. Is that your reaction to Navi topping the group?
This looks like the story of Liquid in that game. I'm just going to assume that you hear me. I'm assuming that everyone can hear me out there because I personally have lost touch with the connection, just like Liquid on that last map. How the turntable for Navi in that last game, that was great.
A classic Navi performance, losing the first game, going through the lower bracket and looking like by far the best team as we finished today. We've seen it so many times before. It's good to see you right here. I was worried for Navi a little bit to begin with. The fact that we saw Hetrick coming in as a stand-in, the fact that we saw them struggle a little bit in the beginning, but then rebounding, coming in, and all of a sudden, Freya, they look like by far the best team, winning 16-3 and winning 16-4 against Liquid and Complexity.
Damn.
Easy peasy for Navi.
They were some clinical showings. I love that you touched upon the Hetrick topic because it was a brief stint from him, but a beautiful one at that. We won't be seeing him going into next week. Simple will be returning to the squad, but it was great to kind of, I don't know, I do want to see more of this kid, and I'm sure we will be seeing more of him because he did put on a really solid showing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we should not make light of the fact that he was standing in for Simple.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be a net negative. There was supposed to be a deficit for Navi. There was supposed to be a weakness, a liability that teams could exploit. We ended up not really talking about him, or if anything, praising him, which in itself is a huge accomplishment. He was not a liability. He did what he had to. Granted, he didn't provide the level that Simple does, but that's just Simple that can do it. So for Hetrick, I think it's a 10 out of 10. He did what he had to do. Great showcase.
Yeah, great stuff, and from the other members of the squad as well, really resurging, coming back into this tournament too. I do want to talk about Perfecto because he's a name that we haven't really thrown into the ring, but here, just really impactful in terms of the fragging department and that supportive element that we know and love him for as well.
We spoke a bit about it coming into the first game as well. The fact that Simple is not here, right? We didn't want to put too much pressure on towards Hetrick. The rest of the team had to step up. We saw that from Bit and Perfecto, in particular here in Dust 2. Perfecto is a great player. He goes a bit under the radar, I guess, when you have stars like Electronic, you have Bit, you have Simple. It's hard to be in the spotlight, but we know this guy to be a clutcher. We know this guy to be a player that makes a very almost silly amount of mistakes in the sense that he never makes any right. He always puts his foot right, and today he was playing some solid Counter-Strike. So we got what we asked for, Matthew. The other players around Simple, you know, the other players of the team, they stepped up to the occasion and played some good, solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and you're mentioning the clutching abilities from Perfecto. Of course, they're out of this world. I also think that the first half, maybe the scoreline doesn't exactly depict the situation. It's not like Navi just ran over Liquid and it was 5v2s on 5v2s. There were a couple of very tight situations where millimeters, milliseconds made the difference towards the very end as well. It's Perfecto once again with the clever MP9 positioning. So any 10 situation that were on the line, it was actually Navi that got the better of Liquid thanks to men like Perfecto.
Yeah, let's bring up a round from that first half of this particular matchup because this was a good look from Liquid where we thought, you know, they might get some momentum behind it. Unfortunately, not for them in terms of the rounds on the scoreboard, but this was a good look.
Bringing you live 25% of the rounds that Liquid have won in this game. No joke, we're going to give a shout out to Nitro for a very clever play into this execute. We see Navi have all the pieces they need for that. A long grab. We have the pushes coming in from Elige. It's not going to be work. It's not going to be successful, but Nitro plays very cleverly. You can already see him. He's put down the smoke, and from that moment on, he has to be patient. He has to wait for the right moment. He's biding his time. He knows he has to play with the edge, and when he feels that's the moment, he goes, just steps down from the box and gets the triple kill. Great work from Nitro.
Good to see him with a good round. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, that was one of the few rounds in the game they got. You're right when you're saying that it was a much, much closer game than the scoreline suggests. Yeah. There were so many duels, so many instances where a Navi player would survive with 10 HP. The problem was it happened over and over and over again. So you can't really attest that to luck or you can't attest that to randomness. Once Navi were in the zone, they kept on winning all the close clutches. They kept on winning all the close fights. And you're talking about millimeters. Well, it happened so many times that a Navi player would survive with 5, 6, 7, 8 HP. And that was the difference in this game.
How big of a disappointment then would you class this for Liquid, considering, you know, they're coming up against a NAVI without Simple in tow in terms of that firepower? Would you class this as a huge disappointment, or is this something that you thought might be happening?
No, I think it's a disappointment. I think it's a fair term to be using here. I thought that NAVI would have way many weaknesses, I guess, that Nitro would be able to exploit. We talked about Yakinder and what he was supposed to bring to the table in terms of solutions. Didn't really materialize. I also think that by playing Dust 2, they leveled the field just a little bit in terms of how deeply they could go into the tactical world. They didn't really have to. And also, I think we have to give a shout out to Electronic, which time and time again now he's proving his value as an IGL with his individual level, of course, but how he can maneuver the pieces. Here, he had to play without Simple. He had Hetrick as a substitute, and they still had a great day.
Let's be completely honest. For Liquid and G2, this was probably one of the few chances they'll get throughout this year in order to beat NAVI. Without Simple, NAVI is a different beast. NAVI is a different team. Yeah, Hetrick played well, but still, Simple coming back next week, we can only assume they're going to get better with him on the lineup. That's more or less safe to assume as well. Yeah. Right? So the fact that Liquid and G2 weren't able to capitalize of this small chance that I had of putting a dent into NAVI is a little bit disappointing. I fully agree with you, especially after Liquid, after the first game. I thought they were playing well. I thought Yakinder was coming in. You know, it feels like when you interview the players as well that they're happy for where they're at right now. So the fact they end up losing 16-4 here in the last game is a little bit disappointing for Liquid. It's not a disaster by no means, but it could have been better.
Well, despite losing out to NAVI, that does net Liquid second place here in Group B. So let's get a few thoughts from Dabs.
I've got Dabs with me here from Liquid, and you guys had, in general, right, a very good day coming up into this. Okay, we look at the close game versus complexity, but then this version of NAVI in this game here, when you're going through a game like that, do you kind of feel helpless yourself when you're watching from the back and things just aren't going your way?
Yeah, in a way, just because, especially early in the game, it's just super small mistakes or trades not going our way that really affected us at the start of the game, and then we slowly started to lose momentum over time. It wasn't really anything tactical, I'd say, from like Nitro or anything that was lacking. It's just a lot of trades didn't go our way, and I feel like we did have the opening pick a lot of the time in the match. We just lost a lot of close rounds, and just nothing went our way.
And I would also say, right, that scoreline doesn't really reflect it, because there was a lot of rounds where it was very close. There was rounds where you saw, like, you guys would swing, you'd have the right call, but, like, you were doing a lot of damage, you can see, and then the rest of it isn't happening there. So how do you view this? Second place for the groups, right? It was a pretty tough group, but you're obviously in an interesting situation where you're kind of the most full team as such, even with Yakinder standing in. So what's your overall thoughts now at the end?
I mean, it's nice not to come last place. With BO1s, it's always kind of up in the air, just like how it'll go. So, I mean, we'll take it in stride and just kind of learn from the matches. Like, it's just BO1s after the player break. So there's obviously going to be a bit of rust and things that we're still trying to figure out. So we're not too concerned, and we have a few practice days before the best of threes.
And is it just like a nice warm-up, right, when you talk about these best of ones back on the official tournaments, ready for those best of threes? And when it comes to that, how likely do you think your chances are of making it straight to the spring final and not going through to that really, really dangerous showdown?
I think our chances are really good. If we play like we do in practice, then, you know, I feel like we can beat pretty much anybody. But again, it's just getting the rust off, trying to, you know, make sure everything that we've went over before the player break and the new things we're slowly starting to add after are just fine-tuned, and make sure that the small mistakes are gone.
Well, hopefully you can get that done, mate. Thank you very much for your time. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, definitely excited to see Liquid entering those crucial best of threes that will be going down next week in the bracket gauntlet. But I'm also excited to see our CS Money play of the days. Maniac, we have Halzak up as our first option to be voted
You're absolutely correct, Freya. It's time for some frags. And first, we have Halzak with the USP in that bathroom position on overpass, kicking things off in what turned out to be a great victory for Complexity.
Yeah, second up, we have the guy who's apparently smarter than me, Yakinder, coming over from Europe, coming into NA to save North American Counter-Strike, and he was showing up today. A nice 4K on Mirage right here, and it's just so clean, it's so crisp, it's so impactful as well. Look at the scoreline right here. G2 was off to a good start, but Yakinder said no. He played great today. There's still more to come from this man. He's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, this Yakinder.
Very impactful on Mirage, that's for sure. Last solution, last possibility for you is my man NAV with the 1 versus 3 on Vertigo. We know how impactful that was. We touched on it plenty during the cast here, bringing the kill through the smoke, and then very cleverly edging off with the Tech 9 1 versus 3 game-changing moment from NAV.
Yeah, some absolutely beautiful days going down on day 2 here of the Blast Premier Full Groups. Make sure you're heading on over to Instagram to get your votes locked in, and of course we'll be recapping them in our pre-show tomorrow. But I'm also excited to hear a bit more about our Mursk MVP. James, are any of those potential contenders up for grabs for our Mursk MVP at the end of the tournament?
Oh, there certainly is, Freya. It's time for the Maersk MVP checking. Every day I'm checking in, looking at the stats, and oh, they put my graphic in. Oh, they did it. There we go. So that's how I would have it all, you know. Bit, head trick. Oh, okay. Well, this is the real one. This is the one Navi player on there, or two Navi players. I can be very happy. Obviously, Bit, he did step it up towards the end of the day. Things were looking a lot better. Perfecto, he stood up exactly when Navi needed and dominated, but still no one, after an incredible first day, was able to best Zywoo. If Zywoo continues this, if he keeps this form, maybe he'll be the one grabbing that Maersk MVP award. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, very excited to see how that one is going to pan out. Gentlemen, if you had your way with your vote, yeah, considering we've already had Banks entering the chat with just Navi Nation all over, you still going for Zywoo? Were you impressed with any other players we saw today?
I mean, if it's not Zywoo, I'll put my man Pimp out there for the joke of the day. That's
so deep.
I'm gonna go with Zywoo, you know.
Yeah, I think Zywoo's been the best player so far, without a doubt.
Are you doing this just to spite James Banks, potentially?
Honestly, the Navi players are good, but Zywoo is a different beast, so James can't have this one.
I've been very impressed with what we've seen Zywoo delivering thus far, but of course that is going to be decided right at the end of the tournament for our Maersk MVP. We also do have to see who is leading in the current race in our bet predictions.
Had a bad day.
Yeah.
I can't see the numbers, so I'm just going to...
You're just acting blind.
Am I in the lead? Am I good? I think I'm doing good.
You are. Right. I'm just going to edge closer
As Freya
to
takes
the
about
screen.
7 steps
I am very
towards
blind.
the broken feet right now.
Yes, you are. You are joint leading with Mahone and Banks
So
and Betway themselves on Twitter.
So I'm going to do what we call a pimp, which is if I'm in the lead, hey, yeah, predictions. If I'm not, it doesn't matter. But hey, yeah, predictions right now.
Yeah. Jacob, any thoughts?
Any comment? Predictions don't matter?
1 out of 6.
That's dire.
Who's 1 out of 6?
I was yesterday. yesterday.
Oh, you did 1 out of 6 today?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Should have asked you, Kinder.
Hate Counter-Strike, man. They always move. They always mess it up.
Feels bad, man. Well, moving swiftly on, because Jacob, you do have a chance to redeem yourself. We do have Group C coming up tomorrow, which I am very, very excited for, because we are going to see FaZe entering the chat. They're going to be taking on EG with an incredibly new look coming into this new season. Very excited to see if they can bring any pain to this Group C. Then Heroic versus Big going to be coming up as our second game of the day. But this is how everything is panning out with those results of Group B. I'm just taking a look at some of those potential matchups coming on the cards later on as well. But yeah, Complexity, I think they potentially did dodge a bullet with going up against G2 or NIP.
Yeah, we should be a little bit careful. Sure, they will have to fight for survival against OG, and would they lose that game, they would be out for contention. But still, after that, the path is going to be extremely long. I'm just looking at the middle lane as well, which is full of interesting names. G2, of course, waiting to find their opponent, the winner of which would go up against Vitality, and then the next step would be Navi. So that slot right here is going to be really hard to grab.
Yeah, you say they perhaps dodge a bullet, right? But there's a world where FaZe will finish second or Heroic will finish second and come into that second slot. So no matter where you're at in this bracket, it's going to be incredible competitive if you want to qualify for the fall finals.
Yeah, exactly. No, very excited to see how this one is going to be panning out. But we do need to head into Group C, which will be coming up tomorrow. Very excited to see our final 4 teams debuting here in Copenhagen. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.